Hello, Chatto, it's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, we may have disappointed the entire rest of Poland last stream, but luckily they disappointed us just as much. We're like two kids that have both been in trouble with the parents, and now we're both going to sit in the corner and think about what we've done. In other news, we got the best youth intake player, my guess is, of the entire save so far. The only downside is he's not Polish. We don't care. He's an absolute monster. He'll be playing a load today. We're building a new tactic, all that and more, coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. And we muddled through. We got there in the end. That was the most important thing there. We got there in the end. Don't know what this was about. That I have no idea. I have no excuse, no defense. It is simply what it is. Enjoy it, drink it in. The camera would have shaken a lot there. I would say it's competency, yeah, for sure. Oh, good God. The channel tab. Okay, I'll load that in the second tab. That way when I get off of it. Oh, Hatred, that link didn't actually work for some reason. I think it might be missing the end of the link. Regardless, I'll get that loaded in another window when we actually get going so I can have a look at that. Believe me, the thing I've been cooking up, the thing I've been cooking up before stream, we probably won't be able to play it in the first game because we do actually need to win it. I think some of the letters got... There we go, that's weird. Oh my God. Awesome. Let me just turn this down a little bit. There we go. Oh my goodness. But I got there. It's like, you know that bit where Usain Bolt sort of... Well, it's nothing like Usain Bolt. He'd already won the race at that point. It's kind of like I stumbled over every hurdle and somehow everyone else was still slower than me. You'd love to see it. What's going on up here? Right, actually. There we go. No.
33 months. I don't know what to say other than at least Chelsea looked competent yesterday. Hope you, Pog, and the family are well. Smile.
Thank you, firstly, Adam, for the 33 months. I've got some good news for you in a moment. Yeah, I watched the highlights of that game this morning. I could not believe how often Chelsea managed to get into Liverpool's half spaces with those long balls. What is going on with this random piece of hair? Which side are you on, bro? There we go. Pick a lane. Daz, I would be fully in agreement with you on that one. I think I might be done with football. I think I might be a rugby fan from now on, just in general. Ollie, thank you for the 42 months as well. My goodness.
What is the answer to life, the universe, and everything? Second yellow card.
So, like, I demand an answer. Is it 42 by any chance, Ollie? I see what you've done there. Thank you very much for that. There was another reset. I think I missed one though, didn't I? I did. Aaron, thank you for the 66 months. That's how many years of hurt. No, it's not. That's not right at all. It's going to change this summer because it's coming home and whatnot. Now, one little thing. I said I had good news, Adam. Because I once again forgot to do this before stream. And that button doesn't work apparently. But this one does. Because you take the lead. I think you were technically in the lead last time on Alphabetics, but you have now pulled away a slight little gap over, well, pretty much everybody else, as it happens. That first match day when there was like 9 people that got the win, that's certainly weighing the scores up a little bit. So there's quite a lot of people in there. But also, Bolskov, with that extra point last time too, I think has just moved 1 point further ahead as well. So it's a lot tighter this time. Notice anyone miss... Oh, no, he's there. Never mind. I was about to be like, hey, Daz is not on... No, he's there. He's there, waiting in the wings, ready to pounce, like a panther. And such. Right, let me get rid of that for a minute. Ah, dear. So basically, Steve, this is the... For the fantasy thing that we run during streams. After each stream, I take all the data from it, and I basically award F1 points to the top 10, because I just find that kind of shit fun, and I built this silly league table I show before each stream. It's dumb, but I enjoy it. And I felt that otherwise, if we ran it for a longer season, someone could just run away with it too much. And I thought that this would be a more fun way of doing that as well. It's just kind of... It's a silly thing I like to do, like most of the things that I do. Dan, I agree. Honestly... And can he take Anderson with him? Because I got back from hairdressers yesterday. Time for the Fulham game. Sit down. First half is whatever for most of it. They get the red card and I'm thinking to myself, this is perfect. We finally have a chance to... do something good here, take advantage of this game now, and what was it, 4 minutes later, Anderson's like, no. I'm about to ruin this. And it's a dumb red card without any context. It's an especially dumb red card, probably the dumbest one of the dumbest I've ever seen at least, when you consider the game state around it, in that your opponent have just lost a man, you're going to get an entire second half with an extra player. We need this win to have any chance at getting into Europe, maybe, particularly because we've still got Wolves to play, and they look absolutely bedridden at this point. But no. Why would we do that? Luckily, I had to go pick Pog up from Cambridge, so I didn't even get to watch the second half, and it doesn't sound like I missed a great deal, to be honest with you. Ah, dear. It's just awful. Yeah, I bet, Sam. I saw that, I forget who it was that got the win in the end, but I saw South Shields lost in the playoffs, which is unfortunate. I saw it on Instagram. I immediately thought of you. The second I saw that. Marussia I could tell you who's the bottom of the leaderboard, but that wouldn't really help, I suppose, because technically in order to be bottom of my leaderboard, you have to have scored points. So you had to have got a top 10 at some point in there. May all be a bit different because obviously you've got more match days, so to speak. I think we only had 5 in April, which is what Daz won it with. I think he got points in every single one of them. Yeah, I saw Hornchurch to the National League. I assume now everyone has already seen the pictures of their stadium, whatnot. It is Eurovision week, of course it is, yeah. I'm actually not doing anything in particular for Eurovision this time around. It's a bit of a subdued week for me. Usually I'll be planning some like random Airbnb thing with the mates, but this year it just hasn't kind of materialised. But that's okay, we'll just do something crazy next year. It was Kidderminster. I think you just got goalied then. Rochdale versus Bournemouth. When is the game? Because that's one of those ones where I've got a bit of a... Like, 3 p.m. Oh, really? Okay, that's actually convenient because that's after stream. And before the Arsenal-West Ham game. I didn't realise it was this weekend, actually. Miss Loads. Ah, right. I mean, there's always gopping shit in the fight. It's why Eurovision's fun, isn't it? How's it? DJ, mate, it's... I mean, weirdly... Would it be weird if I told you that it's going really well, despite the fact we've had the most miserable 2 seasons of European football, and yet I weirdly still feel better than I did when we were having the 2 insane seasons of European football? I'll get off my big face. We don't need to see that anymore. There's no room for my face here. It's... The last 2 seasons in Europe have been ass. Well, that's the thing. They haven't even been that bad until we reach the knockouts. We've basically gone out in the round of 16 of the Champions League in the last 2 seasons in a row. In all 4 matches that were played at that round, we were the better side. We lost 5-0 to Napoli last year on aggregate, and we were comfortably the better team in both games. It's the weirdest thing. And this year, same kind of thing happened against Tottenham. We lost, what was it, 4-3 on aggregate to Tottenham? First game, lost 2-1. We were slightly the better side, could get enough shots on target. Second game, much, much worse. 2-2 draw. It's just, ugh. Just ick, basically. Horrible times. No, Motor would be great to get a top 4 with. Obviously, they are the team that went the furthest in the Champions League along with us, hilariously. Even scored against... Who was it they were playing against? I actually forget. Point is they went out as well, because everyone's gone. Hello, Tactical. How are you, friend? Welcome in. Oh, dear. Yeah, so what I will say, that was Bayern. Was it Bayern? I thought Bayern knocked out Gornik. Oh, it hasn't been paid out. Thank you. Yep, I'll do that now. That's back-to-back as well. Ooh, the belief is starting to grow. Credit where credit's due. To me. Obama medal mean. Right, what was I going to do? Yes, so basically, yeah, I can't remember who it was. It was Gornik got knocked out by Bayern, unless they played Bayern as well. They might have done, actually. Stuttgart, you're right with Stuttgart. I had a closer look at these games because obviously I was capturing the footage for it. That first match, they were super lucky to grab a 0-0, so we can't be as pissed about the second leg where they were the better side. Got to extra time, went out in the end. It's still frustrating because really... They've already proven that they were better than teams like Stuttgart, but it does seem that something different happens when you get to the knockouts of these tournaments, as we're seeing, where we play brilliantly and it just doesn't work. Yes, I did see that Wisła were promoted. It's awesome. That's sort of been a foregone conclusion for a while. I know that they kind of wobbled a little bit after the winter break, because at one point they were so far clear it was ridiculous, but they seem to have kind of semi-recovered a bit as of late. But I'm glad they got up, obviously. I'm really happy for them. It looks like Schlons Wrocław are going up second.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
If this save has taught us anything, it is that they are not going to do that. They will find a way to bottle it. It's just what they do. Tactico Ere. Or is that Tactico Ida? That makes more sense, actually. Thank you very much for the follow. Ere? Don't know what I was saying there. A lot of pyro. I bet there was. It would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? I've got the Wisła shorts on, at least. I'm repping. Bloody repping underneath all of that. Stainless steel bottle. Oh, yeah. Oh, has your bottle arrived, Mikey? Your incredibly expensive, unnecessary, but kind of good Japanese bottle, what you have ordered. When there's me with my lovely syrup bottle instead. But it also doesn't have syrup in it. Sammarinese boy, George. Did not order that. Oh, did you not? Which one did you get in the end? This is showing how much I was paying attention at lunch the other day. Right. So, this is Hadrian's channel tunnel system. What he has shown us. Tomashevic, he has been here. It's just, he has had a couple of injuries, but likely it's just been because John and Alvarez have just been, they've had less injuries this year, which means that they've always been available generally speaking, for most of the season, which means that he's just not played as much. I really should have loaned him out, but at the moment, I still like having him around. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh my god, Diamond, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs out of nowhere. Wow. That's incredibly kind of you, friend. Very unnecessary, but I very much appreciate that. That's so kind, man. Thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday morning. I don't know what to say. Thank you, man. That's very, very kind. But yeah, if you just got a gifted sub from Diamond, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Do be sure to thank him. That's very kind. So half of the leaders. Really? So it's just like a common thing in the second tier of Polish football. That's interesting because I can't remember the exact lead that Wisła had, but it was like well into double-digit points they had a lead, right? Because having been schooled. I don't know. This feels like there could be something here. It's... The best part is... Whoa. I can't help but feel like, and this is just me speaking, obviously, that it might not work that well. Now, can't defend. There was... Diakite, yeah, you managed to get Diakite to play well with it. So, you know, each to their own, I suppose. I like the Kukondas in that system as well. It scored 3 times. So, this is not me saying that my system is going to do any better. I want to be very clear about that. Because for our first game today, we'll probably have to play the normal tactic just because we are actually playing against Motor. And they're only technically 5 points behind us in the league right now. So if we win against them, that pushes them back into their box, gives us an 8-point lead, and we can start dicking about a little bit. But I'm worried that if we were to play a silly tactic against them, that gap comes back to 2 points. And all of a sudden, we have no wiggle room then. And I worry that if we didn't win the league this year, we might actually get sacked because of the Champions League stuff as well. We have a cup as well, I think. I think we're in the cup final or in the semis. Yeah, we got the semi-final against Wisła Kraków. The semis are still, well, look who it is. It's Arca. 3 straight cup finals? That's the other thing. I want to give the guys a chance to get some game time under their belts as well. Jesse left us a message before stream as well, which is fun. I saw it in the chat and I was like, what is this? But then it was actually a database lookup. Yeah, game 5s don't actually exist, Jess. They're going to hand it to us in 4 anyway. We will find a way. But yeah, last night we were dreadful. Just one of those weird ones where it all just goes a bit wrong. So what was the guy's name? Was it Robert Roberston? Yes, that was my guy. We've got a preemptive one on this one. And I'm going to go with it because it makes it easier for me. This is Scuba Steve. For the time being. He's having a really good time of it as well, by the way. Redsford. So the first one, basically, I think it was it Ryan Christie? Castagna gets the ball out on the right-hand side. And as it's rolling towards him, he sort of does this dummy, plants his foot, and Christie just rakes down the back of his calf. It's unfortunate. Because Christie's obviously not trying to do that. He's trying to block the ball. But it's one of those ones where you're kind of like, yeah, fair enough. That happens. But then 4 minutes later, Bournemouth get like the ref plays some advantage of the Bournemouth player. I think it was Krupi or I can't remember who it was running through. And Anderson literally jumps in, both feet, sort of gets the ball. But he doesn't really. I mean, he does get the ball. But one of his other feet just goes straight over the top of the ball. He leaps in with both feet. And for no reason. Was it true fair? Yeah. Genuinely... one of the dumbest red cards I've ever seen because it's a massive pivotal moment. And he's just not cost us Europe. He's cost us any chance of having Europe now, basically. But congratulations to Bournemouth for getting Europe, probably. Fair play. Weird that Iraola's now going to leave as well. Then again, I think Rose will probably do a good job there as well, I would say. Is he hiding from me? Maybe. Like, who's the most goal scorers? Naturally. He's a central midfielder. Who only scores in the league, apparently. Sorry, in the cup, apparently. Oh, dear. Right, so where was I? Let me just catch that back up again. So, Polish clubs in Europe this season. I wish I could tell you, Steve, that it was good news. But no. All of them are out. Despite the incredibly blustery start in that, you know, we got teams through to the knockouts of the Champions League. We absolutely cooked the Champions League group. We won every single game in the league phase. Motor got top 8. Yeah, it was awful. I'll give you a little rundown now, actually, because it's not difficult to show, unfortunately. I wish it was, in a way. I wish I could type in UCL and it would show up. No. If only you could make bookmarks and stuff. They did really well, yeah. So, basically what happened was we won the group. 3 goals conceded. Won every single match. Just absolutely crushed it. And I was like, yes, okay, we've got something here. Motor came 6th. 19 points. Ridiculous. Gornik, 22nd, got through as well. Jagiellonia less so, but they were still there. They still earned points. They still did way better than we thought they were going to do, and then it just all went a bit wrong. Gornik got buy-in in the next round, to be fair, but did actually get a draw, so it's more points. But then, unfortunately, obviously, Motor went out to Stuttgart. Just unfortunate. We obviously went out to Tottenham due to that weird second leg and just FM doing FM things, unfortunately. As for the Europa League, that was a little bit more disappointing in general, because they did both get through, but like 17th and 18th place both got 11 points. They got there. Brookbet have been dealing with all sorts of waffly stuff this season. They sacked their manager. They lost a manager. They recovered, then they stopped recovering as well. So they both got through, but then they both got dumped out of the following round, if I recall correctly. Arca lost to Partizan. They were the better side, but you know how it is in these things. And Brookbet lost fairly comfortably in the end to Brøndby, which is not even... That's the kind of tie that these teams win in the playoff, in the qualifiers all the time. So it's just a weird year for Poland, where it all looked really good, and obviously there was no one in the Conference League because Piast didn't even get into it. So overall, the first half of the season, goated. Genuinely one of our best ever, and I was way above expectations. The second half, massive disappointment, and the downside of that is, of course, 14.6 points is our total in the end. Now, we're probably not going to get caught by Germany, maybe Germany. France can't catch us, so we're still going to be top 4, but it is a little bit of a disappointing one. You always expect that when you go to having 7 teams in Europe, but after the way we started, I thought, oh, maybe not, you know? Maybe not. Such is life. It happens. Top still in the Prem. Yeah, well, they are. I mean, they're in the Champions League. And not that that actually is the biggest indicator, I suppose, but yes, they are. They're doing quite well, if I recall. Yeah, they're sort of just there, in behind the others, essentially. Yeah, so it was even worse than the Curtis Jones one for me, because it was a dumb tackle, and there's just no reason for him to be jumping in like that, basically. Hello, Laka! Yeah, and Motor managed to do it all without losing league form, which is absolutely massive for them, frankly, because that means that we're going to get some consistency going, if nothing else. Attributes. So the colours I use are basically... I don't know, actually. One sec. I haven't looked at that for a minute. Is it an audio visual? Yes. So these are the ones I use. Can I...
Hey, Matto. How are things going? Forever stuck in the VODs. Just watched the Spurs Champions League final.
You're entering what I like to call the redemption era of Wisła in the next 2 seasons. That's all I'll say. Weird stuff happens, but I think that things really turn... despite bad things, it's good stuff while bad stuff's happening. It's very strange. Thank you very much for the 4 months as well. Lovely to see you in chat as well. No worries, Steve. But yeah, so these are the colours. Oh yeah, I can show you that. I wish it would show you the hex codes there, but I could just put them on screen briefly so you could just have like that as a clip if you wanted to. But that's basically the best way of going about it. But those are the ones I use. It's just my own personal preference because I always like blue, green, yellow, red as my sort of... At times I've alternated between like a lighter blue and a darker blue, but generally speaking it's been something like that. Right, yeah, so that's that. That's that. Top still in Europe. Oh, Domashevic. Yeah, so our guy, he's always wanted by other Polish sides, and I've been reticent to not sell him, but reticent to loan him out because he's Polish, homegrown. I like that. But I must admit, his game time this year has been somewhat limited. He's played, 10 matches in all competitions? No goal contributions, mostly off the bench. And largely that's come down to the fact that neither Olafemi John, who ironically is injured now, or Alvarez have been out for long enough that he's actually better to get... What is going on with their eyebrows? They've got to sort out the eyebrows. There is some cavemannery going on with the eyebrows lately. I am noticing, though, that the faces are definitely changing over time because I swear to God, he has no... He never had this, like, sort of Curtis Jones haircut with the beard before, did he? Or have I just not paid attention to him? Either that or it just changes every time you refresh a save. John, I think, picked up a minor injury last stream, if I remember. It's only minor. I'll show you the injuries so we can do fantasy as well. Yeah, medical center. Oh, no, never mind. I think he's literally now back from injury, but still in that sort of phase. So Jerzy Kowalski is the only player that probably isn't available for today. I mean, he will be back like probably by next game anyway, but he'll miss the Motor match because for the game today, because obviously we got our youth intake, which I still haven't actually showed properly. My apologies. This was the guy. Oh my God, sorry. I haven't actually looked at him for a little while. And by that I mean like 2 days. This was our youth intake player. This is Tobias Steinbergen. I mean, he's 15. Just remember, he's 15 years old. The big rock. And boy, is he. Actually, that works perfectly as a nickname too. He's just insane. Don't understand squad rules. I'd like to think they do, but I'm guessing not. So what are the squad rules that they're breaking, Mork? So I'm curious. Because there might be some like weird niche thing where it's trying to get around it. Where was he born? So this is the fun part. This is what I believe Jinjo pointed out in Discord. I think it was Jinjo. So he was born in Brunsum, but apparently that is quite near to where one of our affiliate sides are, which is meaning that likely this dude is because of our affiliate club. Is it Roda we had? Yeah, so we have an affiliate club with Roda. Kukrada, forgive my pronunciations. And this is the benefit here. Enough homegrown players. In theory, I guess the way that the game does it is that the DOF will sign players and it's up to you to fit them into the squad. So homegrown is probably not something the DOF is going to do because he won't know how many you've got that homegrown because he doesn't pick your squads for you, I suppose. So that's probably what it is. Did I actually get it right? Kukrada? Okay, I'll take it. I'll tell you what it is, Steve. It's because it doesn't have those lovely double vowel letters in it, so I can get a bit closer to saying it correctly. Well, so this is the thing. I don't know if it says it or not, but I would say it's a massive coincidence that the guy has come through our academy, 100% Dutch, no like Polish second nationality, born in a place that's 15k from where our Dutch affiliate is based. And it could be a coincidence, of course. And I haven't had one of these guys come through in 26 yet to know if there's a thing that even tells you that. Was it a sad skin thing? Ah, I see. So I think I'd say Occam's razor suggests he's probably because of our affiliate agreement, and that's why they are important. We haven't had a proper example of it yet, but I would reckon... Now, I think he has higher CA probably than the other two, but I don't know about his PA, but it seems to be pretty damn high. It's the fact that he's 15 and he already has technical ability that is far and away better than a lot of the senior squad players I sign sometimes. Mentals will improve. His jumping reach and his height will go up because he's only 15. He'll almost certainly become 6 foot at least by the time he's turned 17. And therefore the jumping reach will naturally go up with that. So he'll probably get that to 14 by the time without us even touching it, honestly. Oh, he will play, 100%. I mean, part of today is, what skin? This is Mr. Teeny's skin. Yeah, so basically the reason he hasn't signed for us yet is because we got the youth intake directly on the match day that we're on, and I haven't progressed the game, obviously, because we couldn't. So I've offered him a contract, of course, but he hasn't actually signed it yet because we've not progressed a single continue part of it. So hopefully he signs before the Motor game and we can throw him straight in theory. But we will see. It's a shame, though, because it'd be nice if it did actually tell you that. Like, that the player came through from your affiliate agreements, just so you know it's working more than anything else, right? But yeah, I suspect his value will be good. Just to give you a comparison point, the last two intake monsters that we had, let me just go to our normal view here, make it a bit easy for us, and also get rid of... I think we're good, actually. The last two guys we've had from the intake that are like stars were Molsky, who's 17. So he's currently worth 22 to 27 million now, which is a nice little uptake. I think he's looking really, really tasty indeed. I'm actually extremely impressed with the way he's developing, especially those mental attributes. And of course, last year's monster, who I think was probably even more of a monster, he has a lower value, but I think that's largely based on CA as well. And he's a year younger than him. And he is starting to really put together some good numbers as well. So that's quite exciting too. I still think this new guy is probably better than both of them, but having 3 of them in the team is going to be so cool. Multi's guy, no, he hasn't actually. I think it's probably just because he's a year too young. I find that they're quite reticent to call up those guys for some reason until they hit like a certain age point. This guy here, yeah, no caps yet. In fact, it doesn't appear to even be capped at youth level for them yet. But he does play for the B team, in fairness. So there's that. Total 4177. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Who do you support? Yeah, Steen is the mountain. What does his name translate to? Was it Rock Mountain? He is more well-rounded to start with, which means he's going to have an advantage in the match engine straight off the bat, which is going to be dope. I'm great, Bente. How are you, my friend? Congratulations on Parkrun. Stone Mountain. That's even better. Sounds like a clothing brand, what people who work in finance would wear when they get out of helicopters at the top of mountains and stuff, you know? Oh. He's taking to be involved both when he goes... Oh, that's what I want, you know? I think taking the step back to ingratiate these guys and get rid of the Spanish Scourge... I know that those are the arguments we made. I'm sure this will be made on the recap tomorrow, probably on Monday, is that is tomorrow. that, hey, since you sold all those players, you've got knocked out of the Champions League in the round of 16 twice. And I agree. But I think it's a bit more complex than that, because if you look at the two ways we were knocked out in both of those seasons, I think you can put a lot of that down to just sometimes you get unlucky. In the same way that getting to 2 finals in 2 years was also very lucky. Some of the things we had to get through there, it was a bit of both, right? And I'm much more satisfied with the team that we're building now than I was then, because I feel like bringing these 3 Polish, one of them admittedly is Dutch, but he still counts. He's an honorary Pole. Actually, Poles, in chat, if we were to translate his surname from Steenbergen, which means Stone Mountains or Stone Mountain, what is the equivalent Stone Mountain name in, if there is a name, or what would it mean in Polish? I'm just curious. Which skin? We're using, I'm using anyway, Mr. Teeny. So if you do exclamation skin in chat, you'll get a link to it. Where you can get access to it, basically. Hello, nothing specific. I am fabulous, my friend. Genuinely. Try not to think about real life football, but I am fabulous outside of that. Just a North Face ripoff, yeah. Is that what they chant from this crowd? You're just a North Face ripoff. Could work. Kamień Nogórski. Okay, that actually sounds like the sort of a name I could actually see. Is that why Górnik are called that, or is that me just being... does Górnik have some relation to that as well, or does that mean it's something completely different? Either way, that's cool. Kamień Nogórski. I like that. Probably mining. Yeah, you're right. It's Poland. It's probably mining. Or thought it was Zagłębie that was the mining one. It's likely mining, isn't it? Yeah. What's that suffix mean there? Mining. Brookbet. What does that mean? Mining. It's not. I know it's a sponsor. It's still mining somehow. Lechia. That's a mine, obviously. Rakov. Mine. They're all mining. Love it. Arca Moria. They're one to watch out for as well. If a player's... Yeah. What have been the scorelines in the two? Has it even been two? I know that Saints drew 0-0. And wait, was the other game 0-0 as well? This reminds me of a couple of years ago, the EFL playoffs were just like this. Not last year. I think it was the year before when Saints were in the playoffs as well, where it was just the most cagey, boring, we cannot concede a goal, but we don't want to go forward type of games. It's not great to watch, is it? And Grant Mateus, thank you very much for the follow, man. Who do you support? Welcome aboard. Loads of new people in today. I appreciate that, friends. Mine. Yes, exactly. Me just going through the loan list. Mine. Seagulling it up. Hello, Pog. You okay? You smell like coffee.
Look at you.
I sometimes have to be comfy, all right? It's what... Aaron was doing that in the bushes, you see. He insists it wasn't him. I disagree. Was it actually? Oh, I must admit, I didn't watch it, so I can't really comment on the quality of the game. So, for the purposes of this one game, we're going to play the normal tactic just because it's Motor and we actually do need to win this game. No way! You must be upset today. Don't worry. I am also upset. Haha, our ranks groweth, chat. You'll love to see it. We're very grey today.
Yeah.
We're greying it out.
So we're going.
What's up? Two for Polaris in September. We actually already have tickets for that Afro Chuck. If the one at Ali Pally, yeah.
Is that I Prevail?
Yeah. We actually already have tickets. I know quite a lot of people are going to that. Oh my god, what the hell? Human, that's the second time today. I'm very, very grateful, but please know that you really don't have to do that. I'm so grateful. That's so kind of you, man. Pog, tell him.
They're very nice.
Okay, cool. She's a man of few words. That we've learned today. What?
I'm tired.
You are tired. That's fair enough. Is anyone missing? No, we're actually good. My god.
I've just had coffee. So
yeah, I can't put Steinberg in, unfortunately, chat. I don't think he'd be allowed to play because of the... Yeah, unfortunately, because he hasn't signed his, youth contract yet, he technically can't play for us in this game, which is really annoying. Dzień dobry! This person... I mean, honestly, if our first season of the top flight is anything to go by... Shit. Sorry, Effie Young, this is not your moment, bud. Just get into a game so I can stop yapping. Well, I continue yapping, I should say. I'd like to think that they'll be well placed given some of the players that they've got. Because I noticed it was Julian Lelleveld that scored the goal against... who was it they were playing? Was it Hurry Gwogov at the weekend? I've got a backpack all of a sudden.
Answer the question.
Which question? I might have done, Bob. But she's just a cool guy with long hair, you know?
Also, you need to say that I'm not a girlfriend anymore.
That's true. She is a fiancé these days. But I always forget that myself as well. And it's just a really clunky thing to put in sentences, I find the time. Yeah, so he's still technically a trialist at the moment, which is a shame. Unfortunately, we couldn't get him registered in time because we got the youth intake at 12 p.m. and the game was in the afternoon. So there was just no time for it to turn around. Oh, Bozic got one as well. Marco Bozic scored? Haitian's just thrown up his cereal. How does that work? Unbelievable. Well, thank you, Demon. Thank you very much for supporting it, I guess. It's speaking of, actually, you might have noticed that there wasn't a Lone Farm video on, well, today. The reason for that is because this is part of my new I'm going where my brain says to go. I had an idea with regards to the maths for the transfer in thing, and let me show you something, chat. Because let me tell you something. We are very close now, really close, like within a day or two, I would say, of having a prototype that I can give to a few people to try it out. Where if I could just find out where I put it. Where's my most recent working versions? No, that's not the right one. Outputs? No, where's it gone? Right. Okay. Ready? Bang. Okay. Things have moved along. We are very close now. So, things that are now added to this. Obviously, this has been restyled, of course. It now remembers your requirements. So you can save and load requirement lists now. So if you have a set one that you always like to do, you can now import and export them. It also solves the issue of... it does locally save as well, but obviously if you restart your computer, it's cached. So this way, you can actually save them as like a JSON file, import and export them as well. That's all sorted. You've got like some first time stuff like too, but this is the next part. You'll note here, you can select a screen resolution. These are just the ones I've done right now. So now it works for every text scaling size on 1080p, which is the 4 that you've optioned. It also works for small text scaling for these, but I just need to go through and run the calibration tests. In addition, you can create a scaffold calibration based off other text scaling and stuff, and you set the things in here, it will build a scaffold profile. It then builds a download calibration helper that will let you then set it up for yourself. So you just click on certain places, it does it. These are all the things like that. The export stuff's down here, so when you set up a script, it goes like that. There's also a tutorial down here. It's really, really close now. I just need to do a couple more tests to like brute force a few things to make sure nothing's broken, and then what I'll do is give it to a few people to try out, basically, see if it works, and yeah, and at that point we're very, very close to actually having a version I can give to people, which is dope. The only thing I haven't been able to do is test any 4K stuff yet, because I don't have a 4K monitor, so it won't let me set FM to 4K, and I had to record some of these in windowed mode, but I've used, like, it's window aware, so when you do the calibration, it knows where the window is on the screen, and is able to calibrate based on that, basically. But we're very close now. So a lot of progress has been made on it, as you can probably see. So yeah, just get rid of that. Just in time for FN27. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if nothing changes too much, then it would probably be fine for FN27, honestly. But it'll be out a lot sooner than that, obviously. Within a week or so, I'd have thought. In, like, early beta, so to speak. Scouts Raw, thank you for the 20 months, man. That's very kind of you. Was that me in the Matrix?
I'm glad stuff like what happened in the Prague derby overnight can't happen in these saves.
I saw that.
Imagine being a fan and costing your club the league by pitch invading too early and forcing the match to be abandoned.
But it was so early, wasn't it? Wasn't it like the... I can't actually remember what it was. I mean, the last goal, I think, which I noticed was scored by that really tall striker that they had, that we had in the beta. Wild. I mean, when did they actually invade the pitch? Because was it soon after that, or was it a little bit like later in the match? But either way, it's still absolutely dumb as hell. 97th minute, that's still really stupid. Wow, this looks really bright all of a sudden. How weird. It looks more washed out than normal. Is the sun just brighter down in Motor? 2 minutes to the end. How stupid can you be? I mean, is there a chance that what are the likely repercussions of this? Oh, that's actually... oh, Christ. He's actually quite quick. Oh, my God. At least track him. Do you remember that part where I said, hey, we need to play the first team squad in our normal tactic today because we really do need to beat Motor in order to win the league? And then Motor said, yeah, I see that, but what if we just beat you anyway? That is kind of bad from Vanetti there. Like, I don't know who he's even trying to pass that to. I mean, Latifi is... First time this has ever been said, so stand by. Latifi is fast as hell there. And what a finish from Latifi. Truly. In it, Joe. Great minds. What are we doing, lads? Come on. This is insane. Don't make me switch to the other tactic. It will not work. Have we just mistaken them for Tottenham? Because, genuinely, if they beat us here, the gap is 2 points. That is a purple sector from Latifi. Okay, I'm a little bit worried now. I had to start Molsky. I chose to start Molsky in this game, so I may have to bring him off if things continue in this pattern. What are we doing? We found the universe where he's fast. To be fair, I've got to give Adam Latifi here a lot of credit. He has been incredible as part of this Motor side this year. The front line that Motor have got assembled with Latifi, Trevino, and Marty are wild. They pretty much single-handedly between those three, and there's one other guy they've got a bit deeper, I think. Those three have pretty much carried them through Europe. I can't remember the other guy. He might not be playing in this game, but they're bloody good. Mihaly Kata. Of course, our own favourite Mihaly Kata. They just have a very good team with a lot of Spanish Scourge players in it, like a lot of them. I don't know what his acceleration actually is. 14, pace of 16. He's extremely good, especially for this level. We've actually only had an XG of 0.12 in the first half here. This is really bad from us. Even Benetti's been off the pace today. Yeah, genuinely, what was that? Do I take him off at half-time? I'm tempted, you know. Molsky's actually played okay, but I do think that maybe for the second half, we just need the best players on the pitch. I feel bad for Molsky because he's not even been that bad. Even Naeem's not been amazing today, and I think that Venetti, maybe for Duru, perhaps. I realised I probably should have locked the fantasy before this, but let me just quickly do that now. Where's it gone? Where has it gone? I've lost the fantasy screen. Brave. How's that happened? Right, there we go. That's better. Right, let me lock that there. I must have accidentally closed the tab. GG, Matt. This is why I now can't log in or something. That's true. You at least can't pick him. Marion's not done a great job. Not that he could be expected to save that, but that is still disgusting play. Can we maybe have some chances in the second period, lads? Montparnasse is having one of his regularly scheduled down days too. Maybe I should have actually moved Molsky to the middle and got rid of Montparnasse. I guess the downside with doing that is that Montparnasse is such a good footballer that even when he's being shit, he does have the potential to do great things crazily. Oh, go on, Duru. Oh no, come on. It's like playing Tottenham all over again. These sort of chances were the ones that were getting blocked against Spurs. Like, it's an open goal, basically. Incredible defending, but I'm blown away by that. What a chance. Right, okay, this is better. We look a bit more like we're involved in the game now, finally. Travelling 25k away to our talent's birthplace for a student association next week. Be sure to be on the lookout for anyone looking suspiciously good. A Crazy 88 there. What's a Crazy 88? Because in my head, Crazy 88 was the name of a sort of, not a metal band, but like a band that was launched by some YouTubers a few years ago. What in the hell? Are they just kind of good? I'm actually starting to be perturbed by this now. This is a rare bad performance from us too, which is the last thing we needed in a game where things had to change and be better. Right. Montparnasse, I think now is time to go. Obra, perhaps? Good lord. Even Naeem's been awful. Probably don't even need to do that because he was playing slightly better, Alvarez, there, but mostly because of the chance he created. Fuck it, we'll just roll the dice there. This is not ideal. Even a draw would... Just take a draw. Please just get a draw. It's the lack of shots on target today that's really done us. We regularly get double-digit shots on target per game. And that's usually what is enough to sort of grind through teams. But today we've just been missing everything. And now we're not even having shots. There we go, that's better. Still missed the target with it, but it was at least a shot. We're going to lose this, aren't we? Please no. I beg of you. Oh, come on. Just show me a highlight or something. Any kind of fire now would be awesome. I might have been very attacking. Oh, of course. It's going to be 2-0 now, isn't it? Or we're going to get them from their own corner. That does happen occasionally, actually. I think we even scored against Spurs from doing that, right? Yeah, Maid Marion's not... I mean, I don't even blame the goalie so much. Like, I feel like in those situations, it would be nice if he'd saved it, but it's more a case of... We can take this or not? The defenders have got to be doing better, right? I just think goalies are cursed in some respects for us at the moment. Right, okay. We've got 3 minutes of stoppage time. Get the ball off of them. Let's go. Hello, Clay. Right now... Oh, my... Please, no. I swear to God. I can't believe this is going to be the highlight, isn't it? Things could be going better for us now because as a result of the result that's happening right now on the pitch, we will only be 2 points clear at the top of the league. And giving ourselves a lot less wiggle room to play batshit tactics. I don't know what he's doing there. We've lost to them. Push to get another draw. We've lost to them. We've lost to Motor. That's not good. We're actually... We might actually be in a title race here, concerningly. I'm not happy. That's ridiculous, lads. Nobody really covered themselves in glory right now. I think the eccentricity thing, I mean, not that we can do much about that today. Well, not yet, but they'll lose games, right? He did, Steve, because we signed a guy for £60 million who should, in theory, be objectively better than him in every single way, mostly, at least. It's not gone great for him so far, I've got to admit. Some of the things I can't expect him to do much about that goal. Really, that game was more about us not taking our chances and not actually creating much ourselves. Like, we didn't actually do bad defensively other than the goal, really. That was the only chance we actually really saw from them in the entire match, but we created nothing, which was the thing that's disgusting about that. Not got much danger coming from behind second, it's just everything about that. Because if you actually look at, like, the league stats overall, like, we should be 15 points above them. Not even above them. We should be 15 points above Arca, of all people. God, they've overperformed this year by 14 points. I didn't even see that. That is insane. They're having a year. They've actually got something at Motor. Who's their coach these days? Paweł Ojga, who was the assistant at Pogon, then Wisła Kraków, manager, and now Lublin. I mean, fair play. There's nothing about him that makes you go, yeah, this is the guy. But he has got fluid counter-attack. Maybe that's the answer. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Got to get those fantasy points in. I can't imagine there'll be a lot of points being handed out in this game. In fact, oh, no, there will be a couple, I think. That's the wrong one. There we go. Not like the bench cheese did a great deal in this one, did it? Right. Get that there. Grab that. And unlock that. Paste the screenshot. Yeah, we could have done without that result. That would be hilarious, actually. But I say hilarious, and by hilarious, I mean absolutely gut-wrenching. If somehow we lost the title this year with all these players, the board sacked me. I still think we could probably get away with it, but we surely don't have man of the match, right? Their goalie probably got it, right? Yeah, all Latifi, in fact. Not a lot of points being handed out there. Literally just 1 point for Hurtadal and 1 point for Jose Alvarez. That's it. Enjoy. Leafy's top of the table with 3 points. Things you'll love to see after one match. It's fine. Plenty of time. Exclamation mark commands I can run through. Yeah, I think if you do exclamation mark commands, Soccer Dude, I think it does give you the big list from inside Nightbot. I might be wrong about that. Someone in chat will definitely know the answer to that, though. Hello, Limerick Leprechaun. How's it going, friend? So, yeah, our goalie. Because you're going to look at him and be like, damn, okay, this guy's... I have to show him a different place. So, the plan that we always have in place, which has never come to... If in doubt, break glass type of thing, is if we ever got sacked, we would basically have by now got a pet club that we quite like. They would basically then become the team we've moved to. It's not an ideal scenario, though, I would grant you. So for me right now, Polonia would be quite fun. Pushcha. He's exceptionally good. The thing I like about him is what, I mean, he relishes big matches. He has incredible mental attributes. He's got, other than aerial reach, he's exceptionally good. And other than the fickle personality, but fickle actually doesn't matter anymore, given that that was really only going to help harm his development, and it seems that he's developed just fine. He does have a competitive streak, but I'm not sure I care about that on a goalie, because what's the goalie going to do with a competitive streak? 2-foot someone? Maybe. I'd actually quite like to see that, to be fair. Right, well, that's gone very poorly. Because we have to play Arca next. I will show you the other tactic I've kind of cooked up. Should we get the chance to play the damn thing today? Since apparently we're just doing a title race. It is quite a good sign, I'd say, though, that 10 seasons in, we're actually having a title race. Because I feel like with pretty much every other building a nation save at this stage, with maybe the exception of Norway, where we didn't really know what we were doing, we would pretty much be running the board on teams at this stage. And so the fact that they're getting more competitive, now obviously part of that is us taking a slight step back with the sales we made. But I think we've replaced pretty well for most of that. It's still, to me, a good sign of the health of the league. Yeah, now obviously if we'd stuck with the Spanish Girls players, we 100% would. But what I would say is, it doesn't affect us that badly, I don't think, because we won every single league phase game in the Champions League this season, including beating Spurs, Liverpool, lots of quite big sides in there too. So I think we've just got a bit unlucky in places as well. But it's nice to see that the league itself is kind of chefing, because... And I think the biggest evidence of that is how well the other Polish sides have performed in the Champions League this season alongside us. Is there anyone here that's worth a closer? Is he 2 clubs? Ah, you cheeky. I mean, it's Levante, but he's probably not one of those guys. There's Mason Noj. No, he's not Noj, is it? Oh, actually, he's quite fun. Already has an Egypt cap, though. He's a number 10. Like, he has striker attributes, essentially, as a number 10, which is kind of cool. Hello, Shalcade. How's it going, friend? Welcome back. Hope you're having a fabulous day so far. We're not. We've just lost a crucial a crucial match in the title race that I thought was a foregone conclusion, because I'm silly like that, apparently. I like him. I think the price is probably a bit hefty. What's our financial situation like at the moment? Oh. Right, well, do you know what? Maybe I'll put that on the back burner for now. Any player I like, I will probably just put on the Santa Baby for the summer, because we've actually spent all of our transfer budget this season. That's quite surprising. He does have a nice flair. That's good. And the high technique to go with it. Really nice work rate. So there's no Adel to rap, for sure. How much have I spent this season on players? Because it feels like it must have been quite a lot. Ah. Yes. Yes, it is. 133 million. That's a lot of money for me. Was there any I signed right before that, too? That may also count into this summer? 10 million. So probably about another 20 mil. So we've spent probably about 150 million pounds on players this season. And obviously raked in way less. So we do need to be careful of FFP. Potentially for Europe. You okay, Paul?
Mm-hmm.
I
thought that said somebody gave 130 subs then, but it's 130 bits.
130, no, that would be insane.
No.
But shout out to Dom for the 130 bits, of course. In-game Newcastle. Oh, yeah, for sure. What was it? 300 million they were in debt by. Belenenses. Ah, Belenenses. We used to love seeing those guys when we were playing in Portugal. Oh, they've got rid of the big sad, or is that because they're a different side now? I forget what was happening with that. So they are currently Liga. So unfortunately, I don't have Portugal switched on in any form, which means it's really difficult to tell what's kind of been going on with them. But currently, they're in Liga, the second tier of Portugal, which has been somewhat dominated by Benfica B. Obviously, they wouldn't have got promoted out of that. It doesn't appear that they've. Well, hang on, 3rd place in the most recent season, in fact. But that. I mean, maybe they could have got promoted. I suspect no. Liga Portugal, I mean, are they in real life? Again, the game doesn't process things as well when the league has got no kind of data for it, so it's just kind of there in the background. So I suspect that's the reason, unless they have been. I don't know if we'd even be able to find out if they'd ever been in the top flight, because it doesn't show you who's relegated, does it? It just says the winners, and obviously they're not in there currently. But yeah, I don't think there's a... It does feel like you could at least find out a bit more information, even on FM24. You could see a tiny bit more. And it would be nice if they added that sort of thing back. Because again, that's one of those many things that come down to immersion. In Liga 3, oh really? Oh, in that case, yeah, the chances of them getting to the top... Is this a Phoenix Club type situation? Because I remember them having a different name before, or sort of semi-different name. Was it Belenenses Sad? Or something that always used to get clubbed about in the Outcast of Icon save. God, might have to open the window a little bit. It is getting warm in here, my friends. We're going back to light style Matt again. Right, can bro sign his contract, please? It'd be really nice if he did that. That is definitely the most money I've ever spent in this save so far, at least. Right. Now, has he signed? Promises, youth candidates. Obviously, he'll sign up the other guys, including Mita. I'm not convinced by him, potentially, but maybe he just looks bad compared to Steinbergen more than anything else. So I will ask him to sign those guys up. I've already offered... oh, dear. Piakovsky again. He probably needs to move, to be fair. Well, they beat our under-19 squad, if that's an indication of anything. Wow, they almost had the exact number of shots on target and shots against. Nice. Right. Bit of that. Bit of that. Anyone in here that's... I love that he shows... Who's that? Oh, I recognise that name. Although he's new. This guy here. Osvaldo Zarate. Oh, he's a wingback that can't... Actually, no, he can. 7 is okay. More information required, but I don't hate him. I do like this guy just because of his name, but he is unfortunately a right-sided winger who's worth £40 million. And I've learned my lesson on expensive Belgians after the Rabbit I signed last stream. Did the Rabbit even join us yet? No, he did, didn't he? At least the loan farms are... There he goes. Signed his pro contract. Love to see it. So, yeah, he signed up Mita and David Krull as well. Who's Krull? I mean, he's one of the players of all time. Steinbergen's here, which is the most important part. And his value is already... his value is already kind of getting close to the levels of Molsky and Kowalski. Oh yeah, if you missed it, this was the guy we got on our intake this year. I already put him in the first team squad, I think. Oh, no, I have to move him back. There we go. Now he's in the first team squad. I moved him there while he was on trial, but obviously you have to do it again. I'm just like, what do I even start training him on? Like, heading, marking, tackling... that's later. Marking and positioning will be 100% later. What available? That's because of the... I think it's... I actually don't know. I think that might be an FM glitch, potentially. I think when I hit final third... probably not for a defender. I'd rather focus on some physicals now, since we're trying this thing where we do physicals for a couple of years when they first come through. And I guess the question is, which physicals? Because I know that defensive positioning, once he turns like 18, 19, is just going to chef the marking and positioning numbers brilliantly. Quickness, maybe. Jumping reach. You can't really train jumping reach. We don't really need to anyway. Bear in mind, he's 15, so his jumping reach is going to naturally increase as his height grows. So I'm not super worried about that. I mean, you can technically train it with aerial, but I'd rather not waste our time on it. Oh, that's not... Wait, really? Oh, it's strength that trains it, isn't it? Is it strength? Yeah, strength trains it. But he's already fairly strong. He's already strong as well. 13 strength at 50. He's going to probably have like 18, 19 strength when he gets to like max self. So that's fine. I think you're right. Quickness might be good for him. Just get him a bit faster. Or agility and balance, actually. I wonder if agility balance could work better. I feel like that might be more important, Ollie. So he is currently 5'10" with 11 jumping reach. But I would expect him to probably get close to 6 foot by the time he is sort of 18, 19, most likely. I don't think there's an age limit for the league. I'm pretty certain... Well, actually, there might be. Because Molsky and Kowalski both played for us straight after their youth contracts signed. But maybe there is a limit. We'll have to find out. We'll know very soon, because he'll be in the squad at least, or try to be in the squad for Arca. Yeah, I think I'll put him on a jersey balance for the time being. I'll 100% move him to defensive positioning once he's like 19, because that will just absolutely rock it up until he's about 23. Yeah, we've got quite a strange backroom staff, Balotelli being part of that. Well done, he's 15, and I'll be saying that every time he does something great. 5'11", I guess so, but I'd like to think that his jumping reach will likely naturally reach like 13, 14 before I have to do anything, and that will be okay. Anger 20, maybe. Who are you? And why have we not given you a professional deal right now? I think I might actually offer him one. He looks like he maybe got misjudged when he first joined, so I might just let the... Oh, no, I can't. I'll let the DOF handle that. That will definitely not have huge errors in it later. Oh, we got international break right now. Okay, that's actually kind of good. It gives us a chance to rethink things. What I will show you is one of the tactical ideas that I wanted to try and bring to you today once we've got a bit of a lead again. It's this. And you're looking at that thinking, that seems like it's missing players. And you're right, it is. And I don't know why. But that isn't actually what it looks like in an out of possession. It's just the game has decided that, what's the game doing? Either way, in possession, it's this. Would anyone like to guess what it's like out of possession? I call it the wall of death. The idea being that every time we get the ball, we switch sides. I've not took any instructions on it or anything either at all. It's just... we line dancing, friends, yes. Hello, Captain Guinness. I'll see you on Tuesday, my friend. So we're in southern Egypt. Minority community. Really? Oh, I don't know if I even cleared it, so he should just be... He's probably still sat in my player recommendations, isn't he? If I had to guess. What? FM. Right, back we go. Oh, wow. Okay, there's loads of them in there. This guy. He is from Cairo. Unless that's the place you've been. I doubt it somehow, right? I'll leave that for a minute. But yeah, I don't think that's it. Bring on the wall. Hell are you smoking now? Mostly crack, but occasionally, you know, bit of meth. I like to mix it up a little bit, you know. I do not do either of those two things, and I would not encourage it either. Not that I would have any real reference points for that, but probably, you know, safe stuff. Should make some bullshit. Damn right I did. That's what I do. I told you you feel sick. I think what it is that the game simply doesn't know how to handle the fact that the players are moving around so much, and as a result, it just kind of shits itself. Oh no, absolutely not, Steve. That's what I mean. That was the tactic I wanted to play based on what I expected to happen, which was us doing well. It's still there in the back pocket for when we inevitably do get the win in the title. Because the fact is, it's, what, there's 8 games left now. Was it still only 8? Jeez, there's still 8 games left. I still feel like, with 8 games to go, we'll obviously be the favourites. We just need to get a couple of wins. Motor will lose a couple, and it'll be absolutely fine. We can finish off with that. Yeah, Power Oscar has definitely got... He's got them playing to an insane... The other thing about it as well is Motor are overperforming so much in the league based on their points, and that probably means that they will at some point revert to the mean a little bit. So they'll probably drop a point here or there, and that's good. More good news on Molsky's development. He's 2-star CA now. I think he was before actually as well, but look, even his determination is going up. Jeez. I like that. That's fun. Big fan of that. At least we can start the new guy in the next game, though. Dynamite! Thank you very much for the follow. Who do you support, my friend? Wibble wobble screens? Yeah. I feel like I haven't sort of dicked about tactically enough. I realise that what we play right now is still quite mad in many ways, but I've always felt like I wasn't utilising the in and out of possession stuff as much as perhaps I should have been, right? And the other idea I had with this one wasn't actually even so much a start everyone on one side and move them to the other side. I had another one where it's more like a giant box. So you've got players down both wings and through the center, but then when you lose possession or win possession, they swap over. So you get this kind of meat grinder effect in the middle as everybody crosses over. And I feel like it would confuse defenses along with, you know, confusing every man on the pitch themselves too. So there is that. Right. Is this even the right setup for this game? Do I drop Molsky for one just to bring back in our best bet for the time being? Because we might actually have to, like, win, which is horrifying when that's forced to happen. And Kowalski's a little bit injured, but I think I could be persuaded to give him a try, if I'm allowed to, that is. Yeah, he can play. Steinbergen is in. What footedness is Steinbergen out of interest? Very strong right foot, fairly strong left foot. What about Mana? It might behoove me to swap those two over. At least let Steinbergen play on his correct foot. For the time being, at least. Give the guy a chance. This... Yeah, I'm not sure how that one would even work, you know? It's... I love the fact that Naeem is just straight up 5-star PA. Sorry, 5-star everything. The man is just the god. I mean, he's got 18 goals this year. He's going to have been top scorer at that point. With one without more tactics for... Started calling it Wibble Wobble. So... Was this where things like the box formation came from? Because if I recall, that was one of the most like overpowered things that's ever existed in Football Manager. I think I have to leave that gap still, don't I? When is Kowalski going to count? It seems odd that he still doesn't count as a homegrown player. Or under 22 or whatever. Unless he does now. He still doesn't count. I really do need to know what the criteria are for that. Because Molsky counts, but Kowalski doesn't. Is it because he's not 17? Maybe it's because he's not 17. I don't know. Maybe that's like the cut-off point for it or something. But it is odd that we've had to have this space on the bench all season just because of that. Anyone that's missing out, Kwasi probably should at least be on the bench. Is Abdullahi there or something? Yeah, Hernandez. That's fine. That'll do. I like how the non-selected box has 2-star silver ability. Suspicious. Who exactly is sitting in that spot, I ask you? Out of position, vice versa. Well, that's the thing. Because we found out, or the research shows, that the game only really cares about, as far as players being punished for things, their in-possession ability. So, obviously it cares about their out-possession ability based on their attributes, but it doesn't care whether they know the role. There's very little punishment for a player playing in an out-of-possession position that they have no familiarity with. As long as they have good attributes for the role, the game doesn't seem to care. Now, obviously, if we built something like that, that very much would not be the case, because we had to put weird people in weird positions. It could be Pepe. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Right, we'll give you... What number of the ones that we have available seems the most mountainous? Although 15 is quite high up. That's his age. I think that would be quite a nice number to give him, because he's going to be here for a while. He's not going to lose his squad number. So I feel like giving him the number 15 to mark the age at which he made his first team debut is maybe quite poetic in a way. And definitely not because I've just noticed the number was available. And it's the highest number we've got. Yeah, basically don't worry about the out-of-possession stars is essentially the... Did we just move his number up every year? He'll never get in the starting 11 based on that. So I don't exactly know what it is with the training nation. Because basically, the way that it works is it's supposed to be players under the age of 22 train in Poland. But I would have thought that any youth intake player would count as trained in Poland automatically on account of coming through our intake. But Kowalski would have been training Poland his entire life, in theory. But it might be to do with the fact that they have to reach a certain number of years, and maybe 17 is the cutoff. I don't know. But I swear that Molski was homegrown training Poland under 22 eligible way earlier. 2 years before their youth intake. Oh, interesting. So if they're an older player in that intake, they might get it sooner, perhaps. I don't know. Yeah, no doubt as to why. This is going to be a tough one as well, because Arca, apparently, statistically, are the second best side in this league, despite the fact their league form doesn't quite represent that. Could really do with Vanetti just doing something today as well. Wow, those refs are in, like, Germany World Cup kits from... Why are the refs wearing white? Do the refs always wear white, and I've just not noticed until now? Maybe they do, actually. They just look brighter than normal. It's like all the refs' mums have suddenly got new cleaning products. They've been on the Daz, is what it is. That's a good point, actually, Comrade. We don't want to overload one part of the pitch with too many of the youngsters, because it will definitely be a weak point in the team. And obviously the plan will be, if we do get a bit of a gap back again, I'll start slowly rotating back in with Kowalski and Molski as well. But for right now, with Kowalski being returning from an injury, and that door's about to slam, it's got a lot more... Just gonna shut the window for a minute. We're losing again. Oh, God. Good luck, Jinjo. What is the game later? Like, what's the... Tell me the permutations. I'd love to know what... This wasn't even Steinbergen's fault, was it? This was Mana. I wonder if Mana being on his slightly weaker side didn't help there. Yeah, goalie would be nice if he sort of... Those 17 reflexes we've heard so much about. Lads, could we maybe not throw this away? Who are Motor playing today out of interest? They're away at Rakov. Oh, good God. Because right now, it's... Oh, lads, come on. Sod's law, we turn on the game one day and we just get, like, the worst possible set of luck. Although, right now, 10 minutes in... Actually, we've got a lot of possession. There are a few more shots happening, but they're missing more frequently than they were before. What are we doing? This is, like, the strongest lineup we can realistically put out without Olafemi John in it. Although, I maybe should have started John, actually. He's certainly getting it next game. Good Christ. Yeah, Motor taking the lead in this league at any stage now would be catastrophic potentially. I still think that no matter what, we probably will get it over the line. But then there's only so many times I can say that. Here, Steinbergen on the ball. Just sensible. Ooh, what's he look like in the match? He's got a bit of long hair himself, I think. Not quite Kowalski long. That's ridiculous. Here we go. This is a bit more like it. Look, watch for the run. I think we need someone like Naeem to just take it by the scruff of the neck like this. This man is single-handedly going to win us the title this year. That's his 19th goal of the season from Anwar Naeem. Screw the rest of these guys. Anwar Naeem. And this all started with Steinbergen being composed on the ball under absolutely no pressure. It's actually a really nice little 1-2 between Naeem and Vanetti. Oh, no, Montperouse. Oh, no, it was Vanetti, wasn't it? No. Yeah, no. It was Vanetti. Just little drops it into him. Vanetti straight back around the corner. Really nice hold-up play, actually, from Vanetti there. That's exactly what I want out of the target forward. Keeper probably should be saving that. Hey, that's that Bahama guy. Maybe he's not as good after all. Okay, better. First shot on target, first goal. It's nice for us to be the ones doing that right now. I actually reckon we turn this game around, win it like 3-1, and Motor just randomly lose, and all of a sudden it's absolutely fine again. But we do need to actually do that. Hello, Pog. Right. Okay. I thought that was Steinbergen over the free kick there for a second. Does he have the PPO? I don't know, actually. One sec. You going into town? I wouldn't be opposed to a coffee. I never turn down a coffee. Who's paying? I mean, I can pay. I just... Oh, runs the ball off. No, he doesn't actually have that. I need to move over some money, though, because I still need to pay the rent, and I haven't actually got my holy money this month yet, so I need to chase that up, too. Right. Okay. It's fine. This is going to be 2-1, and it'll all be absolutely fine. Oh, okay. That's just not what I expected from us here. Oh, wait. Maybe. Steinbergen. Oh, my God. It fell to Steinbergen. It's a dreadful finish from Montperouse, but lovely play from Steinbergen to pick him out in the first place. I'll take that. I actually thought he was going to shoot there. Imagine if he'd scored the winning goal on his debut from centre-back. See you later, Jinjo. I would say enjoy your day. I know you're going to be stressed, but try to enjoy it regardless. It's still not been an amazing first half performance from us, honestly. A lot of the ball, not a lot of shots, which is very unlike us. I mean, he got the key pass for the Montperouse chance for sure, but he's done everything he's needed to defensively so far today. Things you'd love to see. Well, I'd love to see even more. Motor are winning. Motor are top of the league right now because they've got you realise you know what that means? If we're tied on points, that means Motor will have head-to-head on us. Somehow. Which means we must have drawn with them earlier this season. So we have to finish above them on points, not on head-to-head or anything like that. We've got to win matches. They could, yeah, they could win out. I think they won't, but I don't think they beat us either. Right. It's weird how... Hang on, I just want to check that my Doff hasn't done anything... Not my Doff, sorry. My assistant hasn't done anything stupid tactically. Now, that would be obvious, but I want to make sure the team instructions... That's fine, that's fine. I don't think he could have done, right? They don't tend to mess with this stuff, do they? And it would be too much of a coincidence if he had. I think it's probably just weirdness is occurring. Now, that looks the same as normal to me, I think. I think we're just playing badly. A couple of players have... Then again, has anyone really played that badly in this game? They're just not creating as much as I would expect them to. Hello, Darren. How's it going, friend? You joined us at a tense moment where the title is just slipping away a little bit, concerningly. Probably won't make any half-time subs this time. That wasn't really that helpful for us. I mean, I suppose we... No, we lost, didn't we? Right. Okay. I trust them in the second half. They will get this done. I'm going to yell at some of the players, though. Or not. Game's like, no, you won't. How dare you take it out on those poor men. At least we're at a draw this time. Yeah, I'm not even sure our form would be bad enough to get a team meeting going either. We need Rakov to step the hell up here. Somebody to find an equalizer for them. Okay, we're really shooting a lot off target lately. Like, way more than normal for some reason. And I don't really know why. Have I got Paulo Enrique and Joao Carlos on the wrong side or something? It sounds dumb. But I wonder if I've brought them back in on the wrong side and now they're shooting off their weaker feet more. And it's causing them to be less accurate or something. I don't think that's how I had them set up. But at this point, anything's worth a go. Look at the... Okay, we're grinding through XG quite a lot now, but we're still not creating that second goal. Lads, come on. We've completely got them where we want them as far as the match state. We just need the goals now. Right. Nobody's even been that bad. It's going to be Olafemi John, of course. The options off the bench are a bit limited, but it might end up being Obradovic. Finetti for fucking... Christ, who even is it? Is it Duru again? Not that he did well off the bench last time. Jens is a bit tired. Naeem for Coffee, maybe? Even though Naeem plays well, but the fresh legs could probably help. Even the defenders haven't done that badly. Might just keep that other sub just in case we get an injury. Yeah, I'm using the Mr. Teeny skin, Tammy. If you do ! skin, you'll get a link to it. Come on. Oh, yeah, I forgot I had the car keys. Right, okay, here we go. Someone's time to be a hero here, because I think this match day here could be pivotal. Particularly if we get the win, it will help with the morale. All of a sudden, things will start to look a lot more cheery for us, I suspect, if we just get this dub. Because it just keeps us on level pegging. Oh, that's nice. There's a lot of bodies. I get the feeling we're going to get a block shot off the end of this, though. Oh, Coffee. How has he got that so high from that angle? Lad, come on. Like, this has been a much more normal performance for us. We're grinding through. We'll probably get pretty close to 10 shots on target by the end of the game. They've just not taken their chances in this game. Defensively, it's been much better. Goalie should have saved their chance, but their striker's done nothing in this game. Lads, please. Not like this. I beg of you, please, just do something. I haven't thought I'm very attacking for the last couple of... I hate doing it, but at this stage, I'm actually starting to get desperate enough to maybe give it a go. Mountain's having a great game. Share about the rest of his team. I don't even... That's just a normal match now. That's just how our stats normally look. We just normally score 4 goals in the process. We're no longer top of the league. Okay. Things are getting spicy here, friends. So much for mad tactics. Normal tactics. They can't keep winning. That's fine. They won't keep winning. Then again, we have to start winning at some point as well. So there's that. Oh my god. Do we get man of the match in this game? Probably not, right? I'm guessing their goalie probably got it. Who does get man of the match out of that? Is it Hjorta Dahl? Is it Steinbergen? I will check after the match. I've got the thing saved anyway now, so I'll just... I can check after the game and I'll add it in post, so to speak. Right. Let's try... Well, hey, we're getting a bit of extra spiciness that we weren't expecting. Well, we've got a few players on 7.3s in the game. That's why I wanted to check. We should have won the match. Lads, what are we doing? Yeah, change the stream title to... surprise title race. Do you know what? I might actually do that. Like, unironically. If I could spell the word surprise, which I have done successfully. Look at me go with my spelling and maths and that. Right, let me go back into the match report and I can check. So yeah, it was Ihidor. It's weird that it doesn't show you on the main match screen. You have to go out of it to then back in to actually see that information. But there we go. We did at least get some points being scored in that game for people. No clean sheet, no man of the match awards though. Just not a lot of points being handed out in general, to be honest. Not a lot of people doing a lot for us yet, but it's okay. Once that dam breaks, we're through. Still the favourites. Oh, massively we're the favourites. Like, massively. When you actually look at the underlying numbers, we are hugely the favourites still. They've overperformed by 16 points this year. We've underperformed by 3.56.
Oh, yes,
Statistically, over the course of a longer period of time, the mean should get reverted to, but they're doing well. Can't give them no credit for that. Our form has definitely... We've not won in 5 in all competitions. That cup game... Oh, God, we've got the derby next! It's fine. It's only the derby. Away from home next. What does our running actually look like? So Krakovia in the derby, who admittedly aren't very good because they have no loanees. Actually do anything. Venetti provided the assist for Naeem's goal. So yeah. It's not his fault. Piast at home, who are decent, in fairness. Pogon away, Lekia at home, Rook away, Zagwembia Lubin at home. The run-in here, after Piast, it's actually quite okay, I would say. What is Motor's form like, out of interest? It doesn't help that them being knocked out of Europe is certainly... Look at their league form. Since Christmas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've had 8 games and they've won 7 of 8. 7 wins in their last 8 matches. Statistically, that is very unlikely for them. They have to finish off with GKS, who are bad, Gornik, who are good, Radomiak, who are good, Corona, who are good, Jagiellonian, who are good. They've got quite a tough running compared to us, I would say, and they've got more away games too. I think we still do this, but the fact that it's even in question is wild to me. We may have to... Oh, we want to win the cup anyway, but yes, that will very much be a thing we need to do. Okay. Yeah, it'll be much worse when they inevitably do end up winning out. Exactly, yeah. Matzo, 98, sorry. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. You joined us at a stressful time. Who do you support? Cry about heat. Thank you for the 22 months, friend. Whoa. Spicy time. He had a great game, by the way. Like,
you don't find it a wee bit strange that you are communicating with others by pasting walls of text?
It is a little.
Ever since the dawn of our time, people tried to improve the way they express the limitless potential of their minds as accurately as possible to others. In the age where it takes a few milliseconds to send a message across the world, you communicate by pasting walls of text to others who paste wall of text with no correlation to each other. Think about it for a second.
I have, and I've decided I'm okay with it. It is a weird way of communicating, I suppose, given that I had the voice and you're just listening to my voice, and all I ever hear from you, I suppose, in a way, is visuals, which I imagine in my head as voices. Too long didn't listen. John being suspended is not ideal, because I was going to start him next stream. Next stream? I was going to start him next game because Alvarez has been okay, but he's not... John is just better, I think, for the role that this new role in the system. He's far more aggressive going forward. FM. Although this guy's kind of interesting. Who is... Oh! I mean, I can't afford to sign him right now, but... John Nazareno, Ecuadorian from Deportivo Cuenca, home of Jorge, perhaps. I mean, I talk to myself a lot, in fairness. The only difference is now there's an audience watching me do it, to be fair. Not a lot's really changed in that. I'll just send him around again and deal with the rest of these guys. Wait, yeah. Get a bit more margin. In your head, kind of a Londony accent, but then I kind of know what your voice sounds like because I've listened to you on podcast, Stan. So you get like an extra boost, like VIP status in the brain and whatnot. Wait, did I just miss a load of reasonables? I did. Send you around again as well. Although I think there's a Spanish Scourge player in there, in fairness. Right, anyone crazy good in here? It's probably the same guys as before. You're a bit old. Do you know what? Actually, I think for the time being, I might just send all of these around again. We can't afford any of them, so if I just keep sending them around again, then they will stay on the shortlist or stay on this scouting window until the summer anyway. Starting 11 1. I mean, I kind of do in some respects. I'm always thinking like, before stream, I generally do set up the starting 11, and it's like, today, thinking, oh, it's going to be brilliant. Like, no problems, win against Motor, switch, get an 8-point lead, switch to a silly tactic, have fun. And now, We get stress instead. The Beast, thank you for the 25 months, friend. That is so kind of you, man. Hope you're well. It's a hit sign this season. I think it's one of those things where Gyökeres can be neither. Like, I don't think he's a bust. I don't think he's a hit either. I think that he scored a decent amount of goals. I think perhaps he's maybe not scored as many as maybe he should, but I also don't think he's been a flop either, right? I'll be curious to see what he's like next season, perhaps. Whether he breaks out or whether it's more of the same. Because then that is a bit more of a difficult situation. And it's tough to... Some players do just break out in their first season and never look back. And some take a little while to settle. I don't think he's been amazing. He's been a sort of solid 7 out of 10 this year, which is fine, right? If Arsenal win the title, he will have contributed to that. And I don't know if they'd have been able to do the same if he wasn't there. So he would have definitely made a positive contribution. That's the sort of the way I would tend to look at it. Although maybe it's just because I come from the background of Fulham signing players for quite large money and me having to be like, it's going to take us 6 months for him to settle in, probably. Seems to be the general gist of things, which is why I'm not especially worried about Oscar Bob at the moment, at least. And I actually felt that Kevin was just starting to become a useful player for us right when he got that injury, unfortunately. Yeah, we would go to roughly 2 o'clock. Although if we end up finishing the league games a bit sooner than that, we could always drop off a little sooner than that. Just to allow me to get stuff ready for the recap. Wait. Oh, wow. A multi-cap for Joseph Camilleri? So one of the young players we got in an intake a couple of seasons ago has got a multi-cap. Lads, can you please give that goalkeeper a multi-cap? He's surely better than what they currently have, right? Yeah, he got an injury against, I think it was Stoke City, in fact, in the cup, maybe? I can't remember which one. I think it might have been against Stoke. Either way, he got an injury, and it looked completely innocuous at the time. But it actually turned out to be quite serious, and he was on the bench yesterday against Bournemouth. I don't know if he came on or not, but he is now officially back. It's a bit too late now, but I think next season will be a much better season for Kevin, because he does seem like he'd started to get to grips with it. Then again, it could all get thrown into nothingness, because if Marco Silva's not the manager next year, which, I'll be honest, I'm not sure I'd want anyway, that might change things a lot. Did he? Was it like the Leeds cameo, where all of a sudden we thought we'd signed the best player in history? Because I'll tell you what Icer did after that game. It doesn't help that Fulham don't score goals. I think we've now failed to score in 6 of our last 8 matches. And that random Villa win does not paper over the cracks at all for me. So yeah, Malta's goalkeepers, especially right now. Antonio Cassar, who plays for St Andrews. That's a second-tier team. Luca Camilleri, who's a real player that plays for Jabbar. And then one more dude, which is James Galea, who is at Hammer and Spartans, in fairness. Terrific moustache as well. It might take him a little while to get in this team, in fairness, but I get the feeling it'll probably be at the expense of someone like an Antonio Cassar, most likely. He does, yeah. I mean, man refuses to sign a new contract. I think we just need some clarity, honestly. There is a real worry for me that this next managerial appointment, whoever it is, whether it's this summer or not, is extremely important, because we look like one of those teams that could sleepwalk into relegation next year, despite having really good players, generally speaking, if we make that appointment wrong. But that said, the flip side of the coin, if we make that appointment correctly, that new manager is going to have an incredibly deep squad in certain positions, at least, of very, very good younger players as well now that could develop. So it's, honestly, Don, I wouldn't even be opposed to it, but I don't know if his style of play would suit our current squad, honestly. I think he's primed for another chance, for sure. I should just make sure that we haven't accidentally... I knew it. Oh no, there's been another fucking retirement. Bastards. Start trying to keep a Tamagotchi alive. That is a lot of international call-ups that we've just witnessed there. Costa Rica star, Nigeria star. Who is it? Oh, it's Sekiru. How's he looking these days? Pretty good, actually. Solomon Islands star. Wait, who? He's got 4-star PA as a Solomon Islands player. That I signed. Okay. That is... Wow. He's actually worth money. That's amazing. Oh, was FM Christmas in there? My apologies. Sorry, I thought that was goal 50. I'll swing back to it in a second. So that's just thrown me. I think I got him out of their squad because he was in their team, but he was really young at the time or something, and he ended up being... I don't know. Either way, that's so sick. I mean, he's actually got value. Cyprus star. Was he the guy I signed from a Dutch club? No, he was from a Cypriot side. There was a Cypriot guy I signed from a Dutch club too. And a new Poland star. Wait. Oh, good. Meet Pablo Valero, Poland's new star. Security gets wage high. That's fine. Right, let's swing back to Next Gen Day. Did anyone actually see Next Gen Day? You probably got it spoiled for you, didn't you? We have players on it. Dream appointment for Fulham. I don't know, honestly. I still wouldn't be opposed to Liam Rossini. I know that sounds dumb, but I don't think he ever had a real chance at Chelsea at all. And I think he's a genuinely good manager, but we'll see. Also, one guy I really like, and I don't think this is a realistic appointment, is Rafael Pol. He's the assistant to Luis Enrique at PSG. Just because I find his tactical stuff fascinating and the way that he's a very cerebral dude, and I don't know how well he'd do as a head coach, but I think he's the kind of guy that's got ideas that could be interesting, and I'd like to take a risk on someone like that because I feel like the upside is quite cool, potentially. And yeah, so Rafael Pol would be interesting as well, if that would ever be possible. But I don't know who else would be up for it really at that point. Right, let's have a look at this list then. So João Hunker, who was on this list last year, I remember, because look at him. He's fucking great. René Müller, yeah. That being said, René was actually doing okay until we pulled the plug too early. I genuinely think that maybe if we'd stuck with Mühlenstein, instead of sacking him and then trying to bite someone new in, things were actually just starting to turn around at that point. Maybe we wouldn't have stayed up, but I think he was our best bet to stay up that season was Mühlenstein. Once it all started to go tits up. He's absurdly good. I've seen you again. Satiated. I like that. I'm satiated by him. Scott Parker. Interesting. Never heard of him. Hang on, I thought he was a cardigan salesman. Has he got a new job? He fixed injury issues. Yeah, maybe Spurs should hire him. He's like my dream appointment in terms of like weird little outsider one. I agree, Dan, honestly. I think Amorim would be an interesting one. I do worry about his tactical dogmatics. But then we have played back three sometimes. I worry that don't know if our players are the right players for him, and he would want loads of money to then sign new guys. But I'd want a manager that I feel like could work with what we have right now, with a few extra players thrown in left and right. You know, probably not left and right actually, as we're quite deep in those areas as it happens. Luke Herman. Speaking of McGraths, it's Margraf. He's not an overpriced Belgian. He's just a priced Belgian for once. Ooh, Juan Jose Trujillo, who I've definitely scouted before. He's a little on the pricey side, but he's quite good. Maybe it's the PA that I was worried about. In Arne Slot. Do you know actually, you probably could, to be honest. But I would worry a little bit, obviously. Do you think Slot's done in the summer? Or is it like into next season, give him another chance, and then... Or would you rather have like that consistency going in? You want to make it... If you're going to do this appointment, it needs to be like before the window, before the summer, so we get that nice consistency. But then Fulham are terrible at that. Maresca. Actually, Maresca would be fascinating as well. Anyone like that would be... I like those kind of appointments, the ones that don't quite work out at the big clubs, but actually show little sparks. Especially Maresca, I actually think. I think even him more so than Rossinia. Depressingly realistic. Rob Edwards then. Went for City, possibly, yeah, because he was one of Pep's disciples, wasn't he? Arta Malio. Another crazy Portuguese price player. Some good players here. I agree. I was surprised that Chelsea got rid of Maresca. I know there was other issues, but I didn't think he was doing that badly. Get Warnock in there, yes. Ooh. I've scouted him before as well. I want to see some new players on the next gen this list. What are we listening to? I'm enjoying it. I just feel like I should be training for something. Like a fight, but in a really spiritual way. Be Dyche. Oh, God. I actually don't think it would be. I think that Fulham cut back to this in like 6 months' time and won't be managed by Sean Dyche. But I don't think that's the type of manager that Fulham would appoint. I think we would be a little bit more out there than that, which gives me a bit of hope that we would try something a bit interesting, like with Bournemouth and Areola. I like those kind of appointments. Wow, Bella Bridich is number 10, or 11 rather. That's not bad. Nicholas Romero at Danubio. I've scouted him as well. Who's he wanted by though? This would be Southampton. Actually, I'll tell you what. I would be tempted. Obviously, I can't afford him right now, but for that kind of price, for these kind of attributes, loan farm, let's go. Yes, I mean, what we need more than anything else is a full-time director of football that actually directs football for us rather than running a wrestling promotion at the same time. Tyler Molinaro, good name, from Alpharetta, Georgia. Is that Georgia? Feels Georgia. Idrissa Diamande at... Nice. Wanted by Arsenal. Okay, Lekia. You've been busy, lads. That's a great piece of business. Although he's not worth very much money at the moment, concerningly. So they may get ripped off there. Eduardo Henrique... Oh, 20 jumping reach on him. We don't need more centre-backs, though. Guy at Manchester City. Guy at Newcastle. Guy at Motor. Oh, hang on. I missed the guy. I missed this guy. Oh, wow. Again, he feels better than the star ratings would suggest. I might hoover up a couple of these guys. 5k a month. Do you know what? I think that would save us a lot of money. Get those new squad reg rules going through. So this as well. Ahmed Aswadane. Dene! 4 caps for Algeria, 19 years old. Signed out of Algeria as well. Hang on. Wait, really? This guy doesn't even play for them that often. Yet I have seen his name multiple times when capturing footage for Champions League matches and stuff. So look at this. He's played four substitute appearances in the Champions League, 2 goals and 1 assist off the bench. This guy is going to be an absolute chef for them later. I found that his name was sort of reoccurring to me quite a lot in the recap, not script because I'm doing it slightly differently now, but in the little notes I was writing, his name was coming up quite a lot. I didn't realize he played for them that infrequently. Wow. Raul Cisneros. Oh, man. Honestly, if he had jumping reach, he would be unbelievably good. But he's only got 9 jumping reach, and he's 18 now. He's still good, but I don't know if I'd pay 8.5 million quid for him, is what I'm saying. He's so good, though, technically. I like how this screen works properly again now. I've just realised this. Yanis Kiamfi. Okay, he's new. 18 years old. Grazer. Not a team we see as frequently, at least. Jibril El Id. Oh, he's English. English Mauritanian. Oh, I hope he declares for Mauritius. Or Mauritania. I really hope he declares for Mauritius. Don't know why he would, because he's from Mauritania. But, you know, give him a chance. That would be a hell of an achievement, wouldn't it? This guy's called Shy John. I've never seen Shy John as a first name before. Shy John Van Niftrik. I would ask him if he's any good or not, but obviously he wouldn't respond because, you know, he'd be hiding behind his dad. He's from Hank. He gets better and better. Where did they sign him from? Willem Tway. That's a shame. I like him a lot. Oh, second nationality. Maybe Suriname? No. Just straight up. Dutchy. Love to see it. Andorra. No, I haven't. Mostly just because I feel like it's almost too far down to make the progress I would really want to see. Who in the hell is this? Ilton. Who is this? Wanted by Casapia, obviously. Non-league Brazil. And he's on the next-gen list. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a lot of money left, but we've got enough money for him. We think. I assume we're paying the correct... He's got an £18,000 release score, so I assume that's what we're paying. We'll never know. The loot box of FM transfer negotiations continues to strike us. It must trigger that when you go through like a certain combination of menus. There's also this dude. Guðmundur Egil Björnsson, Icelandic at Fredrikstad. Winger. Wow. I can't afford him, but my God, am I keeping an eye on him. I want to build a little shopping list for next stream. Because some of these guys could just be hoovered up. Transfer. Oh, okay. Because we got stuck with that before. Chauki Mefta. Okay. That's genuinely surprising. Terry Van Voist. Club Brugge have been chefing lately too. They're just really expensive, unfortunately. Sivaspor guy. Oh, he's Bulgarian. And he came... Oh, no, he was on the list last year, wasn't he? Intake was goated, Taylor. In the sense that overall it was not great, but we got one player in it that meant that it didn't matter. Bobadilla as well. Basically, we probably got the best player we've got at any stage in the save in an intake. Like, by a comfortable distance. Particularly with his starting quality. I think maybe the others have got more PA, I don't know. But the level he came through at is far and away beyond anything we've seen before. Like, genuinely. He's turning out really nicely as Mr. Tanaka. Shout out to Bologna. This guy, Diego Salazar at Alcas. Can't quite afford him at the moment, but certainly worth a little cheeky look too. Santa Clara, Bernardo Martins. 13 million for him. No, thank you. And then Loyiso Lancet at Coventry City. Great name. Loyiso Lancet. I think he was on the list last year, and that's what got us talking about if there was a player that was called Lancelot, and then there was. Mehmet Tolu, 37 million quid. No, thank you. Porto B, another Brazilian dude. Oh, wow. How? How is he on it? Fair enough. He's playing a load, which I assume is what's doing it. Olympiakos, Alexandros Lampsias. Okay, well, he's only in their B team too. There's a guy at Zagwembia Lubi. Oh, wait. Wait, no, he's not on loan from us. Did they nab a Japanese wonder kid before we did? Fair play. And then Ermin Tesic, who was oh, no, he wasn't. That's cool. The Zagwembe and Lubin have got some good stuff. Hello, he's not one of ours either, is he? Kipre Koulibaly of the Ivory Coast playing for Rakov. There's more Polish teams in here than I expected. And especially, a lot of them don't have players on loan from us. Or they do, but these are not they. Vladimir Novak. Okay, he's worth a scout. For sure. Enescan Atlandi. Very expensive, but I am very curious about him. Taiwanese guy. Ooh, yes, I think you're right. I think it is. Oh, no, he's American. Wei Chia Chung. He is from Taiwan, but he's got USA nationality currently. Where was he actually born? Midland, Texas. Love that. Wait, who was 16? Oh, you're right. He's 16. Okay, then he's definitely worth an even closer look. And that 17-year-old dude at Sporting Kansas City. Alan Varley. At least we get a few new guys towards the end here that we've not scouted yet. Oh, no, I have scouted you. Got excited for a second there. Then Yassine Badu. I definitely remember seeing this guy in a previous season, I think. I'll scout him anyway, even though he's already playing in Poland. I'm just curious. That guy we know about because he's a South African guy. And then there's this guy, Yaroslav Kotal, who I have looked at, but he's quite good attribute-wise as well for the summer. And then lastly, Søren Bear, an Australian man. Nope, an Austrian man. No, close enough, right? No, not even a little bit. That's a song request. That's a song request. Okay, there's actually quality players in there. All the countries. They sound sort of similar or something. It would be really cool to get like a proper Taiwanese-born player that's actually like represented Taiwan, and maybe he will. Right, Ilton, the one player that we... Wow. It's been a while since I've seen a genuine non-league Brazilian show up on this list, which is why I'm kind of fascinated by it. That's not usually where I get my non-league Brazilians from. It does also make me think, though, that I need to maybe adjust the Brazilian freebie criteria to not just be freebies and maybe be players that are under 20,000 or something. Because that would allow us to hoover up dudes that are potentially good, but have release clauses that are non-zero.
Fun fact, Voltaire contracted syphilis
but just kind of
2
decent.
blocks from here.
And I really should have been doing that to begin with, actually. Maybe I'll just set that up now. That'll be our first round of scouting for the summer, and I can get it done now so we can go through it next stream. A Haitian Chilean. Ooh. I find most of the best Haitians for me come through in like Czech Republic. And the Liberians as well. MSX God. Thank you very much for the follow. Who do you support, friend? Welcome aboard. Let me just check actually in on this. Oh, no, there we go. There's my guys. Deportivo Guadalajara. And a Chilean team. And some Mexican teams and a Slovakian team. Okay, there's some players in here potentially. This guy's 16. Diego Alonso Robledo. I'm judging every regen centre-back I see now based on the quality of Steinbergen, and I really shouldn't do that because I will never be happy, right?
The Pope hat.
Peleo de Briones. Thank you for the follow. What a great name. Who do you support? Peleo de Briones. Ooh. I like guessing too. I'm going to go ahead and say... Sevilla. Don't know why. Just feeling it in my bones. Yeah, I'll adjust this one for a moment. Get the price up to 20k. And see, so it's 277 now. So it doesn't actually add that much, which is probably good in a way. Probably should also add that knowledge is none thing into this filter. Otherwise, I'm going to be here all day accidentally scouting people I don't want to be scouting. Is at most none. There we go. There's still 163 players, to be fair. Including Ilton. Love to... Wait. I have scouted you, sir. How dare you? There's a guy here just called Keiki, who's wanted by... Okay, right. Before I go any further, are there any more of you that are wanted by people? Just him. Okay, that's fine. I'll scout him anyway, but we'll absolutely try and have a look at signing him before then. Because I'm curious now. I mean, if those clubs are interested in... Oh, that's 70 guys, Matt. Come on. You can't handle that many men. That's still too many men. Right, one scroll it is. There we go. I feel like there's some great names I'm seeing just scrolling down this list as well. I feel like when I sign Brazilian players... Oh, no, you bastard. I feel like I end up accidentally... Not accidentally. I feel like I just end up with players whose names are just not that interesting a lot of the time. And what is FM doing today? Okay, so that my shift key is sort of glitching out on me at the moment. Right, FM, come on. Shift key, allow it to function properly. Just a little bit, if we could. Fully functioning shift key is all I ask of you. Right, we'll have you. Go up to there. There we go. Now we're working. Just have to retread old ground a little bit here. If you'd be so kind to allow me a moment. A bit of that.
You see these?
And now we're into the wrong section. Oh, no, I think those guys have already been scouted. Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. Nice. Clint WZ99 as well. Thank you. Lots of follows today. I appreciate that, friends. Who do you support? Clint. Auckland City. I'm feeling Auckland City. Don't ask me why. There's no reason why I'm saying that. Flint Town. Could be. I actually have a Flint Town save that's... No, that's Flint Mountain. My apologies. Real Madrid. Oh, fair enough. Hey, at least I managed to get it right with Spain. I'm all right with that. Oh, Zamalek. Nice. What made you choose that? I don't know, Andrew. I was just guessing. Is that even a team? You're thinking of Auckland Wanderers there, Matt. Right. I want to look at this cake guy. Hadrian, you severely overestimate my ability to know things a lot of the time. I gave that thought, which is unlike me as well. So we're signing this guy as well, right? If Marseille and Inter want him, and these attributes are what they are, he would be stupid not to sign. The amateur team. Ah, are they the ones with the blue badge? Not like that. I swear they have a... I swear they have like a blue badge. Like a dark one. Let's see. What's his release? Oh, they have a release clause either. They park where they want in it there. Was it Hamburg on top? Okay, Hamburg. Fair enough. Love to see it. I'd like to go to Hamburg one day. Seems like a cool place. Is it blue? Oh, yeah, no, that wasn't what I was thinking of at all. What was I thinking of? I'm assuming I was thinking of the actual Auckland team.
All the way from
Auckland
Maya
That's
North,
what I was
it's
thinking of.
Azul, who just traced the hot 10k in the time of around 1.07 but tried to just focus on the process now. Next traces
Exactly.
in Luxembourg.
That's sick. I assume that races the entire distance around Luxembourg, right? I'm guessing. Actually, Luxembourg's bigger than people think it is. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. It's all progress, right? A couple of weeks ago, I did my fastest 10k. Well, not my fastest 10k ever. My second fastest 10k ever, technically. Fastest for about 5 years, though, crucially. So I'll have that. They're all on trial now. Cake has been accepted, which is excellent news. Ooh, that's quite a lot of money for old Cake there. Better have icing. Okay, 3 years, nice. Might have been on that, but he is Brazilian. He'll probably end up playing for Spain. Not Spain. Poland, probably one day. European load of saves, a load of South America, Africa, North. So you're basically like a worldwide journeyman type of progress, which is awesome. So have you been at Zamalek the entire time, or is this just the latest step on the journey, so to speak? Into Turku. Hello, Fry. We were about... Oh, I'm glad you're here, because Chat and I were talking about this earlier, and I figured the one person whose opinion I really wanted on this was yours. So, yeah, what are your thoughts on what happened yesterday in Prague? Because I'm very curious to hear this from someone who's a supporter of one of the teams, right? Were you at the game? Almost half of Luxembourg. Oh, really? Wow, okay. Fair enough, then. What I've been doing sometimes off stream is I'll basically go like this. Anyone who's like that, they get sent around again, and then I can select... Ooh, select all for the rest. That way it gets rid of the other ones and keeps the ones that are good. Did I see Gornik maybe getting a takeover in there as well? It looked a bit like it. Also blue. See, I had blue on the brain. I am bluey. I need to work out, actually, why... Because they only beat us 1-0. So what was the other result against them this season? I'm curious now. Ah. We've actually not scored against Motor this season, which is not the best side of our quality levels, I suppose. Biggest in full marathon. Oh, wow. Still. That's awesome. I have signed up for the London Marathon. Again, a couple of friends of mine sort of... They wanted to try and, you know, take a pot shot and see if you could get in. I applied last year, and obviously you didn't get in. And they've also, I think, said that there was even more, like, way more entries. A considerable increase as well in the number of entries. So my chances of getting in are essentially slim to none, which sucks, because I would like to do it one day, maybe. It'd be quite cool to do that as my first marathon, potentially. Crazy, what can I say? 3 or 4 minutes and you'll celebrate the title against your biggest rival. Yeah. Because what we were talking about earlier, Fry, was wondering what sort of repercussions are actually on the table currently for that situation, and whether it could cost them the title or have to be replayed, or what? Jadivas, oh, he's got his first international goal. Love to see it. Croatia cap, wow. Go on, Martin. Would be funny if after all this goalkeepery, Martin ends up coming back later and becoming our star goalkeeper anyway. Because he's just got his first cap for Croatia. Maybe a loan could be good for him. Is he listed for loan? He is. So, in theory, he is on the table, but maybe he's a little bit too good, perhaps. New Sierra Leone stars. I can't thank them all for their performances for international teams. That's too many players in the end. I don't even know their names. Polish citizen for you. Okay. Silerson. Interesting. Is that Eloy Suarez? That'd be okay, actually. I'd be weirdly on board with that, if I'm honest. I forgot he was still here. Petra Cub as well. Got to use that. I need to make like a thing I can just press that automatically marks all as red. That would be helpful. Got a crazy viral video going around. You love to see it. Take advantage of it, man. Don't let that situation go to waste. Forfeit the match. Really? And would the forfeiting of that match basically then cost them the title, or is there still a chance they could win it? Thank you, Pog. That's insane. And the thing is, they'd have nobody to blame but themselves as well. This isn't one of these situations where there's any like scapegoat or whatever. It's just pure, this was dumb. It's a proper Joachim Andersen two-footed tackle type situation. I'm going to be using that as a euphemism now for every stupid thing that ever happens. Although maybe they could fight between each other to decide who was more dumb. Yeah, I think it was like 1.4 million or something, Basil. People entered it. I know that you can do charity entries as well. I did think about that last time around, and maybe this time I'd be more persuaded to do it, especially if my friends were doing it too. But it is sometimes it's still a lot of money, because obviously the charities have to pay for the entries, and it does cost them a fair amount of money, I would imagine. But there are some that I've heard from, because obviously when I talked about it on stream last year when we were discussing this, I did actually get contacted by a couple of charities. One was really cool, actually. I nearly thought about it, but there was a couple of others that were demanding absurd money for it, and I wonder if there's a wasn't great. I think one of them wanted like 25 grand or something, which seems, I mean, I realize it's charity and stuff, but like, really? Who am I? I don't have that kind of money. Floril, thank you very much for the follow. For some reason I read that like, is it Torila? That's a Finnish word. But thank you very much for the follow. I'm not going to assume you're Finnish, but maybe I am. Maybe I, who do you support? I'm going to guess. I'm struggling to think of teams now. FC Hacker. There you go. Throwing that in there. Right, what's our lineup looking like for this game? Can John... Oh, we can't, can he? Because he's fucking suspended. The silly man. One way around. I don't know, actually, and I don't really know how we figure it out, other than maybe looking back on some previous match days from, say... That'll be all right. That's not the right one. So João Carlos was on the left, I think? Problem is, this doesn't always... So João Carlos left. And then, yeah, I think it was like that. João Carlos left, Enrique right. So is that the correct way? And was I just imagining things? Yeah, I think I actually had it the right way around to begin with. Euro Johnny. I've been called worse. Thank you for the follow. How are you, friend? I'm going to guess. Sorry, I like guessing this now. Who do you support, first? I'm always keen to know. I'm going to guess Dunajska Strada. Make a turnaround. That would be impressive. Oh, I see the gaps. 8 points gap. Oh, really? For some reason in my head, it was like much closer than that. So actually, they could still do it. Right. I thought it was a proper like title showdown type of match. Still shit situation, but perhaps not as catastrophic as it could have been. Imagine if it was a proper straight shootout type of game. Then that would have been devastating. In that case, Montpa's had a couple of bad ones in a row. And that makes me think he's worthy of another chance. That, and he is probably our best player, so it'd be kind of silly to not start him unless he has another game like this, because I ultimately would have to replace him with Obradovic, and he's not exactly tall up any trees lately. Does anyone want to make sure he's on the bench just in case? Oh, Kowalski's back. Well, he's definitely getting back on the bench then. Things you'll love to see. They have hits Belgrade in 10. I've actually, the only race I've ever done running wise that's been outside of like the UK or even outside of England was the Tromsø one I did, and I would like to do that again sometime. I just have to choose it carefully, I guess, because with those types of things I'm more choosing them based on, I mean, obviously this would probably be a good experience. I want to choose races that are like really weird and out there, and like I don't know, a race through the mountains type trail race or something. Those seem, I really do want to do something like that. Okay, I'm going to give Steinbergen another go, honestly, because I genuinely think that he did brilliantly in his first performance. I can't really argue with that. The lad deserves another go. Exclamation mark tactics. You'll get the whole pack, but the one that we're using right now is called the wood chipper. You'll see it is the exact same version in there, though. Make them replay the game or something. They'd have to do something. Yeah, they can kind of get away with proper and actual punishment, if you like, and following their own rulebook, I guess, if there's less overall consequences that are sort of get knocked down. Parkrun in San Francisco. Oh, that sounds amazing. For some reason, I was under the impression that Parkrun as a sort of entity wasn't as big in the States as it is in the UK. I know that it's been growing, but the sheer number of park runs that there actually are in the UK especially, but in other countries too, is wild. So I have a choice of 3. Oddly, none of them are actually in the city where I live. They're all in just outside of it. Just outside of it. I've only ever done one of them. The other 2 I would like to do at some point. Maybe I'll do the Ben's Yard one, I think it's called. Morgan's still in game. I believe he is still in game because I think we looked him up not that long ago. Okay, this is quite decent. 15 minutes in, we've already had 7 shots. We're dominating the game. We're still not hitting the target a lot, but it feels more like us. I just want us to be in front in a game. We've not led in a single match yet today, and it does concern me slightly. But, you know, a Derby Day win would be a good sign too, because the big matches would be quite necessary for this. Hopefully Marion steps up here if he's required to.
I'm the Pope.
Right, Monperouse.
Cooper, take
Oh, what a
off
save!
your Pope hat.
18 Smith. Thank you for the follow. Smith, I'm going to... Right. Who do you support firstly? I'm guessing Leeds United. And the only way that's worked in my head is because Matt Smith used to play that. That's genuinely it. An online football manager. And there's loads of them, my friend. There's forums and Discord servers where they set those sort of things up. I'm sure if you just Google it, you'll probably likely find stuff like that. Exactly what you're looking for, in fairness. Part 1. I actually don't know how successful... There's not a lot of green space here, which is the reason why that probably doesn't exist. So you sort of have to look out wide. Like the one I normally go to up in Littleport, that's on like an old recreation field. Sorry, it's on a recreation field by a gym, and there's a swimming pool there as well. The other one is at this sort of like country estate type of place, and then there's another one in Soham, which I've never been to before. See you later, Inferno. Don't bottle the league. I can't promise that. I genuinely can't promise that. It's we're at least creating stuff in this game, but we are still managing to miss the target quite frequently, which is a little bit of a concern. I just need a good performance out of Vanetti here, I think. He has had a bit of a bad run, but his ratings are always okay. Oh, what are you doing? I wonder if John doesn't do that as much as Alvarez, and that's why we've been hitting so many shots off target. Domestic panic is not something I thought I was going to experience anymore in this save, and they are making me panic. I'll be panicking a lot more if we don't win this game, because then we are actually relying on Motor to drop points, and I still think they will, but I was hoping that those points droppings would be the ones that, you know, hand us the title rather than allow us to get back into it. I thought Steinberger was going to lose the ball there. Oh, go on, Alvarez. He's going to shoot again, of course. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, pull it back. There's so many bodies in the right spots here. Surely, look at the space. Jens has scored, finally. A man you can rely on. In a world of regens, look for the one guy who you can actually rely on who isn't a fake human being. This is actually really good from Alvarez. I thought he'd overplayed this. When he goes into the corner here and then just holds onto the ball for like several extra touches, eventually picks him out. Keeper does get very unlucky there. You're right, it is a yen shot from inside the box, which shouldn't really be allowed. Better. We take the lead. It could be. I don't think you... I'm trying to rack my brain now to see if I can think of a goal that he scored much closer. He did get one from sort of about here once as well, which is about equidistant, I would say. I didn't actually know. Sorry, forgive me about that, Basil. The chat moved in like a big chunk with a load of messages at the same time and it got wiped off the screen. I think you guys are sometimes underestimate how much I can actually see in chat at any given time because of where the box is on my OBS window. I probably could do with a third monitor just for chat for that exact reason. Liam's injured. Shit. At least we're winning. What are we saying? Oh, yeah, that's potential low LA. I mean, if there's one position in, despite his goodness, we could probably eat that because Coffee is so good. I'd still rather him not be injured, of course. In real life. Oh, really? I have heard... Oh, but oh, that was really good, actually. It needed a finish, but it was better. Much better. Yeah, they do have Juff, don't they? Still, in fact. Because they sold Saba, but they have still had Amara Juff for this entire save. Which baffles me, considering how bad they've been at times. And yet he's just stuck around. He's still only 26, bless him. He's exceptionally good. I think he's just worth too much. A Hotu. Oh, I've never heard that before. There's a website literally called, I think it's called Find a Run. Find a Race is the one that I tend to use for these kind of things. But yeah, I mean, we can't really complain about the first half in terms of performance. We've been good. 22 shots in the first period is insane. And 7 on target now. So we are creating, it's just quite low XG chances that we see, but we're completely dominating them. But until we get that second goal, this is not done. Don't allow any complacency to creep in. Nobody's been bad at all. We just need something. Second goal, I feel a lot more casual about this. Fair play to Steinbergen, though. He's only had a 6.7 today, but he's done nothing wrong from what I can see. He maybe lacks a few things to play as an overlapping centre-back at the moment. Some of his physicals. Yeah, Lucinho coming off wouldn't be the worst idea in a minute, actually. I think it's because this game we went from like Sunday to Friday, perhaps. We've got other guys that can play there too. So I think, yeah, in a second I will just get him off. He'll be in the first round of subs. Marius! Thank you for the 29 months. How are you, man? Lovely to see you. I feel like, don't know why, but today there's been loads of people that I recognise from streams and stuff that we haven't seen for a while, perhaps, that are all just here today. Has FM changed? I mean, it kind of has, actually, to be fair. Thank you for coming back around. It's lovely to see you, friends. Right, yeah, I might make the subs now, actually, because he's apprehensive as well for some reason. We'll get Diver in. I mean, it's a hell of a substitute to be able to make. Vanetti's dropping a bit now. Duru hasn't done a lot off the bench lately, but I brought him on, but we haven't got much choice. I wish I could bring on John, but I can't. We've got no one to bring on there at all. Both of these two have been decent, but it does feel like an Obra moment, perhaps, and then I'll save the last sub just in case we get it. Very good. Mate, I'm fantastic. I genuinely am. I'd be a lot better if we weren't in a weirdly surprised title race in Season 10 of The Save. Oh my god, what a little shuffle there from Montparnasse. I love animations like that. Right, go on, another little setup from Alvarez. Oh, it's beautiful. Thank Christ for that. You can always rely on Cracovia. Stefan Montparnasse finally does the thing. Alvarez, to his credit, has actually been exceptionally good at... Worry. Look at that little shuffle from Montparnasse. He sets the ball up for him, just takes up a position, and nobody tracks him. Completely, I must say completely open. No, she kind of is completely open. The guy stood behind him. The amount of times those shots have been blocked, though, crazy. Hello, Daniel. How are you, friend? You joined us actually winning for once for the first time today. Of course, it won't matter, because if Motor win, we go back to second place again. We just have to... Oh, no. It's too early to celebrate even at 2-0, isn't it? Just because they get one chance and it's in. Has Marion even made a save yet today? He has. Apparently a save has happened. I've been reliably informed. It doesn't help with everybody else also being out of Europe. There isn't any, like, advantage we can gain over them. I have been a bit disappointed with some of the things Vanetti has done lately. It's just, because his ratings in matches are generally quite good still, I feel like, of all the things we've tried, the role that he's currently playing in the way that it is working right now, it may not be, like, the biggest goal-scoring role. And perhaps should still get a goal or two more, though he has had that injury. But I think it's the best of the bunch without us, like, changing it too frequently. Oh, go on. Keep going. Go on, Coffee. Ah, it's a big save. Famous sandwich with sauce yesterday. What is the Porto sandwich? Does it involve fish? If I had to guess, I'd think it would do, just because Porto's, like, really big on fish, right? We have had 14 shots on target today. This is more like the sort of numbers I'd expect from us. Nope, really? Wow. Fair enough. Yeah, everyone's waiting on World Cup mode. Oh my god, Steinbergen nearly scored. He's going to get a goal today. I can just feel it. Oh, Yenzi. Ah, man. What a strike from Steinbergen. I feel like our other centre-backs don't do stuff like that. Has he got long shots? No, he doesn't. Not really, but it's nice to see. I think with the World Cup mode, I am surprised that we are now coming up to what we'd call mid-May, and we still don't know anything about it. It's... Considering I was expecting we'd hear stuff for me, well, maybe around the sort of March time. I think that was what a lot of the predictions that we were talking about originally were, hey, we'll maybe hear a bit about it when it comes to the winter update, and then that kind of came and went, so to speak. And now we're still waiting. What a strike. Oh, temporary insanity. More of it, the better. It looks good. What is this about to be? Solid. It's solid. Yeah, 35 days. I mean, what do you... Did they even say winter update? Really? After the playoffs? I mean, sure, but the playoffs were ages ago now. I guess technically it is after the playoffs, in the same way that this is a point that Viking made to me at the pub the other day. He's like, technically it's been more than 4 years. It's been just over 4 years since the birth of Jesus. It's like, technically it has been over 4 years. It's also been over like 1,000 years or whatever, but I guess they're technically correct in that it is after the playoffs. They could announce it in 3 years and it would still be after the playoffs, I guess. Standalone mode at best. I hate the thought of it being a standalone mode, but I think you're probably right at this point. Norfolk Bantam, thank you very much for the follow. That's very kind of you, friend. Welcome in. We're finally winning a match. It's always nice. But naturally, we can't go one game without conceding. Actually, no, Basil. The rare currently, no plans for Eurovision this week, which is incredible. Which means there will be a stream on Sunday. Letting them say anything. But I feel like it would be in FIFA's interest for them to say stuff and promote the thing that they've got the license for, right? Start of the launch tomorrow, coming out on the 18th. I mean, that's fair, but there's not been any hints of it. SI have just been very quiet lately. It's second round of... But to me, you can't just... You'd have to hype it at some point. There has to be something to actually build any intrigue around it in the first place. They'd have to be starting to show... Like, even if it's just a teaser trailer or a tiny little gameplay thing that just shows you what... Even just tells you what it is more than anything else. I'm not saying release it. I was just surprised that we haven't heard any news at all on it. Like, fair enough if it's not released soon, but obviously it would have to be released before the World Cup, but you'd expect to know at least what it is. I think that's what's baffling to me, is that we don't even know what it actually is going to be. We just know, excuse me, that it's some kind of mode, maybe, potentially. Who could say? I'm just getting your points in there. I think we got man of the match and that. I think it was the only time for him that I don't know. I mean, when is the first match of the World Cup actually kicking off? Like, which day? Because to me, it feels like it's usually June, right? Shakira's, I actually haven't heard it yet, Daniel. But Sai told me it was really good. 11th of June. Jesus Christ. It's also a big day for Alvarez Havers. Don't know how many of them. I don't know how many of you there are, but has anyone got Alvarez as captain today? A lot of you have got him in the team, to be fair. Bolskov being the main one, who actually is winning right now by 8 points. Right, just that. Set for that update. There was no date set. That's the thing. They never set a date for it. And I realise that's the case. You can then just sort of say, well, there you go. You shouldn't expect to hear anything. But at a certain point, you kind of do expect to hear something, given that the tournament is like a month away. FIFA stuff. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know how that's going to work this time as well. Because wasn't there supposed to be like a World Cup game? And that's just not materialised either. But then it never was going to, right? A save game you can download that's just... they just nick something off of FM Scout or something. A month before, I guess. I mean, to me, it would make sense to announce it way further ahead than that. But hey, you'd expect... The further you get into that, like, month, then, yeah, it does start to get very strange. Modes inside Ultimate Team. Yeah. Some of those modes inside Ultimate Team were actually okay because they were generally quite generous with what they gave you to the point where it didn't feel entirely like a cash grab a lot of the time. I do miss the old World Cup games though. I used to love watching cutscene series on them. It is weird that we've not had a patch for a while as well, actually. Yeah, good point. Not that I feel like the game actually needs a lot of like stability patches at this stage. I mean, there's still a lot of things that are broken in that sense, but the patches being slowed down I'm actually okay with, as long as we get cool stuff with them each time, right? That, and at some point, obviously, the attention will switch over to FM 27, of course. You'd hope so. That gets cancelled now. Oh, I know that I have the license anymore, but what I meant was FIFA specifically said, I think at one point, that they wanted to make a World Cup game, which obviously wouldn't be with EA. They'd have to somehow find a studio and make it themselves. There was one particular one. I think it was either... Oh, I don't know which FIFA it was, but it was really fun. Are they playing today? No, they're not. Okay. So what... I mean, I suppose they can't even really acknowledge it at that point, can they? If EA, on EA side at least. Because that was an extremely fun part of it. Also, worth noting that Brookbet, that they had that little bounce back in the league, and everything was starting to look really good for them. They have absolutely eaten shit ever since then. The new manager came in, and they started playing really well for a little bit, and now... They've lost 6 league games in a row. Which means it could be a little bit difficult to get some of those loanees back to them next year, potentially, if they're not going to be playing in Europe, which they're clearly not. It would also be one to keep an eye on for next year, because they'll probably be a massive challenger in the league as well. Oh, I didn't look up. My apologies. First Big Boy season. If I remember correctly, I mean, ignoring that game there, probably quite well. Just jinx them. Yeah, I like doing that. Sometimes I throw the jinxes out there to sort of challenge the universe, to say, hey, fight me. I'll do it again. Watch. There is no chance that Motor win the title over us today. No chance. They're not as good as we are. We are way better than them, and we're going to win the league. In fact, we're going to win the league probably by multiple points. It's not even going to be close in the end. There you go. Throwing the jinxes out there. Come on, universe. Fight me. Smite me, oh mighty smiter, and such. Crank up the quantum motor. So those immortal engines I've heard so much about. Marta took their tactics books with them, to be fair. Jeremy Monger, still at Leicester City. And now Championship Leicester City, in fact, as well. Having a good season, in fact. But... because he's really highly rated in real life, if I remember correctly. He's still only 25, in fairness. Oh, he's asking to leave to a bigger club. It's taken this long? I remember the 1998 game solely because of Chumbawamba. Because I believe that was the only song on the soundtrack, and it was great. And the 2002 World Cup game, 100% my favourite World Cup game of all time. We went through a spell where our like... desktop computer at home just basically somehow got struck by something got struck by lightning, and it fried a load of the stuff inside it. Basically, it didn't work properly. So the only computer we had was my dad's work laptop, and I would sneak into his like office sometimes, and because I had the game obviously, and back then it was like CDs and stuff, and I would play the World Cup 2002 game, and I would always play as Poland because I really loved Manuel Olesadaba. Don't ask me why. I just enjoyed him as a footballer, and I liked the Polish team, so I would always play as Poland in the 2002 World Cup game. It's the strangest thing. It's all led up to this, you see. Now, maybe I was destined for this. I had a weird affinity for Poland even before I knew it. So actually, your performances this year domestically, you've not played as much as I thought you would do. 12 appearances so far. They are a decent team this year, in fairness. Not my World Cup mode. That'd be good, actually. I probably suffer for similar problems, but then it'd be super easy to... I say super easy. You can certainly add the players from it, because the editing the database stuff in Nutmeg is really easily. Is he still playing? Wait, where does Olasadaba play these days? That's so cool. Is that not how his name is pronounced? I don't know why. I used to pronounce it as Olazadabi when I was a kid. And then I heard someone call him Olasadaba. Or Olasadaba? I don't know. They're probably both wrong. And I've been saying it both times wrong the entire time. Little Fiji guy. Oh, yeah. I guess with smaller nations, there's more likely longevity for... if even a single player is decent, they kind of end up playing for the national team for a very long time because they've got no choice. Motor are literally playing the bottom club today. Come on, GKS. If you've ever loved me, which they obviously don't, because, you know, I refused to step foot in their club shop, but I did take a picture outside of it. It was just in a random shopping centre in Katowice. I'm sure they have another club shop, but I just randomly saw it. I was in enemy territory, you see. Continue loan. Continue loan. It's weird that he's not playing, actually. Captain your country. I don't think that was the period I went through where I didn't own a games console. Yes! Do you know what? I take it back, lads. Your trains definitely aren't an hour and a half late. City's beautiful. McDonald's is okay there. I've always liked Katowice as a city. Never mind. That is huge. Dropping points at home to the bottom club. See? You can sometimes just throw shit at the universe and it does things. Since the Motor match. Well, crucially, we then drew our next game as well. Motor took the lead of the league. We're ahead on head-to-head. But we just beat Cracovia in the derby and Motor just drew at home to the bottom team. So we are now back ahead by 2 points. Which has given us at least something to defend now. But I'm still a little bit concerned about us. It's better. He went to the... yeah, absolutely. It was just nice to hear his name, Basil, honestly. It's just nice to know that people are thinking about him, you know? Okay. Oh, Cup midweek. They're far better. They're the best random city that hosts things like that. I always just find it strange that Katowice did that, but I guess they just built that as their niche, because it seems like a lot of esports stuff is hosted in Katowice, right? Do we know anything more about Keiki yet? I feel like actually his name would just be pronounced Cake, wouldn't it? Or KK. Pushjar have been awful. But when you look at their record, you'll see that it actually could have been so much worse than it is. They have been catastrophically bad this year because they don't score goals. But their goalkeeper has prevented it from being a truly abysmal season. Bill Smith, what a guy. How many goals? Yeah, they've got 14 goals. They're scoring a goal every other game. They're quite tight defensively. 36 is not that bad when you look at the rest of the league. In fact, I would argue that defensively, yeah, they're sort of upper mid-table defensively, but they can't score goals to save their life. They are just that bad, which sucks ultimately, but there's not really a lot we can do about it. They were destined to be the worst team in the division by miles, and they may not finish bottom, which in a way is an achievement, and they could still get safe. It's probably unlikely, but they could still do it. As for Europe, I'd really like it if Legia and Gornik could do something, but Legia have just decided they're going to draw every game now. How many? They've drawn 16 games. I did not see that. Legia have drawn 16 games this season. That's over half of their matches have been draws. Wasn't there a season a couple of years ago where Cracovia drew shitloads of matches? I still don't think it was as many as that. So Argyle 13, 12, 10, 14, 13. That was us, in fact. Wow, how do we win the league that year? 11, 13, 15. That's it. The most draws ever in a season is 15, and they've already got 16 this season with 6 matches still to go. That's mad. They barely score goals as well. They've scored 35 and conceded 35 in 28 games. So they barely average 2 goals a game over the entire matches. What does their record look like recently? Is it just 0-0s? Oh my god, what the? Hang on. Hang on. They've drawn 7 league games in a row. Yeah. I mean, unbeaten in 7 games. I think we're saying, right? That's quality. Draw But then there's also the argument that they've not won in 9. Wait, 10. They've not won in their last 10 matches, but they've drawn 9 of them. So, no win in 10, 9 draws. Their last win was against the bottom club. Oh, God, it gets worse. They've won 1 of their last 14 matches and drawn 11 of them. The thing is as well, there's just the 1-2-2 in there. It's mostly 1-1s and 0-0s. Christ. That's worse than us that year. When Pog was building those IKEA drawers in one room and we were doing the same thing over here. We didn't draw 7 in a row, though. That's wild. The reason that tweaked to me is because I did see a news article thingy fly across the top of the screen at one point that said Legia set new record for draws. And at the time I didn't acknowledge it, but it certainly makes more sense now. Yeah. So that's like... It's only 2 defeats? No. Yeah, 2 defeats in 14 matches is really good, except they have only won 1 of the 14 matches themselves. I wish we could see that. Wouldn't it be sick if FM... This is a cool feature for you. If FM would ever do something like this, where you could... I've always wanted this, and I don't know why it's not in the game, or was never in the game before. The ability to set the league... filter the league table by match day. So you could say, I want to see the table from match day 6 to match day 12. And it could just show you that. It seems really strange to me that that's never been a thing in FM, and I don't understand why. Because I think that would be fabulous data to be able to set up to look at like form and runs and stuff. And it's never been in the game. And I've always just thought it would be such a cool thing to have. I don't think if there's any way you could really do that. The only way you'd really do that is if you manually saved league table screenshots and then had to build it yourself, which doesn't really count, does it? Hello, Hazard. I'm good. The team, however, is a little bit squiffy. Actually did briefly lose the lead of the league. And may still do at this point. Wisła 6 points off the top, unfortunately. Not going to get the title this year. Looks like Pogon are going to grab it. But Europe is on the cards. Oh, Motor Lublin absolutely are the second best team. They're overperforming by quite a large amount, but they're still really good. I mean, they crushed it in Europe this season. They reached the... Well, they actually reached the same round of the Champions League as we did this year. Both of us went out in the same round. They're that good. I think the thing that really shows how good they are is the fact that they've not dropped off their league form whilst playing in the Champions League, whereas the others all kind of have to an extent. What are the other quarterfinals? So it's Arsenal, Real Madrid, Barca, Spurs, Stuttgart, PSG. That's kind of fun. And Bayern, Villarreal. Villarreal are an underrated banger of a team. Rangers are winning. Oh, baby. Get in. I felt so. I had the score notification set up for Hearts last night, and when they went one down, I thought this is a problem. But they equalised quickly, and I think they had a penalty given and then retracted in the second half, if I remember. But I didn't see the part where it was retracted, so I just assumed they'd scored. Yeah. The thing is, they've still got to win midweek. I think if Rangers beat Celtic now, actually, if Rangers beat Celtic today and then Hearts win midweek, that is just the title, isn't it? Right? Leads over the Scottish Premiership. Well, in this save, we can't see it, unfortunately, so we don't have Scotland switched on. But in real life, I think Hearts are now 4 points clear. Rangers have a game in hand. Sorry, not Rangers. Celtic have a game in hand, which they're playing right now against Rangers, and they're apparently losing 1-0. Is it at Ibrox or Celtic Park? There you go. Spurs getting beaten. So, out of interest, if we had beaten Tottenham, which we should have done, we would have been playing Barca. Then again, we usually beat Barca too. I'd probably rather play them than Spurs. How do I explain this? At least England losing points. It would be nice if Spain did start to actually utilise the fact that they do have all of these crazy talented players. It does still boggle my mind to this day how they were able to not qualify for the World Cup, given the expanded World Cup and given the amount of players that Spain have at the lower levels. Look at that. Spain are actually closing the... I mean, it's still 31 points, but they are closing the gap a little bit now, which is a good sign. Yeah, we're definitely going to say third this year, but we need a good year next year. Maybe just erupted, I bet. Right, Cup probably will require a tiny bit of rotation, particularly, but it has to be sensible rotation, I suppose. Steinbergen can stay in the team, but I'll just next match only this with Mana dropping out for... I guess Kwesi Alpod will come in. Weirdly, Lucino suddenly seems rested again now, but I guess that's because he came off early in the last game. We'll get Coffee in as well. Johnny at least is back, which means I will start him today. We'll start Kowalski because there's an opportunity to give him a bit of football. Ooh, he's up here now. Love to see it. The midfield three are probably okay, actually, but I could start Gomez. Why not? The bench will kind of sort of pick itself at this point. Intake was very good. I give you Tobias Steinbergen. Dammy, I want to make sure we win. And ultimately, if we've got John and Alvarez, and Tomashevic is just not going to likely play with those two around at the moment. And as much as I want to rotate a little bit, if I'm rotating out Alvarez for John, then that's the rotation, really. Because Tomashevic, unless there's injuries to one of those two, just hasn't found the form this year. Hasn't had a chance to, but I want to make sure we win the cup this year. Yeah, John was suspended for the last game, which is why I think he's the guy that makes that difference, you know. Spain will have the next best league in football. Nah, I think it's just that Spain is going to be horrifically unbalanced due to the Spanish Scourge players. So Spain will have in it probably right now anywhere from 600 to 1,000 players in Spain currently that have like 170 plus PA. The game doesn't really use them very well, but they do exist. He did get that hat-trick. Fairness to him, he did get that hat-trick. I will give him credit. Right, I need a quick whiz quiz. And by that, I mean a wee. For me, at least. So I'll be back in one moment. Then we're going to just burn through these matches because this title is not over yet, unfortunately. Enjoy this one.
You know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
So yeah, it was David Terrier. I thought that was going to be more difficult than it was for some reason. But yes, that was he. I had no idea. It was just a really strange career path that I just thought was interesting, basically. Right. Good news on the holy stuff as well, actually. They've got a load of new stuff coming on, I think, Tuesday? I know, because I got a dispatch notification that was like, hey, stuff's coming your way. So, particularly if you're a fan of Matcha, especially if you're a fan of Matcha, because I believe all of the new stuff is Matcha related. They've got a, exclamation mark, holy, of course. They've got a matcha milkshake one, which I'm not a big fan of matcha, but I wonder if this is the sort of thing that could make me more of a fan of matcha, potentially. There's a matcha milkshake one, which is kind of cool. There's also a matcha energy one, which is fascinating to me. I'm kind of curious to see what that's going to be like. It's like an apple and matcha one. And then there's one other as well. I think it's a hydration one, like a matcha hydration flavor. So if you're into that kind of stuff, or a matcha enjoyer, then stay tuned for Tuesday, because that's when the new stuff, I believe, comes out, which is, yes, the 12th. Which is a stream day, actually. I don't know if I'll arrive by then, but we'll see, actually. I'll give it a go, right? Matcha fiction? Maybe. Maybe it'll be the thing that introduces me to actually enjoying matcha as a concept. Every time I've had it so far, I've always just thought, it ain't for me, but maybe it just needed the holy touch. Okay, right, let's go. Why not? Probably didn't have to watch this game, actually, but such is life. I'm down to like my default style shakers as well now. That's how you know I've been using a lot of them lately as it happens. Right, we did that. That was actually nothing. And we need to do VOD comments as well, actually, because we do have a couple this time around. Luckily, the VOD went up way sooner this time around, and I don't really know why, because YouTube is just so random with the processing time. Sometimes it will process the VOD when I upload it in 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but then alternatively, it'll be like, hey, that'll be 3 hours. Oh, local rivalry. Yeah, but it's the boring derby. What is this system? Are they playing... I remember in the early stages of this save, we used to see this shape in possession quite a lot. Or was that actually in the Czech Republic? I forget. That might have been in Czechia. Look at this. Back 3, DMs, and then just 5 players in the front line. Okay. This could be a really interesting tactical matchup. And what I mean by that is, in theory, if they allow us any kind of space in the wide areas to get beyond them like this, they could get absolutely annihilated. Because Coffee is just going to have a free run at their centre-back every time we get the ball. Because there's nobody tracking back, probably. Because it's a really advanced player there. And we've got wide play. Oh my god. With the width that this team has, this is the kind of game that could be a proper confidence boost for everybody involved. Kowalski, Lucinio over the bar. I'm really excited to see how this plays out. Matcha, they did. That's how much they love it. Everyone's favourite. And everyone's favourite Pokemon too. Matcha Pikachu. What a guy. Surprised that isn't a thing. You're right, yeah. Luckily, if Motor do win, it's okay because it's the cup. Motor will somehow find a way to win the cup this season despite not even being in it anymore. That's how much they're there to piss us off. This feels like the type of game that we could genuinely score 7 or 8 goals. And I quite like that. Just because we do need to show... That's a nice little pass there from Steinbergen. How many times is he going to get... Yeah, Arca will almost certainly win the cup again. No, we will lose the final to Arca. Oh, they're actually playing right now against Górnik Zabrze. Having Arca win the cup 3 years in a row would be quite funny. Just because they won it first while they were a second-tier side. And as a result, have been playing in Europe ever since then. And winning the cup every single year, which is just kind of fun. We've not actually hit a shot on target yet, which is a little concerning. Mostly because they keep getting a defender right in at the last second. The mountain is... That is not a... it's not the best pass, actually, from... Oh, go on. Montparnasse! There we go. Stefan Montparnasse. He reminds us that he actually is a footballer sometimes. And to be fair, he's got nearly as many goals this season as Naeem stuff. I'm going to say this is a good pass from Kowalski. It did make Coffee do a bit of running for it, but he kind of catches them out with the earlier cross there. It's just nice to see Stefan Montparnasse scoring a header. It's not really his wheelhouse. First shot on target of the match, though. So there's that. Naeem's I don't think he was even out for this game technically, because I had the ability to play him, I think, from the start of this game. I just chose to rest the team. So I think it was one of those sort of tight calf. I didn't actually look at it, to be fair. I suspect it was likely a tight calf, because if he was available for today, it was probably one of those 1 to 2 day injuries, and it was lower leg. So I'm guessing probably something like a tight calf. So he'll certainly be available for the next game of the weekend. Oh, Kowalski. Oh, I really want our boy to score a goal. He's getting in there. Oh, Joao Carlos blocked again. This is potentially got bloodbath written all over it. We're getting a lot of shots today. Like a lot of shots. Oh, what a cross. John just does things, man. He and Alvarez are very different types of players. John feels like he'll score goals in this system. Alvarez feels like he creates goals. I think John has got nearly double-digit goals himself this year. So yeah, an orange knock. I think if we'd left him on, it could have been much worse. Steinbergen on pen. No, I want to like Steinbergen organically be as good as he can, you know? Oh, look at this. That's a bold choice. Because he nearly scored in the last game completely from open play. Or it was like the breakdown of a set piece. It's just nice seeing a few of our youth guys in the team. Maybe it could have even put Molsky in, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, look at this from John. Oh, imagine. Oh! Alvarez just doesn't do that. He doesn't have that drive towards goal kind of brain wiring. He's more got the drive towards the byline and drop something across type of thing. Is this an assist for Kowalski? Nah, Joao Carlos will get it. But look at this. Shapes inside, shimmies it past one or two of them, and then they just can't catch him. He's completely gone at that point. It's just a lovely finish from John. Oh, I'm so happy with him. I'm glad that he's... There was a time, maybe a year and a half ago, when Alvarez had just dominated that year, and John was barely playing. And I thought, maybe he's a guy that gets sold. I know he wasn't a Scourge player, but I was thinking about it to make room because he wasn't going to play anymore. But he really has a massive mullet. Oh, it's better than that, Weasel Farmer. Kowalski, one of the youngsters, he has full-on, nearly like arse-length hair. It goes all the way down to his arse. It's incredible. Look at him there. You can see how long it is. That's like halfway down his back. It's... Oh, he's gone for it. Oh, over the bar. He's got a full-on... He's like a dark-haired Andre Voronin. We should really just call him the... He's like a Witcher. He looks like a dark-haired Geralt of Rivia, which works on so many levels. Any gems on the filters this season? I don't know, actually. We've spent a lot of money, but a lot of that was on more established talent. I think... Oh, that's a great pass. I'm trying to think of the best sort of filtery player we signed this year. Drop it back to him. Oh, it's beautiful. This is more like it. This is what we should be doing. There was that Brazilian guy. Actually, yeah, there was a Brazilian dude we signed from the Brazilian freebies who came in and had 5-star PA as well. So there's been a few, but it's mostly just because it's a sort of scattergun approach. So eventually we're going to sign some good guys. But a couple of the Brazilians we picked up this year on freebies have been above and beyond. Like Augusto last year was exceptional. There was another guy this year who came in quite good. There's a Japanese guy we picked up who looked way better than as well. Heartsy bits. Ooh. It was Mikey Moore that scored for Rangers, right? Quite early on. I think it was 9 minutes, my phone said, when I went to the bathroom. Not that that's likely to have changed. This does at least feel like we might be getting towards my sort of wanting 6 or 7 goals in a game type of... Oh. Sure, why not? That's how we defend stuff. I like it when the game does get deflections like that, and it seems like it doesn't have the goalkeepers programmed in a way to actually do anything. They just sort of stand there. Still not shooting on target enough today. We have got worse at that more recently, and I don't quite know why. When we look at the player stats at the end of the season, the number of shots that these three here have had is crazy. Yeah, Molsky can get on now. It's 3-0. We'll be Gucci. Provided he made the bench. Oh, he did, thank God. I wasn't sure if it had chopped him off the bench due to... Sure, I'll actually take him off for the Momper. Give the Momper a bit of a rest. I daren't bring on Piatkowski because he does genuinely embarrass me in games. We'll just make that one sub at halftime to get Molsky 45 minutes because he's earned it, really. He is the one player of the three. Obviously, Steinberger's brand new, but Molsky was genuinely contributing in matches. Whereas Kowalski obviously plays in a role where he gets less contributions in general. But I would like to see Kowalski grab a goal or two because think about it, that Jens is usually the guy playing in that role. And think how many goals Jens gets a season. It's usually a good amount. Coffee! Oh, big save. I think Jens might be getting close to double digits. Match ups have dropped so much. I think he's just not played as much. We've had to just go best foot forward a lot of the time, and throwing in a youngster like that isn't always as viable when you've got a genuine title threat. But I get the feeling that he may well be... And also, with Montperouse, I can't really drop him as frequently because as a star player, the only star player at the club, he will just kick off about it, as we've already seen. Although maybe at this point, it might be worth doing at some point anyway, because then when he does kick off, we just throw him back in again. They've got a guy called... I think his name is David Madrid. I recognise the name. Oh... But nice to get a clean sheet as well. El Luto, thank you very much for the follow. Who do you support, my friend? And welcome aboard. Spez as well. That must have been when I was in the bathroom. Thank you so much for the follow as well, my friend. It's okay, Matt. You can talk slower. It's going to be all right. I made a bold choice of wearing a grey jumper today as well, given that, you know, grey and sweat patches don't go especially well together. But luckily, I found a way around it, and that was to wear a grey t-shirt underneath the grey jumper. But if I do get too hot, it is going to be full Rain City Bitch Pigeons t-shirt underneath, because I don't get a chance to wear it that often. Fuck it. Maybe I can bring on Feeler, actually. I feel like Feeler has completely stopped existing. Never mind, we've done that now. And who is the bench, actually, these days? I'll bring Jens on into a more forward position. Give him a chance. Further up the pitch, perhaps. The rest of the team is kind of just defensive roles for the most part. Yeah. Hello, Hazard. Looking for the diamonds in the rough. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you still got to know where to dig. And what the filters do is give you the rough idea. Think of the filters like really vague mining equipment that kind of tells you, hey, dig in this general area and you might strike gold. But it's not going to find it for you. Sometimes it actually does, but very rarely is it that accurate. But it's just enough. Whereas before, with the way that a lot of the game's base tools are, you're sort of just shooting in the dark. Oh, go on, Coffee. Oh, it's good. An assist for Jersey. That, I mean, he did nothing there. Hey, if there's a gold rush, don't be the one digging for gold. Be the one selling shovels, all right? Like, this is nice. I mean, Jersey just passes him the ball in fairness, but hey, someone had to do it. It's the fact that he shapes to go outside again and then just cuts it inside both of them onto his weaker foot, no less. Drives into the space. They don't go with him, and he's just absolutely clarted that top bins. It's not going to quite be the 7-8-0 win, but it's something. And a good performance today from Jersey. He's really been stable in the midfield. Ticking it over, looking good. Keep digging. Yeah, you just got to kind of hang on in there. It's about numbers. Once you get to a stage where you've got a decent number of scouts, like a really good number, you can fly through hundreds of players, and it's usually worth doing it with those types of filters. That's going to be a penalty. Or Mopper's not on the pitch, so I don't know who will take this. Probably... Actually, don't know. Maybe Vanetti? Actually, don't know who's, like... We don't have a penalty taker set up. We just let the game decide as and when, I guess. A natural disaster stuff. It does feel like that, Andrew. Then again, last night, we were a bit... shit. It's the first time we played badly in the entire playoffs, I would say. Like, properly badly. Good finish from Vanetti. Needed that. But... it does certainly seem that way. Because if that's the worst we play, then fine. I think I won't be worried until we lose a game at home. So if we can win game 4, at that point, it's, you know, you get 3 shots at winning 1. I'd expect us to do it. And I think in the conference final will actually probably be an easier time because Minnesota are very good. Yeah, exactly. This works perfectly in Poland because every club is mining for gold. It seems that Motor have struck it a bit more frequently. And I wonder if that's just because, for whatever reason, they seem more prone to signing players, Spanish Scourgy types of guys. And they seem to benefit from it not only more than the other Polish sides, but they benefited from it earlier. I noticed that the first couple of teams that picked up those types of fellas were Motor. Those 2 dudes, Marty and Trevino, both of whom, if I remember correctly, have declared for Poland. They were the first 2 dudes to naturalise for Poland as well because they joined the league so early in the save. They just seem to start shopping there way too quickly. Yeah, they maybe had like a Spanish scout or a Spanish coach or somebody at the club that already had that Spain knowledge that allowed them to get a head start. Because they really do feel like the Sweetie United of this save now, where I think they're pretty much, unless things go terribly for them soon, have established themselves as the second best team in Poland, both in Europe and domestically, and now over more than one season as well. Ah, Vanetti again. This might still have a chance, actually. Coffee? He's setting it up for someone. I can feel it. Oh, go on. Herrera. Oh, good save. Speaking of good saves, there was a save that I think it was that Kelleher. No. Yeah, it was Kelleher. Against City last night. I think it was the one, I think it was off of Foden. Absolutely unreal save. And ultimately, it meant nothing. But it was a genuinely brilliant reflex save. Wish my goalkeepers could reflex like that. Kowalski! Oh, my eyes lit up. I thought this was the moment for the man. Do not talk about that game. Are we both cooked for Europe, or do you reckon you've still got a chance? Abu Coffee makes it 6. Come on. Vanetti with the assist. He's done well off the bench today, actually, to be fair. Goal from the penalty spot, admittedly, but gets the assist there. Coffee's on a 9.8. We're cooked. So, I didn't look at the league table yesterday after the match because I was too depressed about that with Fulham, but who is actually in the European places now? I'm assuming Brighton are kind of looking locked at this stage. And I imagine Bournemouth now, with beating us, are on 55 points as well. So I guess Bournemouth and Brighton look locked in, generally speaking. But is that 6th and 7th? Because potentially it could go down deeper than that, no? Maybe from 6th, yeah, they're going to need to at this point. Just found a great scout. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, yeah. So Zlatan, I think, has something that means he becomes a scout more frequently, because I'm pretty certain that Zlatan is one of my scouts too. So he must have something that makes him become more of a scout than a coach. I don't know, unless that's just what he does in real life now. Maybe he does. That might be it. Because I think I've just implied that he's still playing somehow, even though that's clearly not the case. Either way, that was more like it. Arca, of course, are in the final. So they're in the final for the 3rd consecutive year. But we're finally in the final. We've not been in the final for ages. Active players, but I don't know if Zlatan actually is an active player, is he? Because in theory, he's probably... like, he can't still be technically an active player, right? Can I do this? There we go. Okay, luckily no one did anything off the bench. We're good. Oh, no, yeah, that does make sense. I know that you can put things in place for that, which is what I believe Hadrian did with some of the Patreon regions, or in fact, presumably all of them. The idea being that, of course, that way when they do retire, some of them have, unfortunately, people will be able to continue as managers as well, which is a shame that the keep history after retirement thing doesn't work. Got Arca in the final. We absolutely can't let Arca in the final, simply because we need wins at the moment. And the board were a little bit on our back because we'd not won the title for a few years. So we very much do need to win that. Player of the match. Coffee just got 22 points in one game. That could change things a lot at the top of the table. It does, actually, because Gordo now takes the lead. Mostly thanks to having Abu Coffee, I would say. It's very tight up there, though. Right. Good performance. Nice. We progress. Oh, they got a red card, too, actually, which probably didn't help them, I suppose. Honestly, guys, so do I. I've got sort of Willian-induced PTSD. Oh, damn it. I broke it again, didn't I? Wait, was he on a gold route? 10 hours. Okay. I understand now the idea of that he wasn't doing that well lately, because clearly he wasn't. Hopefully, though, that's what perks him up and gets him going for the remainder of the season. We should Motor to start dropping a few more points as well, which would definitely help. Yeah. Yeah, if the league slips up, which I still don't think it will now, I think... Wow! Fair play, Stuttgart. Jamal Musiala gets a hattie, but that's impressive. Respect. Ah, it's fixed again. Nice. Final build nation. Usually the plan, not that it's ever happened, has been to take over another team in Poland that we quite like the look of. So for me at the moment, it probably would be someone like Polonia, or maybe Puszcza Niepomice, just because they have become like our pet team lately. What was that news article about Arca? I'm assuming that was cup matches specifically it was talking about there. I'm guessing. Break consecutive wins record. Arca have won... Arca have won 17 games in a row in the Polish Cup. That's actually insane. I mean, they've won it twice in a row, obviously, so that's been part of that. But that's still extremely impressive that they've managed to do that. So we find out they were runner-up to Lech Poznan that season as well. No, they weren't. But the fact that they've won it back-to-back years and are now in the final again, about to be 18, you're probably not. You're not wrong. We'll find a way to screw it up. Fabrice Racone, what's he been up to? Oh, dear. The last thing Brookbet needs is that. As we only need to generate the players. That was second season, I think. It wasn't done to generate players. It was actually just done to have context and provide more fun stuff for the save so we could actually look at the other leagues. The background stuff I do to generate the players is done through the actual database setup initially, so we didn't really need it for that. If anything, I wish we hadn't in many ways. Ian Santa Maria. I believe it was pre-pronounced Ian. I actually misread that flag. It looked a bit like Ethiopia's flag for a moment. That would have been even better if he was called Ian from Ethiopia. I'd be well on board with that. But yeah, I don't think we'll get fired. We might have been in a bit of trouble if we'd have lost the league this year. He says as if he's won the league yet, and he's only 2 points clear. But were we to lose the league, and also the cup, that might be enough for the board to actually have had enough of us, given the early knockout of the Champions League, combined with the league misfortune. I don't even think we've been that bad in terms of points this season. It's just that Motor are way better than normal. We have 63 points. Last year we won the league with 84, 79, 83. So we're usually hovering around the low 80s. I don't know if we can even catch that, to be fair. We've got 6 games to go. Yes, we are down a little bit this year, in fairness, but they are also much better. When you look at the number 2 teams for most years, like 66 points, 70 for Legia, that was impressive, 71, 69, nice, 68, 64. I would expect Motor this year to easily be into the mid-70s with points. Face out of your 4 meter, have I? That's the real quiz. That's amazing. It looks like a fighter jet. I'm here for it. Good season previously. Well, yes, but they also had the disappointment in the Champions League last season, which we failed to meet requirements there too. And in addition, we've also failed to meet the requirements for the Polish Cup for the last couple of years too. Hence, Arca winning it. Because you'll have noticed that as much as Arca had won the Polish Cup the last 2 years, it wasn't like we were the ones that won it before that. I'm pretty certain it's been about 5 years since we won the Polish Cup. Yeah, Legia, Lech Poznan, Arca. We've not won it for ages, so we really do need to do that. Oh, to do a job? Well, they will. There's really no reason why they wouldn't do, so that is simply not a consideration. There is no scenario in which a Polish side wouldn't offer us a job, because think about it. We've won 9 Polish titles in a row, a Champions League. Our reputation is through the roof. Every single club in Poland would want to give us a job, even if we were much worse than that, in fairness. But yeah, they 100% would. The only team that probably wouldn't do is Cracovia, and that's fine. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm absolutely fine with them offering us a job. Oh, Motor away at Gornik now. But that's the reason that I think over long term, eventually Cracovia are going to fall out of the top flight and never come back, because they will never take a loan player from us and are having to do it all by themselves. And eventually that is going to come back to bite them, because they will just simply not be able to keep up. Right, Piaslowice. Lucinio can probably do the resty rest here, which means Kwesiolpud comes back in. That's okay. The bench will have to remain likely how it is, unless anyone new is there that is allowed to play. Oh, John, back in, of course. And then Alvarez will return to the bench when I can find him again. Probably for Piakowski, honestly. We don't need 2 right-backs on the bench. Realistically. Not when we've got Coffee around, anyway. Can never go wrong with Coffee. Where's he gone? There he is. Steinberger, though. 7.3 average rating. Was he not already 2 stars? Oh, no, you're right. I don't think he was. How is his tackling and marking going up? Who is this man? Have we accidentally got, like, the next genuine worldie? I mean, I know he looks good now, but he's actually already improving. I guess match day exposure so early in his career is going to be incredible. He's got a better average rating this year than any of the other defenders. Admittedly, they never played Champions League games, but still, that's incredible. Molski and Kowalski will stay on the bench for this one. But if we get more of a lead, I will start to switch it over to them. Oh, fuck. Who did I take out then? Oh, because Piakowski, innit? Someone else is going to have to drop out for Piakowski. Probably have to Lahi, right? Who am I not realistically bringing in? Actually, Michael Fieler, to be honest. He'll probably be sold in the summer. Greatest achievement in FM? I don't know, actually. Part of me would say winning the Champions League in Season 7 at this stage, but I don't think that counts just because of the Spanish Scourge thing that really was a driving factor in that, even if we didn't realise it at the time. I genuinely do not know. Chat, what would you say? Because it's hard to be introspective about things like this, because I just don't know. There's a few things that sort of... I think I put him on agility in the end. Agility and balance for a little bit, but we can swap them around a little bit if it's not having the effect. Line is actually 25 years old. Yes. He's getting away with it at the moment because people just assume he's fairly tall for his age because he's Dutch. Make it a full-time job. Do you know what? Actually, Chris, that's probably the answer. Yeah. The biggest FM achievement is managing to make FM my job. It's a great point, well made. Oh, I love that shot. That looks so nice. I love the bokeh that they add on it. It's cool. As for in-game, I'm just trying to think of saves. Like with getting Malta to second in the coefficients was pretty, I would say, was impressive, but I genuinely don't know. There's just been so many different saves, there's so many different outcomes in them. It's just so tough to like pinpoint a thing as an achievement. Because you win the Champions League in virtually every save we do, other than Outcast of Icons actually, where we didn't. Maybe that was my biggest achievement, was not winning the Champions League. Do you know what, Invertus? You might be right. As far as like where I would be aiming and goals to go with it, the season in Hungary where we'd set things up so much that Hungary had 3 teams in European finals. They had a team in the European final of every single competition in the same season. That was truly like a crowning achievement, if you like, of of building a nation at least. Because that's after all the goal. I mean, the goal after all is, of course, to win the coefficient chart race, but that's a lot more difficult. We've still not managed to do that yet. I mean, this year, actually, if England weren't so crazy OP right now, maybe there'd be a chance. But Spain is certainly helping us with that a little bit. If those two take points off each other and we continue to improve and just maintain top 4 spot, it could start to happen if the other teams start to catch up with us, which they definitely are. See, for example, this year's league title races. Hertha Dahl drills one over the crossbar. You'll love to see it. Actually, do you know what? Greatest achievement for me probably was Aaron and I winning the Croatian Cup final, playing my meme tactic during an esports event. That might be one of the more risky things I've done, but it worked out in the end, which is the crucial part. Premier League, what tactic to use? Can you recommend one to me? Well, actually, what I would say, Slurpsking, firstly, welcome in, is if you've got Coventry City promoted, obviously they're one of the favourites for the title and presumably one of the best teams in the Championship that year anyway. So you obviously know enough to be able to get them promoted in the first place. And I'm not one of these people that generally wants to change their tactic too much, because it generally, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So you probably won't need to change too much to start with anyway. I would suggest genuinely just entering the season with your current tactical setup, sign players that you think are going to help maybe make that better, and then if it doesn't work out after 10 matches, then maybe start to think about tactical changes. But you don't always need to change your tactics as much as you think you do. I think sometimes people get thrown into the idea of having to constantly tweak things, and sometimes it's best to not. Like, take stock, be more patient with it, and let it sort of come to you in a way. Go on. Somebody have a shot here. We're still 0-0, by the way. We're looking very much like our old selves again. Oh, all 3 of them lost. Yeah, I think when we did it, 2 of them lost as well. I'm pretty certain we were one of them. I think that was the year that Kishvarda won the Europa League over Manchester City, which was incredibly cool. Save as long as Outcast of Icons. Outcast of Icons wasn't actually that long. I don't think. I can't remember what season we got to in OTI. Maybe 18? God, I wish I was the healthy person brain-wise that I am now, and was making the recaps like I am now for that save, because I actually think those would have been such fun-ass videos. I really do. It makes me excited for what the future holds on that type of stuff anyway. Yeah, actually representing England inside FM is pretty cool as well. I consider that an achievement, career-wise, I suppose, on a personal level. Click all the buttons. I mean, yeah, but that's fine. Z can do that because Z has the tactical knowledge and the incredible thousands of hours of ability to actually make those changes make sense to him.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
There are sometimes simpler ways to do it. You sort of have to work up to it, you know? Red Carp, thank you very much for the follow, friend. Hello, Rammers. How's it going, friend? Welcome in, everybody. They could limit left on, and it wouldn't even be that surprising, really, would it, when you think of who those teams are? Although I get the feeling that it's more likely that it's going to be PSG, Villa, Palace, as far as the winners, potentially. Tweet people, not tactic. Yeah, sometimes these smallest changes are all you need to make. A good example of this is we've had 3 or 4 people come into streams over the last couple of weeks and say, hey, here's the situation, this is what's going wrong. And Chat and I generally have suggested 1 or 2 changes, like tiny little things, or like 1 position, 1 tactical instruction tweak, and it can make a huge difference. One of them, it was just changing the goalkeeper you were using to a different dude. And that's all it takes sometimes. It's the simple little things. Okay, cool, Red Cop. So I guess my first question is, I'm assuming you've never done one of these saves before. So there's loads of tips, but I guess it's trying to narrow that down, because obviously I have a 40-minute video that goes through all the tips about this exactly. So I guess the first question is, can you be a bit more specific about what exact tips you're looking for? Like, is it to do with choosing a club, choosing the nation, the actual mechanics you want to focus on when you start the save, or is it all of those things? Because if so, I can still help, but I want to make sure that I'm being as helpful as I can. So I love the fact their manager's called Crocky Torty. How have we not scored a goal, by the way? Like, I'm yapping away, but we're still playing like shit here. I think, yeah, I mean, the scouting stuff, that's just because that's what I enjoy the most, I think. Finding players in FM, that's why I tried to start scouting regens as soon as possible in saves, and I do always worry that by doing that, I'm losing potential relatability for people with the save, sometimes. But then I've also thinking to myself, I don't know, I've done it enough by now, and people don't seem to lose interest in that. So actually, maybe I just have a different audience that prefers that kind of stuff instead. Please score, thank Christ. Okay, cool. Build up new gens is totally fair, you have to do that anyway. So the crucial thing with building a nation is to be choosing a nation that gives you the tools to actually be able to do it. And what I mean by that is some nations will have very restrictive squad rules on foreign players, which makes it very difficult for you, because obviously if you're going to be building the nation, you don't want to be signing all of the best homegrown players from the other teams in your nation. They need those to progress. So you need a nation that's got quite relaxed squad reg rules regarding the signing and use of foreign players. So that's kind of the first thing, which is why I like, for example, Poland and Hungary and Ireland and Austria. Those sort of nations are great for it because they are much more relaxed about it, and that makes a huge difference. Motor are currently bottling right now, as it happens, which would be nice. Another win. Never mind. I need to stop talking. I threw the jinx at the universe, and it didn't work, but now it apparently has worked. Managed both of them. That's cool, though. I really wanted to do a men's and women's double save for the beta, but I chose the team before the beta came out, and then we couldn't do that because they didn't have the women's team in the game. Next year, though, oh, nice. That will not be a problem, because I will likely choose the team based on that alone. Have I actually posited any? I feel like at one point I did actually throw out a couple of ideas for a team for the beta, and I forgot who it was. How's that going to be disallowed? No, it's not. Nice. Nice goal from Vanetti again, though. Seeing him grabbing a couple is a good sign. The world is healing ever so slightly. And Piasta are a decent team. These guys, despite their disappointment in Europe this year, having not got into the Conference League group, they are actually a decent team full of quite good players. So it'd be nice to see us put up a good home performance against them, start to just look a little bit better now. Wouldn't it be nice to get a bigger... Oh, go on, Jens. Oh, I love him. I want Kowalski doing that a little bit more. And I think over time, as he gets more confident and his ability generally grows, he will start shooting a bit more frequently like that. Now that we're 2-0 up, actually, now feels like a good time for those two lads. To be fair. He's on the bench, right? Oh, he's all the way up there. I've got so used to looking further down the list for these lads now, but they actually don't need to be. They're much further up now. The second he appears on here, that's how you know they're cooking. Right, Kowalski on as well. All three of the youth players are on now, which is nice. Makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Might get Alvarez on just to freshen things. Actually, might rest Naeem too. We're 2-0 up now. We should be Gucci. I would expect them to add quite a few women's leagues next year because it's such an easy thing to do in theory. Because now that they know, they'll have the data based on the playtime numbers for it. Now, obviously, it'll be a little bit skewed because FN26 has been a disaster in terms of playtime numbers in general. So hopefully they use that relatively. Okay, sure, John. I love him so much, man. How's he doing that? He's just gone, no, actually, I know there's a goalkeeper in the way, but I'm going to just drive the ball through you. That's the second time today we've scored a goal while I'm making tactical tweaks. But the sort of smaller leagues, not even small leagues, relatively speaking, they're smaller, but the still quite large women's leagues in certain nations, oh, it deflects, I see, will probably still be available license-wise relatively cheap, you'd think. Back next year. It's supposed to be back this year. That's what we've been promised, allegedly. So, if there's nothing about it this year, I would genuinely be baffled about that, because that would just be a thing they can't really afford to have. Right, so basically, Wilksy, the loan video was supposed to come out Friday, but I got distracted building the pretty much finished version of the transfer room in automation system, which is essentially this close. If you missed it earlier, hang on one sec. It's nearly finished now. The only thing I need to do is add in some more presets for people, but I'll need some help with that potentially and get some testing done on it. But essentially now it allows you to select your screen resolution, set your text scaling, so that way it knows exactly where to click on the screen. You can save and load requirement lists as well, so you don't have to worry about losing them if you make loads of them as well. It's got a big tutorial at the bottom as well. It's nearly there. So I basically, yeah, that was the reason. I've decided lately to just, on any given day, see where my brain sat, and it was like, right, because basically I had to figure the maths out, and I did. So I knew that if I tried to do the other thing, I would spend the entire day thinking about that. I was like, you know what, if we're going to get something done, it may as well be this thing in this particular scenario. So I figured that was a good use of time, which means that the loan farm video will be made on Wednesday, because it's already done, basically. I just literally need to record and edit it, which might not sound like, that might sound like loads of stuff, but that's actually the easy part most of the time. Oh dear. Hello, Wills. How's it going, friend? Oh, God. Goalkeepers. Who'd have them, eh? What are they for? Why are we here? Ay. Yeah, I haven't really had a chance to sit and like properly do a women's team save yet. I wanted to get one with Fulham going at some point, but I just don't have the time more than anything else. Well, they also, because obviously with the way that FM get licenses for players, it works differently. So they are negotiating with the player unions instead. So that's why we're going to get way more women's players than there were actively added teams in terms of licensing, which is cool. I've actually to work. Oh dear, out for a nice walk. You'd love to see it. It's actually even the best weather for a walk today. It's a little bit colder. Yesterday it was gorgeous. I really wish I was out doing more stuff, but instead I just kind of went for a haircut. And you might be thinking, wow, he's not talked about the crazy stories from Emma. That's because she actually had a very subdued time for the last couple of months and didn't really have a lot to update me on in that sense for once. It's a rare say. It's a rare time. Lamborn, thank you very much for the 15 months, friend. Hope you're having a fabulously satiating Sunday. They still win. We still win. Nothing has really changed, but that is more like it from us there in terms of quality of team. The game's over. Oh. It's very well. I mean, other than the obvious things that are on the line here, is that we're only 2 points clear at the top of the league still, which is kind of rubbish. Last few months, yeah, I've been trying to like guess people's teams when they follow, just because, not because it's some weird like engagement thing, really. I just find that fascinating. I like quizzes and guessing stuff, and I just find that I try to interpret it from their names, because sometimes it's really obvious, because it'll be like Jeffrey AFC, and you can usually assume it's likely Arsenal, right? But sometimes it's way more hidden. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, Digital Dog. I thought it was very odd that we hadn't heard anything. I wouldn't expect any releases or anything. It was just odd that we'd not seen anything. I mentioned you before. No, but I'm happy to try. Huddersfield Town. I have no idea why I think that. Just genuinely no idea. It's a new thing I've been trying out. Torquay United, that was not even close. They share some... Do they even share some letters? Want a hint? I mean... St. Pat's. From across the pond. So I thought that you might be from across the pond. And my brain... Do you know genuinely why? My brain went, Courageous Curry. Is that a random reference to Steph Curry? And I was going to say something to do with like... some basketball, some city that Steph Curry had played in. Maybe it's a team that was based there. That was how my brain went. It's United. There you go. It's United. Problem solved. You're welcome. I knew it. This Eblin guy is actually kind of goated. He just gets his team of the week. Oh, does that mean that Legia didn't lose? Hey, they won a game. Holtby played there. Oh, that feels surely Hamburg, right? A United. There's only one United. I'll leave that up to you which one it is. Look at him. I'm dodging. I'm bubbing. I'm weaving. They may have tied them up, but it just seems an odd decision. Oh, we didn't have fantasy last game. You're absolutely right. My apologies. Manchester. Well, that... I was waiting for the big reveal. It's like Manchester United. I like the way you built that up, actually. It was fascinating. That's impressive. For Tottenham, no. I just figured that it wasn't likely to be Tottenham in that case. I loved Lewis Holtby at Fulham briefly when he was on loan there. Hungary is great. I would always suggest to start as a second tier side, Red Cop, unless you're in a really small league, generally speaking, because you want to make sure that you're adding a new team to the top of the table, if you like, rather than just improving a team that's already there. Because the teams that are good now, you'll need them to help you later. So if you improve one of them, you lose a team that can help you, essentially. But it's always fun because there's usually a couple of randomly kind of interesting history teams that are knocking about in the second division of pretty much any nation at any given time. So, for example, when I did Hungary, it was MTK Budapest, of course. Instead of, oh, mate, 100%. Like, people support teams for the weirdest reasons. The reason I support Fulham is because I didn't have a local team that I cared about. My family wasn't super into football. When I was like 12, 13, I just started watching Match of the Day on a Saturday evening, and I just really liked the Fulham players that they had. This was in the era of like your McBride, Sahars, Malbronx, Boa Mortes, and something about that just made me go, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, why not? Fantasy points, yes. My apologies. Keep me honest, chat. Not possible. I am a massive liar. My name isn't even Matt. It's Card. Whoa. Forgot I had that full screen still. Got to delete some of these screenshots. Okay. That one likely will be a bit more traditional in terms of the points coming through. Really liked hummus. I'm more into the Victoria Sponge, actually, Doc, as it goes. I do really like a Victoria Sponge. Pog and I bought one a couple of weeks ago from Tesco's. Just I say a little one. You know what I mean when I say a little one. That was like half each type of jobby, you know? No clean sheet. Man of the match, obviously. Which will be going to Mr. John, of course. With real names. Yeah, I think it's not so much that, Andrew. I think it's just that when you do online content creation as a job, and I've never gone out of my way to like hide my name per se. It's just one of those things that you sort of always keep a little bit under wraps just in case, I suppose, I guess. So it doesn't make me uncomfortable so much as it being like one of those things that you sort of have to be a little bit careful with within reason, I guess. I think in FM it's a little bit more chill, of course, but you know, the cat's out of the bag anyway, yeah? Like when I first started making FM content, I used to use a pseudonym name as my manager's name before I did the thing with the managers like I do now. Well, exactly, yeah. I'm at least not a woman that you know of, in fairness. What days of my life? So Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, obviously like today, 11 till 3, so during the week, and then 10 till 2 on Sundays, because that way it coincides with the usual 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League, essentially. Those are generally the stream days. Pretty much consistently. Occasionally I'll have a Sunday. I tend to take one Sunday off a month as well, because 6-day weeks, albeit in this job that I enjoy, can still sometimes get a bit much sometimes, so I tend to do that. Plus Pog insists upon it. I do try to track my hours now, which is interesting. About the playoffs, they're caught spying on Middlesbrough opponent. No, but I do believe Aaron should be reprimanded for his role in this, and Everton should be deducted 6 points as well, importantly. That's the part we're all missing here. New Hawk 6. Thank you very much for the gifted sub.
They are building
Sorry, not for the gifted sub. For the follow. And Watford Wizard, we were about to see, wasn't me being presumptuous, with the gifted sub to Awood. Thank you very much, man. That's very kind of you, sir. And New Hawk 6. Who do I think you support? I'm going to go York City. Me feeling uncomfortable? You feeling uncomfortable? What, did you actually believe my surname was Card? Channel's not called Second Name Card. Jesus.
Cooper, do not hate
If it was, I could forgive
me.
you, but
I am familiar
Jesus
with
Lord.
over 600
Canino.
dance moves
Good
and I am
name.
programmed
Thank you for the
to get
follow.
freaky.
Who do you support? I'm going to guess Vittoria de Guimaraes. Don't ask why. To walk to. Interesting. I know a lot of people treat the VODs like podcasts, and I that's cool. That's really cool. But if you do like podcasts, disrespect me. Oh, I have actually. Do you know what? All I can do now is fall on my sword. That would have been way better if I wasn't already standing on one leg. Doing my teapot poses has now been dobbed, which is nice. 1.25 speed is crazy work. I speak in 1.25 speed, bro. Come on. Do I have to talk even faster? Nice. I'm glad we got off. We got off on the wrong foot, but that's okay. VOD comments, yes. Let's do it. I actually have a podcast these days as well. You actually get to do an official podcast too. Let me just close some of these windows so I can actually finally see what we're doing again now and get the VOD comments up now that we've remembered. Particularly as it's literally flashing at me in the bottom of the screen as well. Okay. Transfer windows need lining up. Trying to sell a play for 45 million. Went to sign 3 other players. Premier League window closed 2 days before La Liga's. It is weird that they, I feel like at one point, were far more in sync, but suddenly have shifted. And you think that's bad? Try managing in Poland, actually. Our window shuts like a week after the main European window, but in January it doesn't open until the 19th of January. So we lose loads of players at the start of the window sometimes and can't sign anybody for 3 weeks. It does kind of suck. I do wonder if there was something they could do about that, just have universal transfer windows, but probably a lot more difficult, right? Only audio to take in. I suppose so. I am trying to get better at public speaking, and by that I mean trying to be more patient with my speech. They are very weird, aren't they? So next one. Centre-back covering with a super aggressive pressing system. This is the thing, though. If you actually look at the numbers conceded, we're not conceding many goals or chances most of the time. And that's the issue. Because we only conceded 3 goals in the Champions League phase this season, and there was very few chances being given up. And I'm not sure that's going to be enough for me. I definitely feel like that's something that could work. I'm just not sure in the current system that we play, would that likely do a great deal for us. Although, that being said, if it happens 3 years in a row, I would be tempted. I don't believe that is a bug, pleb. No, I think that is actually how the Polish transfer systems work. It's just really off-centered in January, likely because of Poland's winter break, perhaps. And because they're not considered like a European power so much. So they feel like they don't need to have it quite so in sync, in theory. And lastly, this is an interesting topic to do with detail level and stuff. So the general opinion I get from this is that you play like that to make the game harder. Totally fair. The only reason that I totally understand that. The problem is, quite simply, I could not do that for content, because if we turned on other leagues to playable with high detail as well, we would progress maybe 4 seasons in the year due to the sheer slowdown that you get with the additional processing. Like, having done the tests for this sort of stuff when I do my database optimization videos at the start of a game cycle, the amount of extra processing power that is required for having all the extra leagues switched on, not just to playable, but to high detail on top of that, is extreme. And I'm also not entirely sure how much of an effect having those high detail actually changes the decisions that the clubs make. I'm pretty certain it will definitely affect the development of players differently, because they are being simulated more so than the more casual one. But I don't know how much it would affect the way that the teams actually behave, in fairness. But each to their own. If you have an ability to do that and the patience, then fair play. But it's just not something that I could ever personally do. Not the club. I thought that was the way it worked. I thought the high detail is essentially just meaning that the games are being fully simulated to a level that is more extreme. In the same way that I have the European matches for the entire tier of Europe set to high detail, so that way we don't get any weird rep rolling. Although, as I'm sure you're aware, it doesn't stop it, of course. Ooh, nobody on there. Wow, Midland have had a bit of a down year, it seems. Any fun names, at least? Oh, actually, wait. Nah, I thought we were going to get a cool surname there, but no, sadly not. Injury stats and stuff. Be more accurate, yeah, for sure. I think if you're doing Moneyball, high detail would definitely be a way to go, because I think that's why some of our stats are a little bit squiffy. But it really does slow things down an awful lot. I actually was doing a test for just running a basic database test to have a look to see if there's any weird FM stuff in there, just for the memes, during FM24. And I accidentally had it all set to high detail, ran it overnight, came back and it had done a 2.5 seasons. I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me. Looked, and that was the reason. Then I ran it again without the high detail, just set to playable, like an Outcast to Icons database, and it got like 15 years. And I realized just how much of an effect having that extra processing actually does to slow down the game. Even on a supercomputer, I imagine it would still be quite the hit. And obviously one of the things I've tried to focus on with this season especially, but going forward in this save, is to progress through the seasons a little bit faster. So this is actually going to be a 5-stream season, whereas previously we've had 7, sometimes even 8 streams per season. And at this stage, we really do want to be progressing a little bit more, which is why I'm sort of dedicating a stream to the transfer window, and then Champions League, January/Youth Intake, season finale, where you hopefully get to a Champions League final, except we don't, because we're rubbish. From high detail. So the way you do it is, forgive me if I've bugged this up, because I haven't touched it in this save. Oh, it's literally here, detail level. So inside here, you can select all the information that you want. So you select, that's international stuff. But if we're looking at European continental competitions, you can see here that under Europe men, I have all competitive matches selected. So this is going to do max detail for all the European games. But if you do domestic, this will show you the leagues you've got switched on. So for example, if I go to England here, or France, despite it being set to playable, I have the detail turned down, which, oh no, it's not playable, sorry, it's view only. So I have the detail switched down, which means that it's using the sort of the casual simulation tests rather than the default full. So it would be worth your time, perhaps, in your save to just go through and have a look at what you've got set. Because there's some quite detailed things you can have a look at that could be weighing things down potentially and just taking longer than perhaps they need to. But you'll see, obviously, I have these all set to none, which does help with that a little bit. And with the with the international competitions, again, you can set different things as well. So it doesn't always have to be that. You can have latter stages, main stages. So that is just that would be the knockouts. That would be the group stages onwards, and that would be all games, essentially. But I do that in this save just to allow us to have a bit more reliability. So if a team is better, in theory, the simulation should go their way more frequently, perhaps. We noticed that in previous Building a Nation saves, sometimes having that switched off would cause way too much rep rolling to happen. It still happens, but it's way more infrequent. The 4th division in Egypt with 196 teams. How did that league table look? I imagine it looked actually quite similar to the Nigerian youth league table does, or did in my African Adventure save. It was bizarre. It was like 70 teams in it, and you just have to scroll and scroll and scroll. They didn't all play each other, of course. That would be silly, or would be one of Hadrian's databases. There we go. Michael Salmon from Tottenham. Menace who cooked the Bologna in the final. Wait, was he at Tottenham? Was Mohamed Salman, who was the guy at Bologna? Wait, has he moved to Spurs? Wait, I spelled his name wrong, didn't I? Oh, he is at Spurs. I don't know if he played against us in that game or not. I don't feel like I recognise his name. I feel like we'd have seen him in the matches. But he may have done. He played 10 games for Tottenham this year in the European competitions. He was exceptionally good, though. He absolutely annihilated... it was Motor, wasn't it? That shows that they really do have something there, because they got to the European final as well, before when they were a bit worse. I've already signed up the players I actually wanted here, I think, so we'll be okay with the rest of them. That is a hell of a spot. I definitely didn't notice that. Simeonets. So we actually found Simeonets last stream, I think, or maybe the one before. Because someone definitely did point out that we hadn't heard from him for a little while. He plays with Vidjev Woj now. And when I say plays, I mean doesn't play. I think he just gendered really high PA. Really high CA compared to his PA. And that's what made him look so good. But you can see that he played for a while, got exposed to first team football, got relegated with Jagiellonia, moved, and then just slowly but surely drowned down over and over and over. And now he's barely playing for Vidjev Woj in the second tier. Never got a Poland cap either, which is crazy. Second season at Wisła, massively picked up from the second half. Finished 7th, nice. Lost the cup final leg in his second tier. Oh, that's hilarious. That hasn't happened in this save yet, but it did come bloody close once. How did you manage that? Did they at least have first team players in the team? Like, spare your blushes a little bit, bud. Looking for regens. First team selection available, because that's going on it. Fair enough. 2 strikers of planted. That's awesome. What I'm looking for in regens, it depends on the position, obviously, right? But there are a couple of things that, generally speaking, I like to see on them regardless. Firstly, is a personality, if you can, that is one that is likely to come with high professionalism, or at least some kind of indication that it's not bad because of development purposes. Obviously, a scout's assessment that suggests that their potential is quite good, it helps, but it's not the be-all and end-all. If you look at their attributes and go, you know what, this guy could actually be quite good on his own, sometimes it's worth signing them anyway. Things I don't like... Players with low teamwork and work rate sometimes, but that's just because of the way I play tactically. So, for example, if I'm looking at defenders, I want their if they're young players, I want their tackling to be good, because it's really hard, almost nigh on impossible, to actually see it improve that much in a player. So you kind of want to be getting defenders whose tackling is good to begin with if they're young. So, for example, this guy from our intake this year already has 16. Did he have 16 before? Hang on, has his tackling gone up? I have to check this. Tackling doesn't improve, says streamer. And then... I think it was 60. Oh, I can't even see it. He's not even been here long enough. How's it gone up? Love this. Basically, this is what you want if you're looking for a centre-back. But then it becomes more... Spy apparently is, yeah. And his resolute personality, which is great to see as well. Yeah, but I swear the number was actually 15 before. And now it's 16. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'd have to go and check my screenshots. Okay, if we were to win this game and the gap remains decent in size, it might then be time to switch over to the youngsters for a little bit, give them a chance, because I do want to play them a bit today. It was at 15. Amazing. So yeah, it can improve, apparently. So we've learned today, it would seem. Is Lucinio ready to come back in again yet? Yeah, my guy. Actually, that being said, why would I when Kwasi Output is playing better and actually wants to play for us? 1,500%. Amazing. So yeah, it can improve, but you kind of... I rarely have... things I look for in every player. Intake was crap. No. The youth intake preview was crap. And the rest of the intake was kind of naff, but we also got him in it. We were not expecting it in any way because it wasn't in the predictions whatsoever. It was very much a case of we thought it was going to be ass, and most of it was, except for him, and I think he's exceptional. He's probably the best youth intake player we've ever had, and he might be the best youth intake player I've ever had in a Building a Nation save. I think he's probably better, starting off at least, than Janos Toth. The only player that could maybe give him a run for his money in terms of quality is actually another Polish player, Blaise Lisek, who I had back on the Building a Nation Poland in 2018. He's genuinely absurd. Oh, but Socorro wasn't Building a Nation. Yeah, but yeah, I would say he's probably the best. That intake I had on that save was probably the best youth intake I've ever had in FM, ever. I've never had a true golden generation where 4 or 5 guys from the same intake all became first team quality. Should we be able to train? Yes, but you can't. There is no direct way to train tackling. You just have to hope that it's improved. Generally speaking, I think I've seen a player's tackling go up by at most 2 in their entire careers. And that's for defenders that are like focused on that sort of stuff anyway. But yeah, there's not a lot you can do. What I mean is that there's not a lot you can do to train it and do not expect it to improve. So you kind of want to be... You don't want to be signing a defender going, hey, he's got 9 tackling, but it's fine, it'll get better. Because it likely won't. So you really have to sort of think about that. Jumping reach is important. I think it depends on what type of system you play. Jumping reach, obviously, I do focus on, of course. He's miles offside. Yeah, 186 PA is very, very high, of course. So maybe they're not that good. But it's always about not just their PA, but the way that PA is distributed, right? So they've got the ingredients, but how is that used? So I feel like with Janosch, he was good and definitely became an excellent player. But I wonder if the way that his PA was distributed was meaning that the meal wasn't quite cooked perfectly. Whereas it seems like Steinbergen could actually be a guy with definitely lower PA than that, for sure. But you might be able to make a delicious meal out of what he's got far easier, just because of the way that his attributes are already at currently, I suppose. But yeah, I always like, oh, here he comes again. Oh, this is what I mean. Alvarez just doesn't have that in his locker at all. I love this. John, that must be double digits for the season. I wish the game did show their goals per season, or how many goals they've got on the year when they score like it used to. It's just insane. Look at this little shimmy inside. Defender's got no chance here. Once he's through, has the patience to just put it back on his lefty. What a guy. But yeah, so with jumping reach on centre-backs, if you're playing a back two, or back to like two centre-back pairing, I do try to like have both of them be quite aerially dominant, but you can get away with it a little bit if one of them is a little bit shorter, provided he's got good technical ability and he's really quick. That sort of makes up for it. If I'm playing a back three, like we are, I feel like you can sort of carry a slightly shorter centre-back much more easily, especially if they're being asked to do things more technically on the ball. So say they've got really good passing and can bring the ball out from the back a bit more. As long as you don't play them in a situation where they're always going to have to be winning the headers, you can kind of get away with a shorter guy. I had a guy on, I think it was the MTK save or Treaty United called Luis Navio. I think he's a face in the game, actually, who was 5'10" and only had, I think, 11 jumping reach, but he was exceptionally good because he was so good technically and on the ball. The other thing to watch as well when you find players that are sort of high CA is sometimes if you look at their footedness, you might notice that they're really good on both feet. That eats a shitload of CA. Or eats a shitload of PA to actually have that. Does that count as a goal? Nice to see. 4-star Ooh, as in 4-star CA, that's incredible. That's actually kind of like what happened with us with the Tenerife save, where we got that actual golden generation. And the guy that we had, the goalkeeper, Socorro, I threw him into our first team at 16 for the memes, and then it turned out he was just really good, actually. Ended up being the Spanish national team keeper. How do you see that figure? So that's using what I did basically at the end of every save, I will go through. We do it. So actually, I realize this has not really been explained properly. So generally, a lot of you will be new to the streams this year. So after every save, when we're like officially finished, Reynoso was a purchase from Colo Colo, I think. When the save's officially over, we do a thing where I will simulate the save up to, well, as long as I can go, really, 50 years into the future. More difficult this year because of the keep history after retirement, so that's going to be less fun. But I'll do like yearly save points to make up for it this year. And then we have a stream where we just go through and chat can just look up whatever they want in it. So I put the database lookup things down to like 100 points. Oh, and people can just look anything they like. Yeah, that's what I'll do basically, Hadrian. I'll just make separate files every single year and then we can go through it like a bit more complex, but we'll figure it out. Motorola losing. And then we look through together. But one of the things I also do is we take the save file at its current state when we finish it, and then I'll run something like FMRTE over it, which will allow me to see things like the players' PAs and CAs, despite not having the editor switched on, essentially. So that will allow us to be like, hey, this guy actually was really good, which is where I still hold vindication for the fact that Eric Bartos was like 190 PA, and they still take the piss. And I don't believe that's fair. Yeah, Toski's is not great. His passing is kind of ass. His vision is not particularly good. He can't dribble with the ball. I'd probably end up moving him perhaps even centrally if he gets a bit more good in the air. He is somewhat limited still, but he's also so young. Do what with him? You heard. But yeah, Reynoso I think was from Colo Colo if I remember correctly. The 96 PA value in it. We've actually not even been that good in this game. But this would extend the gap back to 5 points. I can start to feel a bit better. Like a rabbit and Roman, I take full responsibility. Like, he was a terrible signing. I think that the rabbit might have more legs to him, potentially. A lucky foot, you might say. But I'm a bit concerned about his PA as well. Oh, that's lovely from Vanetti. He's really gotten a lot better lately. He went through a terrible spell, but now I think he's scored in like every game for the last 3 or 4. John has had another absolute worldie of a performance. Vieira for pure hope. What do you reckon VRL's PA actually is? If I had to guess, it's probably like 120 at most. 6-legged rabbit, maybe. It's got caterpillar tracts, you know? Is that onside? Oh, 3-1 Celtic now. That's breaking hearts all over the shop, it seems, unless that goal is going to get disallowed. Pen in the arse. Stoyan. Ooh. Stoyan was extremely funny. There you go. We've scored a... How do you know a player has 168 PA when you don't numerical data? Sorry, just to clarify again. FMRTE allows you to see that. So you do have the numerical data, basically. It is able to see data in the game by presumably accessing memory addresses and stuff, and therefore it reveals that information to you. Big Six in England. How do you mean? I'm not sure who the Big Six are, I guess. I mean, in terms of clubs, teams don't have CAs per se. FMRTE. It stands for, I think, FM Real-Time Editor, I believe. It's just a real-time editor, essentially, but I've never used it for that in the past, at least. I certainly haven't now, but I think you have to pay for it if you want to use it as an editor. Was that third goal an absolute banger? Oh, it's my ear again. Oh, average of the big clubs. I actually don't know. Hadrian would probably know. Oh, no worries. Watford Wizard. But yeah, that's what it is. Overhead kick. It's nice to see the goal. I still hate it for Hearts. I mean, they're still in the driving seat in many ways, but they are now going to... It looks like they might have to actually not lose at that final day of the season, which is, you know, not an easy thing to do. We got Kowalski on again. Make my usual subbies. Where's he got? Oh, he's further and further up. Things you love to see. Man, I could do with a little resty rest. Get Lucidio on for a beat. And Naeem's actually had a bit of a slow day for us for once. A rarity these days. Genie Scout was the other one, yeah. I think that there was some... The other reason that RTE was really good is back when I was doing agent videos, RTE gives you access to things that even the real-time editor, like the in-game editor, doesn't. So it was really useful because you could actually see what contract offers were on the table. Sorry. You know, like when there's a free agent player and there's clubs bidding on them and it says they're being offered a contract. FMRTE would actually allow me to see what the contents of those contract bids were. And it was really useful in, for example, the Aaron Walker video to actually know what he was being offered, to know what the moves were likely to be, because otherwise I'd have no idea. And as his agent, obviously, that's information I would likely want to know. Go on, another one? We've really stepped it up now. I know it's only Pogon, but this is more like it from us. It looks like it's going to be likely another clean sheet here. Steinbergen will then, therefore, get another crazy good rating. Does Celtic have another game in hand midweek? Well, not another game in hand, but is there another fixture midweek that both Celtic and Hearts are playing? Because I think Hearts are playing Falkirk, if I remember correctly. That's much more like it from us, though. It's finally having a game where we're overperforming our XG a little bit. Go on, you could get another one here. Oh, he has got a couple of long-range bangers this season, to his credit. And not enough to go win man of the match today, because John's got a goal and an assist, as it happens. Yeah, Motherwell is not an easy opponent, as obviously Hearts found out last night. So maybe that could swing it back. I fear for them. I really do. I felt that they had to beat Motherwell last night, and then none of this matters, but it certainly becomes a lot less matterful. Oh, it's beautiful again. Regression. No, honestly. Signings for the future. Oh! So that might be goal of the season. That right there is goal of the season. And that's a hat-trick goal. What on earth? That's his hat-trick. What a strike from Beat Vanetti. If you've got tabbed out right now, now will be a good time to tab back in for a moment. Oh my God. That is the best goal I've seen all season. He could have struck that from Switzerland. Look at this. Pop back to him. Oh, he's going to do the long game. For ICX, thank you very much for the 64 months. What a time to join, as Vanetti's just scored goal of the season. I'm actually going to let this play out because it's worth the wait. Look at this. Ball comes back to him here. He's so far out. Over the goalkeeper, in off the bar. What an effort. This is first ever hat-trick for us as well. What a goal. That is incredible. Incredible. Celebrate it appropriately. You're damn right, chat. I'm going to formulate my thoughts, Hayden. But first, Harold Bishop Ultras. You know what to do, chat. Spam them bastards. Where's Harold gone? Harold, where are you? Found him.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead. through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake, and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Utterly wild. A hat-trick from Vanetti as well. He's just... Yeah, I've never listened to Harold at higher speeds, and I kind of wonder what that sounds like. I mean, I don't even think the keeper's at fault there. Nobody's expecting him to shoot from that kind of distance. I certainly shit wasn't, and fair play to Bro, though. He's absolutely... Oh. Well, that's definitely one for the recap. My goodness. I wonder how many of you actually have Vanetti. To be fair, a lot of you do. I suppose it's because he's our striker, right? Like, he's likely going to play. And I think he actually was selected in 26 out of 28 teams. But a bit easy. How many points does he actually get today? Clean sheet, man of the match, 23 points for Vanetti. I wonder how many people captained him, though, is the question. Not a lot, I don't think. It's very tight at the top of the league now. I don't think... Did anyone captain Vanetti? No one captained him. That would have been a huge day for Vanetti enjoys, given that he's actually the top player of the entire day now with 44 points. What a guy. Yeah, Duru has not really done well today, unfortunately. God, it's so very, very tight, though. Gordo winning by 1 point at the moment. What's the big difference maker here? Actually, he's got a very different team. I like that. Right. What a dub for us, too. So, yeah, what I was saying, I think that it's always better to focus on younger players because it's what's going to take you to the next level. Once, like us in this save, when we reached that point where I started getting lost trying to find first team quality all the time because of what we got so used to, that's what caused us bigger problems. And taking a step back and focusing on younger players again allowed us to build some of the guys that have now become our first team players because we gave them a chance to develop a little bit more. So if we look through our starting 11 now, a lot of those guys were people that we gave an extra chance to based on that. Vanetti's not one of them. Montparus is a bit of a different story there. These two were signed as first teamers, but actually, but like the likes of John and especially the centre backs like Kwasi Pud and a lot of the guys around the team. So Alvarez, especially Gomez was another good example of that. Like he came in as a decent enough player, but I think he's starting to now become. If his passing's not that bad, I do think that he needs more game time next year actually because he's starting to look really, really good now. And I am noticing though that lately, most of the good players that we signed have ended up out on loan, actually. And that's why I'm kind of glad to have the Kowalskis and the Molskis and the Steinbergens, because we can sort of treat them as those dudes and give them those extra appearances. I'm glad of that. Great result for us, though. Hello, Jinx. Fame of affability. So, weirdly, Jinx, it's gone really poorly Europe-wise since the last Champions League final, the Spurs one. We've literally been knocked out in the first knockout round both years since then. In the first time, 5-0 on aggregate to Napoli, where we were the better side comfortably. It was crazy. This year, in fact, to Tottenham, where we were still the better side, a little bit less, went out 4-3 on aggregate, still an embarrassment. On the plus side, though, the other Polish sides have kind of chefed. This year, everyone actually got knocked out at the same round, at the round of 16, including the Champions League. But it was the fact that Motor even reached the round of 16 of the Champions League that was definitely a big step up. So I'll happily accept that, even though it has cost us a lot of coefficient points this year. But as a result of us selling all of the... Or not selling. Getting rid of most of the Spanish Scourge players, it definitely has hampered us initially. But I think the team is in a better place now. I think we've got more fun players that I like more having around the team. And I'm more content with the way that this team is constructed now than before when it had all of the Spanish Scourge guys in it. Strikers West. I would say so, just because then you'd have to select another striker, and the likelihood of me having two strikers at the moment is pretty slim. Although our strikers are essentially... What the hell? Our strikers are essentially our wingbacks at this stage. Hotel in Denmark. Oh, which one's that? I actually forget what the Danish league's looking like at this stage. The only thing I remember about the Danish league is that FC Copenhagen are absolutely shitting the bed this season. Tactics and everything. I mean, that's a lot of things to discuss. The tactic we're currently running is this. But the crucial thing about this is that the idea is for our wingbacks to essentially end up... let me see if I can show you on this. Where's the visualization? Yeah. The idea is that essentially when we're in possession, our wingbacks basically become strikers really narrow here. So they make these runs inside. And you end up with like a front four of the central midfielder, run into this part, the striker offset, and then the sort of front four of those guys. And then the wingers, sorry, not the wingers, the central midfielders actually move wider to basically almost become like wingers. It's a really dumb setup, but it works because our wingbacks this season, as strikers, but not strikers, Naeem has 19 goals and 11 assists, and John has 13 goals and 10 assists. It was a dumb idea I had that actually worked. So that's what we're currently running with, at the moment at least, and it's genuinely kind of worked, and I'm kind of proud of that, honestly. One of the dumber ones we've got successfully working. You do need the right types of players for it, though, clearly. Naeem is he's an elite player. Yeah, the curtains, it's quite windy today. I have to keep opening and closing the window because it gets hot and then cold again. He's out for a little bit. No Motiva. We take that. That's fine. Lead is big enough. The lead is still only 4 points. But against someone like Lechia, I think it is probably worth giving them a chance. We can always bring on the other guys if need be anyway. So we'll bring back in Lucinho for this game. I think Jens is going to get a little rest. And Kowalski's going to get a start. I think Kowalski just looks really good on the ball anyway. Montparnasse as well with 15 goals this year is nice. 15 goals, 11 assists. Just good numbers. Where's Molsky? Am I being dumb? Oh, he's all there now. My God. He's gone another step up the list. Anyone else come back in? Nah, that'll be fine. I want to quickly visit the stats screen just to make sure that, just to see who's doing well. So yeah, top scorer this year. Let me just make sure there's no unavailables on there. Naeem 19, Montparnasse 15, Vanetti 15, John 13. That's insane. And then assist-wise, I like that our top 4 goal scorers also are our top 4 assisters. He's got 30 goal contributions, he's got 26, he's got 25, and John's got 23. And Duru as well, who doesn't even start that much, has got 12 goals. That's actually very impressive, to be fair. Against worse teams often, but still. 13 XA. Who's the biggest underperformance of next year? Yeah, still Montparnasse, unfortunately. Oh, no, it's not. It's Obradovic. But Montparnasse definitely needs to step that up a little bit. Henrique could do with a few more as well. He just shoots so much that it's sort of an embarrassing amount of shots. How many has he had now? 135 as well.
Do not hate me.
He will score plenty eventually.
600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Share that song? Absolutely. If you tell someone what the song is, they can probably request it for you. Kronos, thank you very much for the follow, friend. Best time to change clubs on a journeyman save. I guess that's really personal preference, isn't it? It depends on what type of journeyman save, what your overall goals are, I suppose. I found that the best... So, for example, on 24, the last time I did a journeyman save, the moment we chose to leave the clubs were either because we had a rule in the save, because I had a rule where basically if we got to a European final and lost it, we had to leave, because the rules of the save was we were never allowed to manage teams that had been in European finals, including the club I was managing. So we did that. The exact thing happened. I got to European final with Tenerife and we lost to Fulham. So I had to quit. But it was always like, for me, I would do 3 or 4 seasons and I'd have a little look around, think, right, have I taken this team as far as I can go? Or rather, how many more seasons would it take me to get to a suitable goal point with this team? And if I felt that that was too long, then I would look to maybe make a little step up, basically. So on the last save, we went from Mariska Merch in Luxembourg, got sacked because they got relegated. Admittedly, they hadn't won a game when we took over. We nearly kept them up. That then parlayed us into going to... Was that when we went to Serie B, or was there another club in between? No, it was Wales, wasn't it? We went to Wales with Cardiff Draconians, kind of cooked with them, actually, got them promoted, nearly got them into Europe, actually. So at that point, we thought, right, we've done a couple of seasons there, we've kind of improved a little bit. Then we tried our hand at Serie C. Then we don't talk about that anymore, because Serie C was a nightmare. But then we found ourselves in... Who was it after? Oh, it was Lechowinge, wasn't it? Then we found ourselves in the Portuguese second division, I think. Or was there another team in between? Did we go to... Oh, no, it was Serraing. We went to the third tier of Belgian football. We took over a team called Serraing, who actually I think were in the top flight in real life at the time, but had been relegated to the third tier of Belgian football and nearly completely relegated out of existence while being managed by Dirk Kuyt. Did 3 seasons in the Belgian third tier, and the only reason we didn't stay a 4th season was because they gave me, upon promotion, a negative transfer budget of £2.5 million, which meant that I would have had to rake in 25 million to clear the debt, which obviously I couldn't do from the Belgian second tier. So at that point, I was like, right, I've reached a stopping point here. I can take them no further. And that's where we met Sven Spate. Then I moved to the Portuguese second tier where we took over Lechowinge. That's when things really started to cook a little bit. Got them promoted. Got them to Europe, I think, actually, with Lechowinge. And then we did quite well, but thought, right, can we now take over a big job? And at that point was when I got into a massive fight with Las Palmas. And then took a job out of spite. Solely out of spite. We applied for a big job at Las Palmas in Spain, who were kind of awesome and had a really good academy. They chose to choose a different manager over me. So I basically bided my time for a year, waited for their biggest rival to sack their coach, and then took over their biggest rival. We had the last laugh on that one. The team I built at Tenerife actually did get to a Champions League final, just not with me in the manager's hot seat, so to speak. Here's when you secure Europe. I find that the best pattern for journeyman progress is like 3 seasons. 3 to 4 seasons each club, I would say. Although in the early stages of a save, where you're really scattering about, don't be afraid to like do a year to 2 years perhaps to really make that early progress. Given their league. So with Draconians, we took over... I can't remember if they were in the south or the north tier, but they were in the second tier of Welsh football. We won the league the first season, mostly due to Josh Allen and the boys. And ahead of Afan Lido, I think. Then as a result of that, we were in the top flight. And then we were able to bring in a couple more guys upon promotion to the top flight because of the quality levels are quite tightly compacted, so it wasn't difficult for us to make quite a decent team, to be fair. And then there's a lot of goalies. Things you love to see. And then in that, I think it was the second season in Wales, because I think we were only there for 2 seasons. May have been 3, forgive me. We got very close to Europe. If I recall, what happened was we missed out on Europe because we lost the cup final. No, we lost the cup semi-final to a second tier side. Yeah, the thing that happened in Belgium was we missed out on promotion on games 1, which sucked because we had every other metric in our favour. Goals scored, goals against, goal difference, head-to-head, everything. We lost out on goals 1. I've never been so annoyed. I think we did beat Las Palmas 5-0. Yeah, it was great. So satisfying. Especially with Tenerife. The thing that was most satisfying about that is our tactic did not work at all. When we took over at Tenerife, after being promoted to the top flight in Spain, like, it worked for the first season, and we went up through the playoffs, but we struggled massively out the gate in La Liga. And I was quite dogmatic about it. I was like, I'm not changing this tactic. We know it works. We just dicked about with personnel, and eventually it clicked. And we've rocketed up the league and was survived by 15 points in the end. But it was tight for a while. Really, really sketchy. Rabbit! Thank you very much for the follow. And recruitment focuses. I actually don't know. I've barely spent any time on recruitment focuses this year, as I still despise them. I just wish they worked better. Oh, go on, John. Please make it 2 so I can assess the team. Kowalski's done well. Molski's done very well. 7.6. Wait, did Molski score a goal in this game? I didn't even notice. I feel bad now. Oh, it's so early in the game. I thought John had scored. But that's good news. I'll give him the full 90, in fact. Might get Jens on a bit further up the pitch. Bless him. Get that. Try Carlos maybe for Dusan? Vanetti's done okay, but Gomez, I want to give him a few runs out as well. He's only 1-0 in fairness. You were yapping. Me? Yapping never. At least stuff was happening while I was yapping. In my defence on this occasion. Had those crazy couple of seasons where you were from bottom half. No, so Le Showinge was the season where that happened. That was the time, that was the longest stream ever We had, it was the Portuguese second tier with Le Showinge. We'd been okay for the first half of the year, if I recall, but then we went on one of the genuinely stupidest runs I've ever seen. That is such a nice goal. Holy Christ, what a lovely goal. I don't know the numbers exactly, but I believe we won 21 of our last 24 matches that season and went from being 15th in the league to winning it by an absurd amount. And I basically said to chat, we'll just go until we lose. We didn't lose at all. And I think the stream was like 7 hours. It was dark by the time I finished, and Pog had been trying to go to Tesco's with me for 3 hours. It was so much fun. I believe that was the one. I don't know the exact numbers, but it was something along those lines. It was an absurd run. Because it wasn't even the fact that we were going unbeaten. There was barely any draws in there either. Like 21 wins in 24 was unbelievable. If I recall, there was one player who absolutely was just dominant for us. Unmedicated at the time. Oh yeah, 100%. I didn't get medicated until October this year. Basically, there's only been a single stream that I've done. Oh, there was one stream on F24 I did after I started the medication, and it was literally the looking forward stream for the Outcast of Icons save. So I actually have, and in a way I actually hate the fact that I have no reference point, because part of me, whenever something changes, between the games, I wonder if it's because, oh shit, it's something you've now changed because of the fact that your, not personality, but your brain works differently. So I always go, oh shit, have I got worse at this, and this because of it? October last year. Bundesliga table. I haven't. If I recall correctly, it's quite tight at the top, right? I am the copy of copy. Yeah. That's, I forget which one that was. Was that that was the previous tactic, I think, right before this. Oh, no, puzzle. But yeah, it was October last year. It'd be impossible for me to be medicated in the future, yet. Although technically, you're not wrong, because I will be medicated in October this year as well. So don't be so down on yourself. Technically, you are correct. And that's the best kind. Just throw some points out there for you, because Steinbergen got an 8.2 in this game. He didn't score or get an assist. How is that possible? He must be getting key passes like nobody's business, and I love that for him because it's just exciting to see him do well. Did anyone actually pick him for their fantasy team today? I'm just curious because I didn't see him in a lot of squads, but I can't imagine you thought he was going to play a lot, right? For the pedantic note, hey, pedantry is part of the reason why we're here. For one auto and one playoff in one game. Oh, so is Schalke one of those teams, right? If I remember correctly. He's just doing basic things right, and he's very good at those, to be fair. Clean sheet, man of the match award. John he's out of sight today. He's, 3 people tied at the top though. Law 187, thank you very much for the follow. Blink 182's senior cousin. Thank you, friend. That's very kind of you, though. Hope you're well. I like to guess who people support. Who do you follow, firstly? I'm going to say Man United. That's my guess. I should guess that more frequently. Statistically, I'm going to be correct sometimes, right? About embarrassing moment on stream. Oh, good God. Where do I start, Waterford Wizard? This is one that's better to ask chat, honestly. For me, it might still be making all of my substitutes in the 13th minute. That was 6 years ago. That one still haunts me. There's probably been more. Elversborg would be really cool. I'd like to see them go up just because it's a little bit different and I'm a massive hipster for things like that. Right. Loads of trials ending. God, there's still more games to go. Still 3 more. If Motor will lose another one, it could be cooked. We'll pick Alvarez. Yeah, John has been exceptional today. His quality levels have been truly off the charts today. Wow! Shout out to Mr. Migus. Wasn't he one of our affiliate? Not affiliate, sorry. He was a youth player from last year. Tell you what, he's developing nicely as well. Shout out to him. Cup time? Yes, okay, that was also funny. Player of the week. Oh my God, he won player of the week. You're right. Hang on, his underlying numbers then. Pass completion is obviously going to be high. His tackles attempted is really good. Tackles won is right there. Blocks per 90. He's putting up solid defensive numbers. I'm impressed. Usually it takes him a while to settle, but I wonder if it's just because his default attributes are so good. I'm so excited about him. It's going to be so good when he turns into just hopefully decent. Calling Pog a bowling ball. 13th minute. I wasn't on purpose. Basically, this was back on the União de Madeira save in Portugal. I think I had an injury in the 13th minute of the game, and I was busy, would you believe it, yapping to chat. And in my brain, I went, yes, I'm on the substitute screen. That means it's the 60 to 65th minute where I tend to make all of my subs. And so I just made all of my subs in the 13th minute. And didn't realise that it was the 13th minute of the match, basically. I believe that's what happened there. When we were managing in Finland on the beta save a couple of years ago as well, I accidentally cup-tied my entire first team squad to my B team. Because you know how you could set players available for the B team games? I didn't realise that I'd accidentally set the entire first team available. They played for the B team in a cup match where they're allowed to do that. And as a result, I wasn't allowed to play any of my first team players in the cup for the rest of the season. Thank God it was a beta save. But yeah, chat don't let me live that one down either, actually, as it happens. Oh, that was another one. Yes, this was last year as well, when I accidentally, on purpose, I signed a load of players, because Spain has like a minimum wage thing. Their players aren't allowed to play unless they're on a certain wage. It was an accident, but I'm just an idiot. Signed a load of players that were looking really, really good to contracts that meant that they were literally not allowed to play for my team because they weren't being paid enough. So yeah, not great from your boy there. Motor did draw again. They're 6 points behind us now. I think they're looking good. Accidentally attended matches all street. Really? When did I do that? I remember accidentally simming a Champions League quarter-final match against Real Madrid. That actually went quite well. I think we won 5-2 at the end. So, in a way, vindication. I will accept it. Now the trials are finished. Good. Oh, Metatarsal's gone for Carol. Hate to see that. Get rid of you guy. Oh, no. It's definitely being narrowed down quite a lot now, actually. Although there should be some Brazilians appearing on here after that latest round of scouting I did. We have 304 players in the B team squad. It's because pretty much every lone player goes in there. Okay, that's fine. Young player of the month for Vanetti, 4-4. Nice. He's definitely found something towards the end of the year now. Manager of the month, of course. We've pulled it back. Motor, they gave us a scare for a minute, but it's okay. I did... Yeah, some of the old clips with me accidentally calling Pog a whore. That was funny. The bowling ball one. Things like that. What I'm trying to say is I've not really grown much as a human and I still make the exact same levels of mistakes as I did before. Time for sleep. Yeah, love to see it, friend. Enjoy your snooze. That does sound like something I would do, honestly, Hayden, yeah. It's usually a misclick. Everything I do is a misclick, even the good things, to be fair. I think it's Parrot Club when he signed the phone. Oh, God, yes. Oh, you're right, yes. It was a Croatian central midfielder, wasn't it, that I signed for Tenerife, I think. But I signed him on loan or something. Yeah, I think he was Croatian. He was really good as well. I really screwed the pooch on that one. Quit FM twice. Did I? Again, do you know what? You could be just making shit up now, and in my head I'd be thinking, I probably did do that, so I would just believe you at this rate. Yeah, he was one of our, like, try before we buy types of dudes. I feel like those never really work out for us whenever we've done that. Okay. Who in the world is this? There's a 15-year-old Englishman at Lyngby in Denmark called Jonathan Unsworth. Oh, and he's a wing-back. Okay, he's definitely oh, I like signings like this. They're just fun. Born in Horndien. Or Horndien. Okay. Intriguing. The never-ending job search in Africa was funny, but as you say, that wasn't my fault for once. That was the game's fault. It's nice to be able to blame the game once. Try and sign him. He's 15. I want to scout him at least first. I suspect that might be a little bit too young, even for us to be able to sign him out at that point. They're going to try and hold a team meeting for every single match now, aren't they? Oh, it's the cup final against Arca. I might actually auto that one just so we can continue with the league. Alvarez has hurt himself. Quad tendonitis. That's actually quite a rare injury. I don't think I've actually seen that in 26 so far. That's a toughie. You're probably right, actually. Enjoy the win. I'm going to go full strength, of course. I'm not crazy. To do sign him. I've done it a few times. In fairness, it happened in this save as well. He's got all the tendons and they are itising. What he means is, boss, everything is swollen. What do I do? Call a doctor if it doesn't go down after 7 hours, my bud. Right, cup final. I think we could probably just... What I'll do for the cup final, just to make sure, we'll throw the other guys back in for this one. And that'll then mean that I can then put them back in for the next game. Ah, okay, maybe not. One of them has to be in the team. I think probably Kowalski... yeah, Kowalski's probably the one to put in out of those guys at least. He'll hopefully count, right? There we go. That's fine. So basically, Waterford Wizard, we had a player, this was on the Tromsø save, so 2020, like really late 2020, at the start of the game cycle. His name was Jakob Hoor, or Hoar, but his name was spelled H-A-A-R, but obviously because Norway, that would be pronounced Hoar. And he'd been a bit of a problem child for us, so I decided to sell him. And as he was leaving the club and we were selling him, I literally just yelled at him, "Bye, Hoar!" At that time, Pog was literally walking out of the room, and there's a clip of it somewhere, I think. That's one of the ones that survived the clip, Carl. Good work from Montpellier John again. Still considered a goal, though. It's just what we do. It's part of our culture. 8.9, no clean sheet, but still good performances from Johnny again. He's having a truly wonderful day. Read stats. Oh, no, wrong one. I accidentally read the wrong screenshot. There we go. Try again. Probably broken it now. Arcus Legacy, they're done. Done for. Is that the right one? Yeah, it is. 2 assists, I think. I should make sure that one's correct. Yeah, it was correct. Acoustic. No clean sheet, but player of the match, Wolfer. Of course, Mr. John. It's what he does. And I don't think that's likely to have changed much. Nope. 5-way tie at the top at the moment. Is Hadrian in the top? Oh, he's 11th. Hadrian's 1 point outside the top 10. So close, but yet so far. Right, latest results. Let's go. And of course, that's broken again. That's just going to keep happening, isn't it? We finally won the cup, by the way. First time in... See, the board are happy with that now. That will buy us a little bit of goodwill. I mean, we've thankfully got a long enough contract that it shouldn't matter too much anyway. Everybody loves Montparnasse. He just never cares too much. Good while. I wasn't, honestly. I think sometimes people massively overreact when... I notice this on the internet sometimes. You'll see like a couple like just dicking about, playing around, saying things and jokingly ribbing each other or whatever, right? And the comment section will always just be like, oh my god, I can't believe she said that to him. I would leave her, and then vice versa, the other way around, right? It's like, oh my god, I can't believe you're staying with that guy. And it's like, do people not understand that like couples just have fun and take the piss out of each other constantly, right? Pog and I call each other hilarious things all the time because we enjoy that kind of witty repartee, so to speak. It is quite funny. No, I know Watford, but I was just saying that sometimes people do actually genuinely take it seriously. It's the strangest thing. I wasn't saying you were. But like, honestly, I've had people in chat in the past be like, I can't believe you talked to her like that. I'm like, mate, we're just joking around. Exactly. Think what I say offline. OBS freak out. So, back in the day, my graphics card just didn't really work properly, which meant that... Do you remember the stuttery streams? Aren't we glad that's gone? Like, have you considered divorce? Yeah, literally. Everything's just straight to it. I think it's just because... I actually don't know what it is. I suspect what it is a lack of social skills. And I tend to look at it in the sense of that person who's saying that probably hasn't ever been in a relationship of at least a serious sort to be thinking that. And has had their sort of... their brain wired by just watching TikToks instead of actually living life and engaging with other human beings, I suppose. Favorite player name? It's got to be either your Fat on Cakes, your Amauricio Penis, or Taliban. Rick Rolls was good too, but just for slightly different reasons. Montparnasse, I don't think has ever kicked off to a stage where it's been an issue. I think maybe one time he kicked off, but since then, nothing. Cock wriggling, of course, yeah. Oh, and the time that the game threw up that magical one with the... No, his name was literally... Taliban. That was his name, Taliban. I forget which nationality he had in the end, but that was him. The game also threw up the one from, I think it was Next Gen List. There was a guy in it who was Turkish. I don't remember what his name was. The game described him as the Turkish delict. Clearly not something that it programmed in or anything, obviously. But the fact that it did that was just the most perfect thing ever. It's over party. I mean, I've been over for ages, Leafy, honestly. I'm washed. You know me. Because I like to keep clean. Mostly by just... Although I must admit, this does need a wash because I picked this parcel up yesterday with my Vinted thing and this jumper smells like cigarettes, like massively. So this is definitely going to need a wash. But I was like, I wanted to wear my new jumper on stream today. Even though it's like really quite cropped. So I wonder if this may be a woman's jumper, but I don't really care. Because it fits. And I like that. It's quite a large woman's jumper if it's a small though. Named Cleopa. I don't know. I was going to find out. Dick Monster as well was solid. Headline FM24 with a very cool... Ooh, that would throw me off. I don't think I rarely ever see players in FM with my last name. So that helps a lot. Oh, there is one. Well, not quite. Cleopas Kanji from Namibia. With that moustache. Famously not bald as well. He gets around this. I'm a big girl, you know me. And big girl's blouse, as my mum would say. Did once accidentally come home from school wearing a blouse. I realise that without context that's a little bit strange. Lost my school shirt in PE because that just happens. They were like, fine, lost property, whatever, grab one. Just grabbed a random shirt out of it. Got home from school and my mum was like, Matt, why are you wearing a blouse? And at the time, bear in mind, I'm like 13 years old. I'm like, what do you mean? It's a white shirt. I didn't know there was a difference in terms of the way that they are, but there is apparently because the buttons go the other way. I didn't know that. And that was how I learned. Is kanji? Apparently it is. Could be katakana depending on the day. Kudlik. I feel like I have seen names that are a bit similar. Oh, not quite. We've got Marco Kotnik, which sounds super similar, to be fair. Oh, Calliope. I think he's been doing okay. I mean, we haven't seen much from him just yet. It's probably a good thing, really. No interest in him yet either, unfortunately. Calliope. Yes, there is. We've got 2 dudes, in fact, with that surname. We've got Kirk Calliope and Rock Calliope. Oh, there's more. It's obviously in the American Samoa name pool. I like the fact that Rock Calliope exists, though. Isn't English going back a few generations? My name is technically an Irish name, which is ironic because I don't have Irish family. So my family, on my dad's side at least, and a lot of my mum's side is all Scottish, but my name is Irish because my dad's stepdad had an Irish name. So yeah, if I was... That's the reason my name is what it is, but I have no actual Irish family per se. I just have an Irish surname. It's a bit of a weird one. I don't know if he was actually Irish himself or whether his family was just Irish. The cards of Donegal. Yeah, exactly. the old card of, I don't know, draw hitter. Yeah. Well, that is the reason, of course, because my grandfather passed away very young due to the window incident and whatnot. And had that, because the actual family there is Helliwell. And then technically the sort of clan family name thing there is Lindsay. Okay, what we got? Laura Dick, that's a real person. Arno Piper, why is he even in there? Dick DeCosta, Dick Tahi, Dick Batic, Sasha Dick, Dick Avok, Dick Vooty, Dick Pelly, Dick Leo, obviously Dickalick, fantastic. Leon Dick, sure. Dixon Job, I want to see the regens. I like Dick Dixon. Dick Dickinson is solid work. Spice Girl, I am, yes. That's why I'm always telling me what I want, what I really, really desire. Dixon Lira, for when you're doing the finances. I thought his name was Delicio Dicko. It's Delcio. Not quite. Fours Dick. Dixon Ali. Dan Dixon. Dixon Banda. Sadik. Dixon Issa. Usually the younger the player is, the more likely they are to be like full-on regen as well, which means we probably wouldn't have seen them before. So like 20-year-old... Jad Dicker is a good name. Dixon Chandka. A couple more down there as well. Dixon Rashid. And then it kind of just... Oh no, but back again. There's quite a few in here actually. Dixon Sanger, Paul Dickinson, Cameron Dix, Dickie Pranata. Mickey Dickinson is just a good name. I think after that it does get a little bit more. Hey, fair enough though. You're not always going to strike gold with those situations. Right. You do the buttons. That actually makes a lot of sense, and I'd never thought about it like that. But yeah, that is a great point. To be fair, sometimes Bog still has to do the buttons up on shirts for me. Like collared type shirts. Particularly dress shirts where they're a little bit more... Where the sort of button bit is a little bit more... is less flexible. Because I, for some reason, from about 2014, lost about 30% of the sort of motor dexterity in my hands, essentially, for like small motor tasks. Things like the biggest example of those is buttons on shirts and stuff that require that kind of fine motor skills. Mine, I would say, probably lost about 30% of the ability for that kind of stuff. I'm just estimating, obviously, but it's not been great. And that's the sort of one where I notice it the most is when it comes to things like button shirts. Particularly if it's a bit cold as well. It's even worse then. Nerve damage. Possibly, if you can get nerve damages from illnesses, which I guess you probably can, right? But yeah, it's not ideal. I got ill in 2015 actually, and that was one of the things that just never went away from it afterwards. It was very, very strange. Along with the twitching thing, which still is around, but that's less of an impactful thing in your life, right? You had an assistant coach called Saddam Hussein. See, I think that's one of those names that's banned in like the base game if you have the forbidden words file, but most of us delete that as part of the name fix, right? Bright Red Big Matches, was it? Yes, it was. So even more reason probably to be looking to move him on at some point. But he is still very good, so obviously he gets a bit of a pass at the moment. Based on that. Yeah, we'll get Jediva back in. But honestly, I can see a world where Jediva, Manor, and Steinbergen is just our back three for the most part. I like Luchini though, because he's really good at bringing the ball forward. The thing about him is he's, passing is 15, vision is good, he's fast, so he can drive into the midfield, which really works with the role that I've got him in currently. But that big matches thing is definitely not ideal. We want to be trying to rid ourselves of those guys if possible. Has the bench still got the spot on it? Yes, it does. I want to keep an eye on Kowalski. I want to see that tick over to 22, and then we're in safe hands. I have 9 players in the starting 11 being loans every year. I mean, hey, Gabriel, you do what you got to do, right? I like Swedish football. I had a massive glitch in my save when I was managing in Sweden, where the AI clubs had not been signing enough players to meet the squad reg rules. And as a result, every other game I played, I'd come up against a team with 1 goalie on the bench and no other players. It was the strangest thing, because I think it was a well-known bug at the time that basically in Sweden, the teams were programmed to try to do it, but there was one thing missing from it or something that meant that they just would never sign enough players to meet the squad registration requirements. So they had to field basically no players on the bench other than a goalie. It was like every other game. It was during Nordic Nomads. Come on in the game, African Antelope. How is that pronounced? I mean, the reason I say Drogheda, in theory, correctly is because obviously of the Irish save. That was one of the ones that sort of caught me out. I still remember them a lot because for some reason, their ground would constantly have matches postponed because it was, I don't know if it's still called Head in the Game Park, but at the time it was. And it meant that they would sometimes find themselves 4 or 5 matches behind the rest of the teams in Ireland because of it. And I have no idea why. I assume it's just because of the state of the facilities and the pitch at the time. But if there was even the tiniest bit of rain, maybe it's just particularly wet in Drogheda, I don't know. Jersey with another assist. He's starting to rack up a few little assists now. Getting a bit more Yenzi. I don't think he's ever going to be quite the goal-scoring player that Jens is. But what he does do for us really nicely is he just sits at the base of the midfield. He's never the one shooting from these sort of positions, but he does fire the ball to people who can shoot. And I wouldn't be surprised if next year, if he plays a load more, terrible defending, he racks up double-digit assists just from doing that. Worst league in Sweden. Damn. What league is that the 4th tier in Sweden? I forget which one is the lowest league in the base game. I'm trying to remember who I managed in Sweden. I managed... Was it Örebro? I think was the team I managed in Sweden. Degerfors as well. I think I managed twice in Sweden in that save. They're definitely getting there, both of them. And I think this little run towards the end of the season, because I'm content with putting them both in the lineup for the rest of the year now. Oh, Vanetti, go on, lad. Pull it back. Oh, surely. Imagine. South Irish version of Manchester. I guess maybe geographically, are they on the same kind of, not latitude perhaps, so John's on the other side. This man, he does it all. He doesn't even need to score goals now. He just rocks up on the other side of the pitch. He's like, you know what? I'm feeling a little bit fancy today. You're going to score for me. It's fine. Did Sweden twice. Degerfors, yes. You're right. I had, young Dean, who I just really enjoyed saying his name. I think Alex Greenwood is still employed by Ruth Kershaw. I feel that she may finally be booted at the end of the season, though, because... Yeah, she's still there. She does have an absolutely appalling win percentage, but has magically kept them up for the last couple of seasons in spite of that. Although I get the feeling an absolute hammering by us today could probably be the final nail in her coffin. But that's okay. I feel like she'll easily get another job in Poland, just because she's got the longevity now and will probably be, rep-wise, one of the better managers. She's no Marta, shall we say, who is genuinely great. I'd love it if Marta came back to Poland one day, and I think that is genuinely possible, given... You know, she managed for multiple different teams here. It's gone to Marseille, and to be fair, it's going exceptionally well there. I get the feeling that she may end up being able to come back, but maybe to someone even better. So, someone with high rep, maybe. A Legia type of team one day, if they actually get themselves going again. Or maybe someone like Motor. Because the problem with Motor is them doing as well as they are, I get the feeling their manager could get poached by someone, maybe even this summer. And then we end up with a Brookbet situation all over again. We need a bit of managerial consistency for them for a little while. Marta will take our job when we inevitably get sacked for getting knocked out of the round of 16 of the Champions League again next season. Considering we play short free, I wish there was a way that you could force the team to do short free kicks even from shooting positions. Because something I really enjoy is the little tiki-taka set piece plays that sometimes the AI just cooks up randomly without you really having any control of it. And I guess if they did it all the time, it would be less fun. But it is great when they just randomly decide that they're going to pull off that... Does anyone remember? This was World Cup, I think, a few years ago. USA versus Belgium, I believe in the knockout round. Maybe even extra time. The US tried this incredibly cool set-piece routine right on the edge of the box. And it nearly worked. I would love to see more stuff like that from close range. I might just be imagining this, but I definitely remember it being, I think, the US against Belgium. And I believe it was Dempsey, maybe, at the end of it, that should have scored but didn't. I like that kind of ingenuity. Or this entirely happened in my head. it's a 50-50 shot at this point. What's Steinbergen's rating looking like? He's done fine. I feel like he doesn't do a lot until he does. Oh, go on, Nate. Oh, he's all the way through. Oh. The amount of chances he's had this season that look exactly like that. I think he does still get to 20 goals. The original MLS shoot. Oh, I would like to see that brought in as penalties. I think the MLS style penalties were way more fun. Also, bring back Janik Jackson as a goalkeeper. When there might have been. The one that sticks out to me, though, is very much... Oh, yeah, I know which one you mean. Is that the one that Wout Weghorst scored during? Which was cool, but I think the one I'm thinking of was even more cool because it took about 4 or 5 touches, but it was like incredibly fast play. Shape to shoot, went bam, 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 and then it was just like... I think the shot got either blocked or the goalkeeper pulled off an absolute worldie of a save. Or I've made it up. I'll leave that for you to decide. I'm actually looking... One thing I will check, actually, at the end of the season, for at least for the recap video, is how many goal contributions those positions have had, not just the players in them. Because, obviously, we've had a lot of Alvarez and John, and a lot of Coffee. And I think the right side is still going to be more productive, just because Naeem is in that position. But it's not as far away as we thought it was going to be. He's going to do him again, isn't he? Look at him go. This time he's going to have to turn provider, but we've got so many bodies in the box. One of whom is Paulo Henrique. It's another assist for Naeem. This is insane. We have finally got our act together a little bit now and are just kind of running away with the league again finally. But those 2 games at the start of stream today, the Arca and especially the Motor result, I was fearing for a bit that it might actually be starting to go a bit sour for us. But now that we've got a couple of victories, we're not even really conceding goals anymore, which is nice. We're 3-0 up away at Rook, who albeit are probably... In fact, they're gone already, I think. There's a huge difference between those teams, which means that the European race is very much on. I mean... Second place is obviously done. Third place probably is cooked. It's just whoever's going to be in that last spot. Because realistically, even Gornik could still get in the Champions League at this stage. In and out possession tactics. The best bet is to probably just download the tactic rather than have me explain it to you in detail, just because it would take quite a long time to run through in and out of possession, and that would be a very long explanation. But it is in my tactics pack if you want. ! Tactics. You'll see it in there. It's called the Wood Chipper version 3, I think. I will just check though, just in case. Is that the... That's half time, isn't it? I believe that's what it's called though. They've not had a shot yet. What are Motor up to? 1-0 up in fairness. They're doing alright. Very happy, let's crack on. But that's your best bet. You will need some specifics in terms of the players. So you'll probably want to make sure that your advanced wingback guys are exceptionally good going forward. You don't want to be playing... players that are of a more defensive build in that role. I mean, it's good to have them for defensive stuff, but given how much this tactic relies on those two getting forward and being creative, both for goals for other players, but also goals for themselves. That being said, Naeem has nearly 20 goals this year, and he does only have 7 finishing. So there are obviously more important factors than just pure finishing. But that's just because he gets so many shooting opportunities. And from quite... Oh, what a save! I thought that was number 20 right there. Oh, Molsky should have scored as well. I like the height on Kowalski. Having a taller player in that spot is really nice. Oh, that's a great pass. How has he missed that? In addition, the striker you want in it is probably... I know it's a target forward, but don't worry about things like the height and strength. The target forward thing is more of a... We want a guy who can sort of post up in certain positions that people can pop the ball into, and he can spread it to his teammates, dropping into little pockets, and still get goals himself when the moment strikes him, so to speak. Molsky, Vanetti. Oh, it's a good effort. So maybe look for sort of... The archetype you probably want is a sort of deep-lying forward guy who's maybe got a little bit of speed, but not necessarily needed too much, rather than a pure out-and-out, you know, target forward type of chap. That's less necessary, I guess. That's probably decent. As for the rest of the team, the DM player is probably... You want someone that can pass a little bit. And maybe someone with long-range shooting, because they do find themselves in positions like that from time to time. I hope he was offside. He wasn't fucking offside either. Oh, God. Thank God we're already 3-0 up here. Right. Molsky's not had the best day, actually. Let's get Gomez on. I've got to stop using Alvarez for a little bit. Steinbergen's actually looking complacent. You're a bit too young to be getting complacent there, sir. We'll go Obra. That'll do for the time being. Predictions. All right, Burnley Villa. I mean, I feel like 3-0 Villa. I think they despite the fact they won't be resting players yet, will they? I think they'll annihilate Burnley. Be curious to see what Burnley are like under Jackson, but still. Palace Everton. I think Everton win that 1-0. Forest Newcastle. That's fun. I think Forest are going to win that as well. I reckon 3-0 Forest, genuinely. Because they're just scoring so many goals. Massively above XG and stuff, but still. And West Ham Arsenal. I think... We always concede. I reckon West Ham score early in that game. But I think Arsenal still win it 4-0. 4-1. This is why I'm not allowed to make predictions. If they manage to do that, I'd be very impressed. Steinberg and... Actually, it's not really his fault there, actually. That's more the defenders. Molsky's got to be burying that chance, but... There's still time for them to turn this around here. That was their only shot of the match. The one thing our goalkeeper was asked to do here, I don't entirely blame him, but... Jesus. We've definitely got more leaky this year. That is for sure. But I do wonder if part of that is just the way that FM represents these games when you're so tight and you're giving up nothing. So it just almost goes, hey, this is their one chance. They're probably going to be scoring. But they could score an own goal. That's true. True. Hello, Bruins. Is there a Monday night game as well? How do you clip? I think you... I believe you just do... !clip should make a clip. It's automated, I believe. So it doesn't show anything in chat, but it should make it on the back end, I believe. Either way, it's a 3-1 victory. We take those. Even if it means no clean sheets again. Steinbergen did not have the best game there, but Paolo was... Mwah. Yeah, so the command doesn't actually show anything in chat when you use it, but if you do ! Clip, it will always actually clip it in the back end. Because every stream I go through afterwards and just look, just in case there was anything that I think will be useful for the recaps. Because I tend to make as many clips as I can myself too, but sometimes I just forget. Usually the times when I remember to clip is when something funny happens and I walk off to the side of the screen. So it gives me a couple of seconds to my brain to like readapt. And then I'm like, oh, that'll be a clippable thing. And because of the way the buffer works, I have time for that. Something I'm thinking about installing actually is Atom. So I can have a vertical canvas for the stream as well. And then use a replay buffer as a separate canvas that I can then get really high quality clips where I can readjust where things are on the screen without having to touch the screen. Yes, of course. I'll do that in a moment. We don't get the clean sheet, but we do get the man of the match bonus, which will obviously go to Paolo Henrique, of course. Yeah, I clipped his worldie, to be fair. Because I walked off the screen, you see. Usually if I walk off to the side, that's usually enough for me to remember to do a clip. Depending on what it is. God damn, it's tight at the top. And Hadrian is in it. 10th place now. He's up there. It's actually happening. It could be. Tight in the back. I think it's because there's still the head-to-head advantage that they have. I mean, it's essentially in the bag with 1 point, but I think that's the issue. So yeah, we're 6 points clear, but they have the head-to-head advantage. We're not going to not win the title from here, are we, realistically? We're not going to lose both of our remaining games and have them win both of theirs. That being said, their record is still exceptionally good. They've not really started dropping that many points either. Right, let me do a little looky look here for the monsters. And I can play those other... oh, none. Wow. Surprisingly low on monsters. POV, you're looking under the child's bed. No. We are running a monsterless environment here, it would seem. Ashman, we can definitely do that. Let's see. So the new guy, the guys, our boys, they may get a couple off stream as well. But it's got really. So Steinbergen played 8 games for us today and is already developing exceptionally well. And he has now turned 16. What a guy. Yes, you can. Absolutely. There you go. And I'm just so pumped about what he's going to be next year. Download all the good stuff. It depends what you're trying to download, my friend. But I can point you in the right direction. I just need to know what you're looking for specifically. He's so good. And he's the youngest of the bunch. Kowalski as well. Still technically 16. He's getting there. We're seeing improvements. His stamina's improving. Wow, okay. Fairly determined. Don't know what his professionalism is like, unfortunately, but his mentors are really improving. What am I training him on? Quickness. It's nice to see his mentors improving so much. Would like to see some technical gains as well, but that's cool. And then, of course, the oldest of the bunch, not by much, only just turned 18, Bartłomiej Miemolski. Is that formation tactics? Like I said, exclamation mark tactics. It is in the tactics pack. It's called the Woodchipper version 3. That is what I'm using. I haven't changed anything about the tactics since I uploaded that, so it is the exact version that I'm using in game, or have been right now. Ooh, bit of star ratings dropped off. Which is fine if that just means that he's developing and the game's getting a better assessment. I still think he's really good, but big fan of the fact that it's not just all strikers or all wingers. We've got a centre-back, DM, and then a sort of more attacking player. That's really cool. If we could continue this and grab a 4th in a row, I just like building the young core. The only thing about Steinberg is I do wish he was Polish and he was one of our... But he's an honorary Pole, given that he did come through our academy. Shout out to Rhoda for that. They're going to be so good. And they will get even more game time next year. That being said, he did actually play 26 matches for us this season, Molsky. So it's not like he had a lack of football. And Kowalski got 25 appearances for us. Averaged over a 7 rating as well. No goals, 5 assists. Molsky got 1 goal, 5 assists. Probably should have scored more, actually. But next year... It's just good to see. I'm happy with the way the core's developing. There's still some more youngsters in there as well. Uche's... I feel like Uche is getting underutilized, and I might need to start playing him more next year as well. There's part of me that goes, he's being wasted a little bit, being sat so deep a lot of the time. Or rather, not just... By deep, I mean not even in the team, to be fair. Alien. I suspect that's probably not going to generate... Actually, it'll probably generate lots. Oh, no. Unfortunately not. We are sadly sans aliens. We've not yet been reached by extraterrestrials. So let me just save that there. So what I'll do is I'll obviously play the other 2 league games off stream. We're going to win the title, obviously. If you want to find out what happens with those, of course, check out the recap. And of course, join us on Tuesday for a... Oh, one thing I will show you, though, is this was the final table. So Inferno, Yolmalk, Rabes, Reckless Tackle, and Rob144 get the 25 points. Molotov movement in there, DMC 12, Bamfatar, Invert the Defense, and Hadrian sneaks a point. He's managed to grab one. It's not going to move him onto the top table, but he's there. He's done it. Bless him. John with 66 points today. John was just the man. And not a lot of people picked him either. It's bold. The recap will be out. I'm trying to put it out a couple of hours before stream now to give people a chance to watch it. So as probably 9 a.m. maybe 8:30. It just depends. It should be... It'll be out a couple of hours before the stream, basically, is generally how it works. It'll be out on Patreon the day before, of course, unless I have some massive issues, which hopefully I won't. Because unfortunately, I've still got that issue with Adobe where it, as a result of their latest update, it broke one of the features I used. So I had to roll it back, but then that broke its connection to my graphics card. So now the renders take way longer than they should do, unfortunately. So it might be out a little bit later on the Patreon the night before because of that, potentially. On Tuesday. Yeah, stream is on Tuesday. And that means obviously the recap will be out Tuesday morning to get people ready. I like the idea of publishing it earlier now, and now that I can, it's nice to do so. So, who am I sending you over to today? Let's see. Let's do Real Life Luke. Mainly because we got face cam, crucially. Real Life Luke FM. And it looks like he's wearing a suit. This is what we like to see. Starting tomorrow. You love to see it. Daz missed out on points, which is a rarity, frankly. So yeah, chat, thank you very much for joining me today. This has been a really nice vibe, actually, as they have been a lot as of late. But thank you so much for joining. A lot of new follows today, so I appreciate you guys checking the streams out today. If you haven't joined and you haven't already dropped a follow, I'd appreciate that, friends. I'll be back on Tuesday, 11 a.m. UK time. Midweek streams are 11 till 3, generally speaking. And yeah, the video will be up on the main channel talking about this whole season. I'm quite excited to get stuck into recording some things. And I've got less to do because there was no other European games to capture today, I suppose. So yeah, thank you for joining me. Thank you for those gifted subs earlier. It was extremely nice of you. And yeah, just thank you for hanging out and having a nice day. So yeah, I hope your team wins unless they're playing my team, which luckily have already played. So I can actually all wish you well. So I'll see you guys very soon. Be nice to Luke.